6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. A Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. From the views on the street
we go to bed empty hunger
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people. And
all right, yes, it's a beautiful day. It's a wonderful Thursday morning, and of course, you know how we do it on the hour of 11 when it comes on, and it is the Sports Republic show on Voice of the People TV. Yes, your darling sports show where we cover and give you the juiciest stories from the sporting world, and you know how we do it on the show. It is the Voice of the People TV, like I said, and I am your host for today, Afiz Ogubanjo. You know how we do it on every Thursday mornings where we just, I know it's Throwback Thursday, where we don't really give you the throwbacks and all of that, but then we still cover you with what is going on, yes, in the sporting world, yes, during the week, and of course, as the weekend is also approaching. And yes, we have a lot of juicy stories for you today, but yes, before I go into that, please do well to follow us, yes, on all our social media handles and on Voice of People TV on YouTube. Yes, you can like, comment, subscribe to the channel, and also turn on your notification bell so that you won't miss all the exciting and juiciest sports updates. Yes, if not even on Sports Republic alone, or also other programs that we give you on the platform. And yes, we are going to start from the UEFA Champions League. Of course, the match week 6 results and review. Yes, generally we saw the games from Tuesday, and we also saw the games from also yesterday. Yeah, we saw the big game Real Madrid against Manchester City. Yes, it was tipped to be Kylian Mbappe up against Erling Haaland, but Kylian Mbappe unfortunately missed that game. Yes, these are the results from last night. Finally, Ajax Amsterdam, yes, they've gotten a win in the UEFA Champions League this season. Of course, they won 4-2 away at Qarabag. Of course, it was an interesting game at some point. Qarabag were leading Ajax, but they came back and they won that game 4-2. Finally, a good result for the Vals Vegas-led side. On the player side, yes, of course, Vals Vegas, former Manchester United player. Villarreal in Spain, yes, they couldn't negotiate the result up against Danish side. Copenhagen, yes, it ended 3-2 in favor of Copenhagen right there in Spain at the last Ceramica. Of course, at the San Mames, yes, a lot of investors will not like this one because Athletic Club, yes, they drew 0-0 with Paris Saint-Germain. I mean, it's very, very unusual for you to see Paris Saint-Germain not scoring in a game. And this one right here, the defending champions couldn't maintain. And they drew that one. They didn't lose, sorry. They drew that one 0-0 in Spain right there in Bilbao. Yes, so Athletic Club getting that valuable 1 point. Borussia Dortmund, of course, they were leading at some point, but there's this resilient spirit about Bodo Glimt. Yes, the Norwegian side. They came all the way from Norway, traveled the long distance and got there at the Yellow Wall. The Yellow Wall, unfortunately, could not inspire Borussia Dortmund, the team, to a win. Now, it was a 2-2 draw. Bodo Glimt getting a late goal. Benfica also, after that win over Ajax, they followed up with a 2-0 win over Napoli. Yes, it was Mourinho against Antonio Conte, two former Chelsea managers, of course, but headed in favor of the Portuguese. 2-0 for Benfica up against Napoli. Richard Rios giving a fantastic performance in that one, also with Leandro Barreiro. Club Brugge lost 3-0 to the leaders Arsenal. We'll be talking about Arsenal in a minute. It was a fantastic win. Noni Madueke getting a brace, and Gabriel Martinelli also scoring the goal for Arsenal up against the Club Brugge right there in Belgium. Club Brugge, one of the exciting sides in the Champions League this season, drew with Barcelona, but unfortunately couldn't negotiate a win or even a draw up against the Gunners Arsenal. Juventus, yes, the old lady, of course, in Turin, getting a 2-0 win over Pafos, who have David Luiz, former Chelsea and Arsenal player, in their ranks. 2-0 ended in favor of Juventus, the Italian side. And Leverkusen, yes, also getting a late goal against Newcastle. 2-2, it finished in Germany. Yes, Alex Grimaldo getting that equalizer for Newcastle right there for Leverkusen, sorry, up against Newcastle in Germany. Newcastle were leading at some point, but Leverkusen came back. And Real Madrid, the biggest game of last night for me, it was 2-1 in favor of Manchester City, and it is looking bleak right now for Xabi Alonso. We are still going to talk about that, yes, where my guest comes in. And yes, it was a 2-1 win for Manchester City in Spain. Real Madrid, finally getting Rodrigo in the starting lineup. Yes, and he got the goal. It's like there's something with Rodrigo and Manchester City. He always gets to score, and he scored the goal right there. He scored the opening goal for Real Madrid. Unfortunately, they couldn't follow up. Kylian Mbappe, like I said earlier, missed the game, and Manchester City came back. Erling Haaland and Nico O'Reilly. Of course, we are still going to show you pictures of that later. But let's talk about Arsenal. They are leading the Premier League, although I know it's only with 2 points. Yes, after they lost at the weekend. They bounced back. That's talking about Arsenal. Gabriel Martinelli, yes, getting a goal. I think he's the first player for Arsenal right now. Yes, he is the first player for Arsenal to get a goal in 5 consecutive Champions League games. Back to back, he got the goal for Arsenal. He scored against Bayern Munich, scored against Athletic Bilbao, scored against Olympiacos, scored against Atletico Madrid, and now also scoring up against Club Brugge, Gabriel Martinelli. And it was a fantastic goal for Martinelli for Arsenal yesterday. Also, Noni Madueke getting a goal for himself as well. 2 goals, Noni Madueke. Fantastic goals from Noni Madueke. Yes, Arsenal, yes, we're talking about Arsenal right now, and they did really well for themselves. And I just want to ask, is it time for you to consider Arsenal as one of the top contenders for the Champions League? Not even the Premier League alone this time. And how do you think it is going to affect Arsenal going forward in the Champions League and even in the Premier League? Because when you are cited on 2 major competitions, they have the squad depth, but of course, if you look at it from the other side, injuries are dealing with Arsenal at this point in time. There was no Declan Rice yesterday, no Gabriel, no William Saliba. They had to make shifts with Christian Norgard, who is originally a defensive midfielder. He played centre-back last night. What is going on with Arsenal and injuries? And do you think, these injuries will not affect them going forward? Because they are leading the Champions League at this point in time. In fact, barring any miracle or any wrong results, Arsenal should be qualifying automatically to the round of 16. And there's a lot to to discuss about Arsenal. But yes, I won't be doing this show alone. Yes, my guest will be joining me very, very soon, and we are going to break this all down. And also, I know there are games from match week 6 on Tuesday. Yes, that's talking about Liverpool. Of course, we also ought to discuss about Mohamed Salah. Yes, what's the update with Mohamed Salah at this point in time? Is this going to be a Liverpool player at the end of AFCON? Because it's looking like a strange relationship between Mohamed Salah and his coach and his slot at Liverpool. But yes, I'm still talking about Arsenal, and also Mikel Arteta has also come out to say that his players, need some rest. Yes, but they have been playing a lot of games. I think it showed in that game against Aston Villa in the Premier League. They've been playing a lot of games. But in the Champions League, they're still doing well for themselves. Noni Madueke has 3 Champions League goals in 2 games. Wow, he scored against Bayern Munich and followed up with 2 goals against Club Brugge. All around, I mean, the players that they brought in for their, their first-team centre-back, pairing, that's talking about William Saliba and Gabriel Magalhaes. They brought in a certain Pierre Nkapie, Christian Mosquera as well from Valencia, but Mosquera is injured. But Nkapie has been doing very, very well. Almost got to go last night. And Christian Norgard, like I mentioned, also did really well. David Raya also did really well. Gabriel Martinelli up front. Maybe the issue right now is with Victor Gyökeres, who didn't get a goal for himself, didn't even have a lot of touches, but his replacement, Gabriel Jesus, the returning Gabriel Jesus, got a lot of touches, almost scored a goal for himself as well. This just shows the level of depth that is in that Arsenal squad at this point in time, because they are doing really well. For Gabriel Jesus to even come back, Kai Havertz is also still out, but he will be returning very soon. You look at their midfield, Ebere Eze is there, Martin Odegaard is there, Martin Zubimendi is there, Christian Norgard, Declan Rice. Bukayo Saka came on. He didn't start that game. It was Noni Madueke that started it. And, now he's pushing. I know Bukayo Saka is still the main man for Arsenal at this point, but Noni Madueke is still pushing really hard for a place, in the starting 11. So I think good one for Arsenal right now. And I know that they might go far in the Champions League, but injuries, can really be affecting them at this point in time. And let's go to other results. Yes, we mentioned Manchester City up against Real Madrid. We saw Erling Haaland, of course. Yes, that's the Norwegian king right there, Erling Haaland, doing really well. He got the penalty. He scored. I think that was his 150th Champions League start, or his 50th start for Manchester City in the Champions League, or his 50th general start in the Champions League, and he got his 54th goal. What a player for Erling Haaland is. He got a penalty, scoring from the penalty spot. Nico O'Reilly as well was the man of the match. He did really well for himself as well, the left back, and he got a goal, and also was worrying Real Madrid's right back throughout the whole game. Real Madrid as well. I also want to ask the viewers at this point in time, is it time for Xabi Alonso to just leave the club? Because at some point he went on his knees, and a friend of mine captured it and said maybe he wants to go back to Leverkusen, because Leverkusen are doing good for themselves at this point, while it's not looking good for Real Madrid, even though they are getting the results. But it's beginning to look like without a certain Kylian Mbappe, they can't really get the results. It was so obvious that Mbappe was not in that game yesterday. The man who came in to replace him to get a start, that's talking about Gonzalo Garcia, didn't really even do well at all. He hardly got a touch on the ball. Rodrigo and Vinicius Jr. also couldn't really step up, even though Rodrigo got a goal. But then Real Madrid, it's a lot of questions than answers at this point in time. Jude Bellingham as well, there's a limit to what he can do when it's not going good for those in front of him. How will he be able to, provide with his own assist as well? Real Madrid, I think Florentino Perez, when you could notice his body language last night from that game, maybe time is up for Xabi Alonso. And if you know Real Madrid very well, they can be very, very ruthless. Let's look at the table in the Champions League right now, because Arsenal, like I said, they are still topping, and it looks like they will be the ones to actually qualify. Yes, first in all the teams right there in the Champions League, they should be the first to qualify for the knockout stages. Well, we still have the likes of Inter Milan, we still have the likes of Paris Saint-Germain, Manchester City. Yes, this is the table right here on your screen. Bayern Munich, Paris Saint-Germain are in third place. Manchester City, yes, with that important win, also in fourth. Atalanta also doing well for themselves. They got a win over Chelsea. The likes of Charles de Ketelaere and Ademola Lookman are doing well for that side right there, the Italian side. And Rafael Palladino, who has been fantastic since he joined the club. Real Madrid, of course, are still in 12th, still in 7th with 12 points. And Atletico Madrid, also their rivals in Spain, following them. They have the same number of points, 12 as well. Liverpool, we can mention Liverpool right now. Liverpool also having 12 points with a goals difference of +3. You know, with the way their season is going so far, they've not really been bad in the Champions League. 12 points from 6 games. I mean, they lost two games, and they got wins over Real Madrid. They got important wins over Frankfurt as well, but they lost to the likes of Galatasaray. Yes, Victor Osimhen, yes, getting that goal, if you remember very, very well. But Borussia Dortmund are following Liverpool. They are in 10th place. Now I'm into the those that will play the knockout playoff stage. Yes, those that will play the knockout playoff stage if it ends this way. So Liverpool, yes, are there in 9th place. Dortmund, Tottenham, Newcastle, Chelsea. I mean, look at the Premier League teams, Tottenham, Newcastle, and Chelsea following each other from 11th to 13th place. It can change very soon because there are still 2 games more to play to wrap up the league phase. Sporting CP are also there. Barcelona, I think that's an unfamiliar position. 15th place is unfamiliar for Barcelona at this point. But of course, they will bounce back. Trust them. Marseille, yes, Aubameyang has been fantastic. 2 goals and 3 assists in the Champions League this season for the 36-year-old. Fantastic player, the former Barcelona man, the former Arsenal man, former Chelsea man, doing well for himself right there at OM Olympique Marseille. Mason Greenwood also, yes, Kizike spoke about him yesterday as well, Olympique Marseille, when he was talking about the games from Tuesday. Galatasaray, yes, Juventus are also there, Monaco, Leverkusen, PSV, Qarabağ, Napoli, and Copenhagen. And those that will be eliminated should it stay like this. Benfica, even though they got a win, they are staring at elimination in the eye. Pafos, Union Saint-Gilloise, Athletic Club was been really, really poor at the start of this Champions League. Olympiacos, Frankfurt, Club Brugge, Bodo Glimt, Slavia Prague, Ajax, Villarreal, and Kairat Almaty. Kairat Almaty, well, it's their debut in the Champions League, but they've only got 1 point, and they are traveling to the Emirates Stadium for their next game. Arsenal wants to use that one to wrap up. And trust me, I don't think Arsenal will want to, lose that game. But Kairat Almaty, kudos to them. They've been fantastic also in the Champions League, even though they've only got 1 point. But their goalkeeper, I'm sure, a bigger team, much respect to Kairat Almaty, a bigger team is going to come for their goalkeeper very, very soon. It's been fantastic in each game they've played, including that game against Pafos where he stopped the penalty. Good one for that man right there in Kairat Almaty of Kazakhstan. Good one generally in the Champions League, but we'll be talking about the Europa League very, very soon when we come back from this short break. Also, we'll be touching on the Women's Champions League results and also the Conference League. It's Sports Republic. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Omokri, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial, and thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so?
Hi, everyone. It's your girl, Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Yeah, it is still Voice of the People TV, and it is still Sports Republic, of course, and we are back, and yes, we are going through the UEFA Women's Champions League results. Yes, that also happened. You know, when we talk about the Men's Champions League, let's also celebrate the women. Yes, this is how the table stands. Barca Femeni, yes, Barcelona Femeni, yes, they are right there, leading right there, and Lyon following them as well. 13 points, the same goals, but Barcelona with a goals difference of positive 15 goal scoring machines, you want to call the women. Chelsea as well, positive 16 as well, but with 11 points. Juventus with 10, also in 4th place, and those teams, as it stands, will be playing in the quarterfinals. But we still have a playoff, places up for grabs. Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, Wolfsburg, the defending champions, Arsenal, who defeated the Barcelona, yes, the Barca Femeni last season. They are in 8th place. Of course, they should be, qualifying for the playoffs. Manchester United are also there. Good one for Manchester United as well in the Champions League. Paris FC, who used to have our own Chiamaka Unadozie, yes, they are right there in 10th place. Atletico Madrid, the women, of course, are in 11th. Louvain of Belgium in 12th. Valerenga, yes, of Norway in 13th. Twente of Netherlands are in 14th. Benfica of Portugal in 15th. Paris Saint-Germain, you know them. The men are doing well for themselves, the defending champions of the Champions League. But the females, they can do better than in 16th place. Roma, yes, who suffered the 6-0 defeat to Chelsea women in 17th. And St. Paulton in 18th place. Let's give you the results from the Champions League. And I was talking about Barca Femeni. Yes, they won their game. Yes, against was that not Louvain? They won their game and they did really well for themselves. And also Arsenal defeating 20. Look at that. Oh, they won their Benfica. Pardon me for that one. Pajot getting the goal. Uchebe with an own goal and Alexandri with a goal. Davidson scored for Benfica and a good one for Barca Femeni. And let's look at the results right there. Look at that. Yes, it was Valerenga up against Paris. Yes, they lost to Paris FC, and also Barcelona getting a win, like I mentioned, against Benfica. Lyon defeating Manchester United, away from home, right there in England. Chawinga getting goal, and also Dumonai getting 2 goals, including one in the 98th minute. Atletico Madrid 2-2 against the Bayern Munich female. And Penil Ada getting 2 goals for Bayern. It was a good one right there for the German, and also for Penil Ada, yes, who used to be the female Ballon d'Or winner, or FIFA the best winner for female. She was a fantastic player. She's still a fantastic player, Penil Ada. And Chelsea up against Roma. Yes, 6-0 I mentioned. Look at the goal scorers right there. Lucy Bronze, Amano, Nusken, Kanerit, captain, and Beggar Maski. Yes, my guest is in with me. I know I've been keeping him waiting for too long. Bolariwa David, let me say good morning to you, and also let's talk about the Champions League. Real Madrid losing to Manchester City. Is it time for Xabi Alonso to go? And what do you think about the future of Rodrigo? Because He came into that game, a rare start for him, and he got a goal. But unfortunately, it looks like they can't really pull off something without Kylian Mbappe. And also, Arsenal, is it right for us to call them genuine Champions League contenders and even Premier League contenders this season? Good morning and welcome to the show, David.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure having me on the show again, and thank you very much for having me. Let's dive right in. The Champions League. It was electrifying yesterday, saying Manchester City again at the Santiago Bernabeu beating, even on that closed roof, Real Madrid in their own. Just like you mentioned, Rodrigo coming in, got the goal, but the team doesn't seem so fine without Kylian Mbappe, and it played out yesterday. We saw Nico O'Reilly and Haaland himself doing well for himself again, scoring the goal, and it just puts the dent on Real Madrid again. You know, the buzz around this could be the Man City game could be his last game if he doesn't get the 3 points and all of those things. So there's trouble and there's fire on the mountain for Real Madrid and Xavi Alonso. At this time, there's enough fire on the mountain. We just hope. There's not been any official news from them. We don't know what Papa Perez is planning or cooking for Xavi Alonso. What he's planning for Xavi Alonso at the moment. But I just think Barcelona, the top guns, Barcelona, Real Madrid, Manchester City, Liverpool, those jobs are kind of the hardest you can give any coach. Alonso wasn't bad in Bayer Leverkusen. I mean, we saw how he did with Bayer Leverkusen in his last stint. But giving him Real Madrid, it's a big one. It's a big one, and they need time. Look at coaches need time to settle in. Look at Jurgen Klopp. He had his time in Liverpool, and there was a time when he wasn't doing so well. But I mean, he won trophies for them. Last season, we saw how bad Pep Guardiola was for Manchester City. It was so horrible. He could have gotten sacked. But then, coaches need time, especially in top clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester City.
But David, we all know that Real Madrid, they are not a team that that gives time. I mean, I remember when they appointed Solari that time. After he lost 5 minutes to Barcelona, he was fired. I think when it comes to Real Madrid, no matter who you are, it is results business, even if you are a legend of the club. I mean, this is the Xavi Alonso that did fantastically well with Leverkusen, getting to an invisible season. So he has already set that standard for himself, right? And he's bringing that CV to La Liga. And they expect, first thing about Real Madrid in the season for me, I think it's about stopping Barcelona. That rivalry is still there. It is eternal rivalry. They want to stop Barcelona. And also in the Champions League, which is their bet right. They are not doing well in La Liga. Kylian Mbappe looks like the alpha and omega of the team. When he's not there, as seen yesterday, they seem like they can't perform. And I think it's that time for Xavi to just, wrap it up.
Yeah, it will be that for every football fan, especially Real Madrid fans saying, their boys are not playing as they ought to, and the team is not gelling upright. You hear news of not being able to coordinate the dressing room. The players are not really giving their best. Mbappe is the one leading the charge, and we saw it yesterday also. He was not in the team. He didn't play, and they could not. They could not win decisively. They lost to Manchester City. So at the time, you could only say probably Alonso should step down and someone else take up the mantle for Real Madrid. Because, I mean, losing in your first season 4 or 5 times to Barcelona, your arch rivals, All
right. So quickly, let me just quickly ask you, as we move on the show. Arsenal, yes or no, are they genuine title contenders of the Champions League right now?
Yes, they are. For now.
And don't you think injuries might derail their season?
They've got a lot of depth in that squad, and you see, Declan Rice was not there yesterday. You have the likes of Saliba, who was not. So they've got depth in that team, and kudos to them last season. And in the transfer window, they did well for themselves going into the transfer season with enough business mind. They went for players that could sustain it. Look at Madueke Saka did not start, and Madueke got there. He did the job for them. Yes, Madueke might not be a player you would want to rest on for all of the season, right? But whenever he's called upon, I mean, yesterday in the Champions League,
2 goals,
getting a brace for himself, he is definitely a replacement for Saka.
Of course.
So as of now, I mean, they've gone 5 games now.
Yeah.
And they've won all 5.
6 games and they've won all.
6 games, I mean.
Yeah.
They've gone 6 games and they won all 6. So, I mean, getting maximum points in your last 6 games in Champions League, you should be a contender.
Of course, you should be a contender. So let's quickly take you through the Europa League. Of course, we've discussed, the top tier of European football, European club football. Let's talk about the Europa League. Let's quickly give you the fixtures, as we run on the show. Ferencváros against Rangers. Dinamo Zagreb up against Real Betis. I think that should be a one-way. It should be going to Spain. Ludogorets up against PAOK. Of course, we have that one there. Midtjylland against Genk. Let's look at Nice against Braga. Celtic against Roma promises to be fantastic, and Basel also up against Aston Villa. Aston Villa, after that win against Arsenal, I think it should give them a spring in their steps as they take on Basel. They travel to Switzerland and they go on to meet Xherdan Shaqiri. Porto will be taking on Malmo as well. Panathinaikos up against the Victoria Pleasant. Lyon against Go Ahead Eagles. I think Lyon will go ahead and beat the Eagles. Freiburg up against Salzburg. It's going to be interesting as well. Salzburg, they play good football. And Steaua Bucuresti up against Feyenoord, and Celta Vigo up against Bologna. Let's look at the Conference League. I mean, the third tier right now, the Conference League as well. Let's quickly look at the fixtures. Of course, yes, we have them on your screen right there. Breidablik up against Shamrock Rovers. I mean, when you call the names of this club, right, David, there's this tongue twister you'll be having. Of course, you know how it goes in the Conference League. Drita up against the AZ Alkmaar. Fiorentina against the Dynamo Kyiv. That one's still good. Aachen up against the AEK Larnaca. Jagiellonia up against Rayo Vallecano. Noah FC. I don't know if the ARC will be enough to take the goals that Legia Warsaw will be giving them. Samsunspor up against AEK Athens. Samsunspor are actually the ones leading at this point. They haven't conceded in the Europa League so far. Skendia up against Bratislava Slovan. Union Craiova up against Sparta Prague. I mean, my tongue is really going through a phase right now. Rijeka up against Celje. Shelbourne up against Crystal Palace. Finally, Crystal Palace should be getting a win right there up against Shelbourne. And SK Rapid up against Omonia. Let's move on to the Super Eagles right now. I mean, David, I think it is time for Victor to drop that squad today to risk a fine. Right, you don't want us facing a fine right now with all these payment irregularities coming from the NFF and all of that. That list should be coming out today. The final list, we've been waiting long and long. Other teams have dropped their list. So the Super Eagles, we should be seeing the final 28-man squad. There are injuries that are piling up. I mean, there is a lot going on, and he's set to announce his final squad. I mean, but there are injuries to key players, the likes of Stanley Wabali, the likes of Ola Aina, Felix Agu. There are doubts for this AFCON. Benjamin Fredericks is already out. William Troost-Ekong is retiring. This was the 54-man list or 55-man list when William Troost-Ekong was still there. Now, focusing on this list, David, who are the players that you expect to make the final 28-man squad? We already know those that won't be going, the likes of Fredericks, who is injured, and also Moses Simon, who might actually miss the group stages, and also William Troost-Ekong, who is retired. Who are the players that you think will negotiate? And do you think we'll be seeing any players from the NPFL?
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I think we should get players from the NPFL. Amos is there. We should see Amos. Coming in as a second choice goalkeeper.
Okay, David, who do you think should be the first? Who do you think should be the first choice? Who do you think should be the first choice, David?
Our first choice goalkeeper. I mean, he should not change. He should still be Stanley Wabali.
That's if he's fit. That's if he's fit, because it's looking like his coach has come out to say he's going to be out for a long time.
He's looking, yes. Yeah. So I think if Wabali is not around, then I just think Maduko Okoye has deserved to take up the mantle. He's been consistent. We saw he's been doing well for his team in Serie A, and he's been building his confidence back ever since the last one, and I just think he should get the trial now and lead the team from behind. And it should just be one for the books for Maduka Okoye. But
how about other places in the team?
Inside MPFL teams, we should. I think Eric Chell is someone who wants to build with the MPFL team. So we've been seeing. You said.
Yeah, okay. David, I was asking about other places in the team, you know, maybe the midfield and also the attack. There is a certain Victor Boniface. Do you want to see Victor Boniface play for the Super Eagles at the AFCON?
Honestly, I do want to see him play at the AFCON, but he has not had a great stint with the Nigerian Nigerian team. I mean, whenever he comes on to play, sometimes he either doesn't get the goal or sometimes just, get injured. And, injuries has been a part of Victor Boniface for a very long time now. And we saw, we saw the video. I think we all saw the video yesterday while he was congratulating his friend, that's Felix Agu, on, prospectively getting the call-up. We don't have any official news about that for the moment. But I think I really want to see Victor Boniface in the team. I think he really deserves. He's been doing well.
Yeah, I think a lot of Nigerians also, will want to see him, even though, for me, you said he's been doing well, but I think maybe his club side form has not really been that great. But then, also when he has been called up for Super Eagles, I think he's played 13 games and he hasn't gotten any goal. Maybe he can just be there, to complement a certain Victor Osimhen. But likes of Akko Adams, Paul Onuachu, I think Paul Onuachu should also make it based on his club form. And also midfield, we don't have any problem in the midfield. Likes of Akisomiro should be called up for me. Fisayo Dele Bashiru, Wilfred Ndidi as well. The usual suspects, Alex Iwobi, Raphael Oyedika, and also Frank Onyeka. But we mentioned players from the MPFL. But going straight now to the MPFL now, they've announced that, the MPFL board has announced that the 2025-26 season will not be affected by the AFCON. There won't be breaks for the AFCON. But, players and coaches and maybe fans, they've come out, to give, different opinions. Some players said, in 2018, when there was a break, the league ended. They cited an example, the league ended abruptly. Some are also saying that, hey, it can also be an opportunity, for us to rest and, let's just enjoy the Super Eagles. When we have a Nigerian team at the AFCON, Super Eagles of Nigeria, the ultimate national football team in Nigeria, when we are having them participate at the AFCON, why can't we use this opportunity to rest? David, where do you stand on this one quickly? Do you think there should be a break, from the MPFL, while the AFCON is going on? Or, since we don't have players, we might not even have players from the MPFL at all, even if you're going to have maybe like one or two, eventually in the final 28-man squad. Don't you think the league should go on?
Yes, I do. I think the league should go on. None of either of both competitions should stop because of either one. Like you rightly mentioned, we might not even be seeing up to 5 players from the MPFL in the 28-man squad. So why would you want to halt an ongoing competition for less than 5 players? Yes, we all want to watch the Super Eagles at the AFCON, but we can also do that. Majority of the games are being played late in the evening, 4 or 5, sometimes in the night. So, and our MPFL games starts by 4. So, even if you want to enjoy the game, you can definitely enjoy the game. And this competition is less than a month. You still have the MPFL going on till mid next year. So, I don't think the MPFL should stop because of
it's not even MPFL.
Other leagues in the world continue.
So why should the MPFL stop? This is even an MPFL that a lot of Nigerians are actually enjoying the trajectory this season. Nasarawa United, look at the form they are carrying at the moment. The Oga Boys Ikorodu City. When you give them that long break, you know, they will be looking at the Super Eagles just like every other Nigerian. So, I mean, it can lead to a drop in their season. So why not let the good form continue for them? For me, I think I'll also stand with you on this one, David. I don't think the NPFL should stop for any reason, you know. But David, quickly before we move on, there's something funny I noticed about the NPFL, and I've wanted to discuss with you and also all the guests that bring on the show. But I don't know why I keep skipping my mind. But right now, I will tell you, there's this case of you know, different you know, league balls used at you know, the NPFL. We just see different, you know, soccer balls coming every time. Don't you think the NPFL should have one league ball for the season? I mean, we should have, you know, of course, different prototypes, but at least, you know what I'm saying, one ball design. Not seeing, you know, different balls. Sometimes we see the balls used in the World Cup, in the Premier League, all being used at the NPFL. If we want to, you know, really get this development we crave for, you know, for the NPFL and in Nigerian football generally, don't you think steps like this should be taken quickly?
Right. It all boils down to organization, and it all boils down to the commitment and the seriousness of the body organizing these competitions. I mean, in other competitions of the world, even lesser competitions, they have the authorized football distance for each season, each calendar year. Look at the Premier League. Yeah, those are established leagues already. But if we want to compete, if we want to say we are pushing the NPFL to compete with global standards, these are the things we should take into consideration. You can't be having a prototype from 2010 World Cup or a prototype from 2011 Champions League football. And I mean, you are not even promoting your own. It's the Nigerian Professional Football League. But we are using, even if we can get brands to help us with these things. Brands sponsor the football kits and all of these things. So why can't we get brands to make this for us?
I mean, we need it, you know, at this point in time. And David, I really want to say thank you for joining me on the show today. And of course, I know that we didn't really get to connect real quickly, but then anytime we do, I'm sure, you know, you give me a lot of inspiration on this show, to be honest. And I want to say thank you for your input. But yes, we'll be wrapping up very soon on the show today. But let's quickly give you other sports news from the tennis world this time around, where Aryna Sabalenka, yes, the world's top-ranked women's tennis player, is set to face a certain Nick Kyrgios, of course, in a highly anticipated Battle of the Sexes exhibition match on December 28th in Dubai. And also, Sabalenka, the four-time major champion, has expressed confidence that the event won't harm women's sports, stating, "I don't agree. I am not putting myself at risk. We are there to have fun and bring great tennis." And the match, held at Dubai's Coca-Cola Arena, aims to attract a new audience to tennis with promises of entertainment and celebrity fans courtside. Sabalenka believes the event will help grow women's tennis, saying this event is only going to bring women's tennis to a higher level. And for me, I think this time around, personally, Kyrgios has not played a lot of tennis. I think he's about maybe 200 and something in the world right now, while Aryna Sabalenka is women's #1. Maybe if it was a competition between Sabalenka and Yannick Sinner or a certain Carlos Alcaraz, I would want to watch, because I think that's going to draw more attention. But this one, we've seen it in a long time. John King, I think, played that one also with a certain male player. This time around, maybe just for the fun of it, let's see. But a lot of women have also come out, you know, to complain, saying that it might harm women's sports. It's not doing well for the WTA. But Sabalenka herself has come out to say, hey, she would do this and it's not going to harm women's sports. And personally, I think she's going to get the better of Nick Kyrgios, because if you watch Sabalenka play, I think even the men right now will be thinking twice to go up against her. Let's move on to the NBA. Yes, basketball stories quickly before we wrap up on the show, where the Oklahoma City Thunder, yes, these guys are playing fantastic basketball right now, and they have equaled the best 25-game start to a season in NBA history, winning 24 of their first 25 games, and they achieved this feat by defeating the Phoenix Suns 138-89. That's a lot. In the NBA Cup quarterfinals, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, a name that has become synonymous with me on this show. I'm always calling him when I'm talking about basketball. Fantastic player, going for the MVP again this season. He is the team star player, and he scored 28 points and has been averaging 32.8 points per game this season. And the Thunder's 16-game winning streak is a franchise record, and they are looking strong heading into the semi-finals up against the San Antonio Spurs. And winning is never boring. Their forward Jalen Williams said the team's overall performance has been impressive with 92 wins in 107 regular season games since the start of 2024-25. And the NBA Cup is an annual in-season tournament with all matches except the final counting towards the regular season standings. For me, the Golden State Warriors, yes, they have the record for the most wins in the NBA season with 73. I think with the way the OKC are going, I think they might just level up and equal that record. Well, this is where we'll be wrapping up on the show today. I want to say a big thank you to David Bolanwa for joining me. Yes, as we discuss all the juiciest sports stories. And the midday news is coming up right here on Voice of the People TV. Yes, please stay tuned for that one. And yes, it's this been Sports Republic. And I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm signing out and I'm saying have a wonderful day. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Bunny 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikpeazu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, with the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay. towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Omokri, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the head.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Pat Otomi accuses politicians of failing Nigerians. Lai Mohammed insists Lekki Tollgate massacre did not happen. PSC, please start drive to recruit 50,000 constables. Okonjo Iweala, Mo Abudu make
Forest Most Powerful Women list. Malami says EFCC probe focused on Abacha loot duplication. And the People's Democratic Party, Governor Adeleke, a victim of a circumstance. In the world of business, FEC approves new BOI headquarters at Eco Atlantic. And in sports, Victor Osimhen wins Sportsman of the Year prize in Turkey. In entertainment, This Is Not a Nollywood Movie premieres in Lagos. Now the news in full. Political economics professor Pat Otomi says Nigeria's political class has fallen short of citizens' expectations, leaving the nation near the aspiration once held by its young people. Speaking on the sidelines of the 15th anniversary of Enough is Enough Nigeria in Lagos, Otomi said leadership failures remain central to the country's slow development. And away from that report, former Information Minister Alhaji Lai Mohammed has again insisted there was no massacre at Lekki Tollgate during NSAS protests. His comment followed a CNN report on the October 2020 incident, alleging that soldiers fired live rounds at protesters. The army has repeatedly denied that claim, saying only blank bullets were used to enforce the curfew. In a TV interview, Mohammed said no one has denied that fatalities occurred during the wilder unrest in Abuja, Lagos, and Kano, but he specifically challenged CNN's report, arguing the network relied on second-hand information and not what was at the scene. He also claimed that 5 years, no family have reported missing relative from the tollgates, describing the massacre narrative as fake news. Mohammed added that during the protest, his own family urged him to resign amid intense online and offline pressure, including threats to their businesses. Moving on, the Police Service Commission, in collaboration with the Nigerian Police Force, has begun the recruitment of 50,000 police constables following approval from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The PSC says the exercise aligns with the President's directive to strengthen community policing, boost internal security, and increase police manpower. According to a statement by the head of Protocol and Public Affairs, Toti Kalu, the recruitment portal will be open to eligible Nigerians from December the 15th, 2025 to January the 25th, 2026. In the meantime, President Bola Tinubu has ordered ministers and senior government officials to seek his approval before requesting police escorts for official duties. The directive was issued during the Federal Executive Council meeting at the State House in Abuja. President Tinubu said security lapses often occur when officials are reassigned without proper replacement, stressing the need for better coordination among security agencies. He instructed the National Security Advisor and the DSS to review the country's security structure and make necessary adjustments. The president did say that the directive takes immediate effect, citing heightened security threats nationwide. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu has expressed displeasure over a backlog of about 1.5 billion naira owed to the federal contractors. He has set up a high-level committee to clear the bottleneck and ensure prompt repayments. The president's reaction was disclosed by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, while briefing State House correspondents after the Federal Executive Council meeting in Abuja. Ononuga did say that Tinubu was angered to learn that about 2,000 contractors are being owed and has demanded a one-stop solution to resolving the issues. And in the Green Chamber, House of Representatives has summoned Olaimi Cardoso, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, and other relevant agencies to appear before its Public Accounts Committee on Tuesday, December the 16th, to explain the non-remittance of over 5 trillion naira operating surplus and 11 trillion naira government revenue. This is sequel to a motion moved by Bamidele Salam, chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, PAC, during plenary. During the debate, Salam briefed lawmakers on PAC's finding from its investigation into the Auditor General's report for the 2022 financial year and the administration of the remitter revenue collection system by the CBN between March the 1st, 2015 and April the 30th, 2016, I beg your pardon.
Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, and other extant fiscal and financial management laws of the Federation. The House also notes that under the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007, the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007, the Finance Act 2020,
Honorable Pondi, Honorable Pondi, please approach the chair.
Subsidiary legislation, the Central Bank of Nigeria is mandated to collect, account for, and remit all federal government revenues through the remitter platform into designated government account in a transparent, efficient manner in line with regulatory standards. Aware that the House of Representatives through the Public Accounts Committee is duly empowered by sections 85.5, 88 and 89 of the 1999 Constitution, as well as Order 20 Rule 6 of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives 11th edition, to consider the Auditor General's report and to conduct investigations into the general and specific areas of Nigeria's public financial management. Also aware that in the course of ongoing investigation by the Public Accounts Committee into the Auditor General's report for the year 2022 financial year, as well as the administration of the remitter revenue collection system by the Central Bank of Nigeria, covering the period from 1st of March 2015 to the 30th of April 2016, the committee uncovered the following. 1, that the Central Bank has an undisputed liability of 5.2 trillion naira in unpaid operating surpluses due to the federal government of Nigeria for the year ended 2016 to 2020, which has remained unremitted till date.
Still in the Green Chamber, lawmakers asked the Central Bank of Nigeria, Nisral Microfinance Bank, and the Federal Ministry of Finance to immediately suspend all deduction on COVID-19 intervention loans. In a resolution following a motion of urgent public importance sponsored by Deputy Chairman of the House of Representatives of Committee of Finance, Saidu Abdullahi, the House asked the relevant agencies of government to put into consideration the inability of Nigerians to pay back the loan due to current harsh economic conditions.
The world experienced a major pandemic, COVID-19, that led to the closure of the global economy. And this had negative impact on economic activities and even on low-income earners. Mr. Speaker, as a result, government across the globe came up with stimulus packages in order to sustain livelihoods and lives of the vulnerable groups. Unfortunately, recovery across the globe has not been even, and it's even more worse in the case of our country because of the twin reforms embarked upon by this current administration at the onset of the administration. As a result, it has become almost impossible for Nigerians to meet up with the repayment commitment. So I'm coming up with a motion this morning under Order 8-5 to look at the urgent need to grant total waiver on outstanding COVID-19 survival loans for vulnerable Nigerian households and micro businesses and to restructure the SME component of the facility. Mr. Speaker, I also crave the indulgence of the House to suspend all relevant rules so that the motion will be taken this morning under the specified rule. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
In other news, Nigerian Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and Mo Abudu have been named among Forbes 100 World's Most Powerful Women for 2025. The list recognizes influential women in business, politics, culture, and global leadership, highlighting the growing impact of Nigerian women in global trade and media. Okonjo-Iweala, ranked 92nd, is the Director General of the World Trade Organization, the first woman and first African to lead the body since assuming office in 2021. Forbes described her as an economist with more than 3 decades of international development experience. Media entrepreneur and Ebony Live founder Mo Abudu, ranked 98, was recognized for expanding African storytelling globally. Ebony Live TV, launched in 2006, now airs in over 49 countries and has now secured major partnership deals with Sony Pictures Television, AMC Network, and Netflix, becoming the first African media company to sign a multi-title agreement with the streaming platforms. In another development, former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, says the only interaction with the EFCC was to provide clarification on an alleged duplication of the recovery of Abacha loot. In a statement from his media office, Malami said the engagement had nothing to do with terrorism financing, money laundering, or ownership of multiple bank accounts. He described reports linking him to such allegations as false, misleading, and baseless, insisting that no security or intelligence agency in Nigeria or abroad has ever questioned him on those issues. He stressed that the EFCC only invited him to clarify matters relating to the $310 million Abacha loot recovered under the former President Buhari's administration. And now to politics. The People's Democratic Party has described the defection of Osun State's Governor Ademola Adeleke as that of a victim of circumstance. The comment was made by the party's factional National Publicity Secretary, Ini Ememobong, during a television interview. Well, more stories on that we'll bring to you in our subsequent bulletin. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news now. And joining us now in the studio to make sense of these stories and more is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and also a public and political affairs analyst. Mr. Fanimo, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon once again. I'm back on the beat.
Well, I like the fact that you said you're back on the beat because, I mean, that is what you practically stand for, more like a top reportage. Yeah. All right, joining us virtually to also make sense of this story is Mr. Shedrack Udogba. Mr. Shedrack is SA Youth Affairs to former Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki. Mr. Shedrack, a very good afternoon to you. Okay, I understand he's not with us right now. We expect him to join the conversation as we proceed. All right, let me start off with you, Mr. Fanimo. Interestingly, the People's Democratic Party has started talking, and of course, they've termed the defection of former, Governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke's defection to the Accord Party as a victim of circumstance.
They were out, I mean, he left their party.
Yes, because he left.
Yeah. Well, it is proper for them to situate the exit of a governor from their party, at least to give a semblance of we are still in touch with our people in the state. Okay. But the reality is that PDP is fast losing relevance, particularly towards the next election. Adeleke is just like somebody who knows, because of his political sagacity and people around him, that it is dangerous for anybody of means that wants to win election today to ride on the contraption called PDP.
Okay.
And so already there is a crisis in APC in Osun. Two people are jostling for the soul of the party in Osun.
But we hear also that Omishore has finally agreed to whoever the presidency gives to the state.
As at the time he was plotting, he had Omishore and Rauf Aregbesola to contend with, because Rauf Aregbesola, that's what the fact that he has moved to ADC.
Right.
He still has his men on ground, and they could spoil things for the governor.
Before we go to our virtual guest, because I hear he's joined us right now, the concern about Rauf Aregbesola being a leader with the coalition ADC and not having that weight to pull the governor of his state, which of course he was also a former governor, to joining the ADC, isn't that a sign that is not so weighty enough with the ADC?
There is no way Aregbesola would bring Adeleke.
Why so?
To his fold, because they don't play politics on the same turf. And don't forget that there is this unseen hold of the current president on Osun State. People claim he's from Osun State, but he has not come out to say he is. That's one. Two, don't forget that Deji Adeleke, the patriarch of that family, is a very good business associate and friend
of the president.
To the president.
Right.
And so, and you know, as we speak today, Aregbesola has constituted himself a foe to the current president. So where would they meet? Who is going to superintend over an Adeleke? You know, so Adeleke is going to play the card of Fubara in the last local government election in Rivers State, where within 2 weeks to local government election, he moved all his party machinery and contestants to PPE, a relatively unknown party. And the whole local government was in his kitty. So a court that is devoid of rancor, devoid of litigation. And don't forget, I've always said it, and it's just an example of what I've been saying. There's no political party in Nigeria. We only have platforms.
That, again, is an interesting conversation, which I'm going to still take you with. But let's go to our virtual guest, and I'm talking about Mr. Shedrack Udogbai, former SA on Youth Affairs, to the former governor, Godwin Obaseki. Let's establish communication. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Shedrack.
Pleasure being with you. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation on the midday news analysis. Let's start off from the conversation of your party, because I want to believe you're still with the PDP, because your principal at the time also was with the PDP. So right now, the PDP has clearly stated that Ademola Adeleke's defection from the PDP to, of course, Accord Party is as a result of the fact that he's a victim of circumstance. As a party person, not maybe at the national level, can you give a shed light to what that statement truly means, even from the perspective of a PDP person?
For us, for me, when I looked at the defection, because you have to not move into political oblivion. I understand that there is a PDP, there is an APC, there is an ADC, and those are the three prominent political parties currently in Nigeria. Of course, the People's Democratic Party has its own peculiarities and challenges at the moment, where there are numerous, will I say, entities being engineered to endanger frustration into the party and to make it practically impossible for them to put themselves together. But there's an ADC to a large extent gives a signal of hope to the average Nigerian. But for Adeleke to have defected into the Accord party, for me, I do not know if that party has the requisite structure, or perhaps he also believes he has moved all the structures of the People's Democratic Party into the Accord, and all of this, to a large extent, is what he will use to run for office in 2027. But the challenge you need to understand is that the APC are known for outright manipulation of results. Against the APC in this under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a Herculean task. It's an uphill battle. The challenge is this: if he does not win overwhelmingly, it is easy for the APC to actually manipulate his results and give victory to the APC candidate, irrespective of his will. Because I see a situation whereby the APC will take a chunk of the vote. The Labour Party, for all its worth, may have a candidate that will take some portion of the votes. We used to know that SDP is to be popular in Oshu State as at the last electoral poll results. They may take a chunk of the results. The ADC will take a chunk. If they share it like this, and the Adeleke in Accord does not get over 50% or 60% of the votes, then if he comes out with 40% and maybe perhaps the others get 20, 30, it is easy for him to be rigged out. He had opened himself up for outright manipulation of results if he's not able to mobilize the people effectively. I certainly do not know the kind of acrimony he has with Ralph Aregbesola that appears to be reconcilable. I do not understand why he has totally lost faith to the People's Democratic Party, because for me, I saw him the last time coming out to say he's endorsing Tinubu for presidency 2027. That looked like a child's play for me, being a chieftain of the PDP, but pledging loyalty to Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the APC. So I felt he was going to move into the APC. But the APC rejected him because they also have interest in bringing. So they couldn't believe that for you to be in APC today, anybody you bring, even if you bring a coconut, the coconut will eventually win because they have Inec in their pocket and they have the infrastructure of state security to move.
Well, that again is still your perspective.
But I do not see an advantage for ability.
Right. That again is your perspective. We wait, of course, until the elections have come and, of course, gone. But I'm still going to stay with you on this defection situation. From the G5 rebellion to Fubara in Rivers, and, of course, Adeleke in Osun State, the story is still the same. They keep saying this word, we are not protected by the PDP. Now, is this protection clearly talking about personal security, or is it about the happenstance of the fact that a lot of defections that clearly goes to the ruling party simply means a secured second term for whoever is defecting? Mr. Shedrack, that question is for you.
Yeah, the question I want to ask is this. When they say they were not protected by the PDP, who was hounding them, who was oppressing them? And if they now move it to the APC, I believe the only party that has the capacity to oppress anybody is the APC. So you move from the person who could not defend you to the man who was oppressing you. So that is to say, when you were being oppressed, was it the APC that gave you cover? Was it the APC that gave you succor? Was it the APC that gave you strength? It's just a political language, a cheap excuse that many of these governors use when they eventually want to move into the APC. I understand the peculiarities that the People's Democratic Party is not in the best of shape. But to not say you are going there for protection, it goes against the grain. Protection against what? You say you have rooted resources.
So sorry to butt in here. Ini, the PDP spokesperson, did say that they fed the monster that eventually consumed it. So if the PDP as a party cannot curtail a monster, so to say, in her party, should Nigerians trust that same party going into 2027?
For the case of Fubara, who made that derogatory statement, you see, we have senators, we have ministers in Edo State, and the minister is not controlling the governor. We have a senator, a former governor, who practically brought, who campaigned with Adamsali Oshomole, who brought Okpebolo from relative obscurity and made him governor. Okpebolo is still not controlled by Adamsali Oshomole. So if Fubara now chooses to be an apron string of yes on Wike, not having the capacity or the balls or the temerity to create a demarcation as who is governor of Rivers State, because he falls to the wings and crevices of one SY leader, and now he begins to blame People's Democratic Party for a governor who cannot take charge of his state. Who does he want to come and help him fight Yeso Wike in River State, when you and I know that Yeso Wike had moved into the APC, he's enjoying the largesse of the APC, and is working under Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So for me, I see of politics, came into politics, bring blood from the back door as a career civil servant, a mayor Kata general of the state, was never a House of Assembly member, never a local government chairman, was nothing else, nothing politics, just to stumble into power, become governor, and his crime far. When Yeso Wike was governor, Amechi was a minister under in an opposition party. Did Wike cry that nobody helped him? Did it effect? So he should keep those cheap excuses. And when you talk about we not being able to put the monster in place, you saw the last convention we had. The convention is the highest decision-making body of the party. And there, we unanimously and wholeheartedly suspended all the miscreants. Yeso Wike, Samanyawu,
but there was another counter convention. There was another counter meeting, rather.
That's a kangaroo meeting. Now, you and I know what is obtainable in the Nigerian political discourse. Where people just abrogate powers to themselves. They go into a room. Because they have the capacity to buy media. They will bring your channel. They will bring your television stations together, and they make some business that cannot be substantiated. Because we know that the APC controls the courts. They will go and collect some watering pepper soup judgment that has no bearing on the party affairs, just to frustrate government. And because you also know that Inec is also an extension of the APC, Inec refuses to come for the convention in an attempt to invalidate the convention.
Oh well, there was a subsisting order from the court. There was a subsisting order from the court, and of course the INEC is also obeying that court order, don't you think so? All right. I think
a subsisting order from the APC court.
Well,
when you say subsisting order,
I'm gonna still come back to you, Mr. Shedrack. Let me bring it back to the studio while I get to another story. Well, Mr. Fanimo, interestingly, Malami is clearly saying that the engagement he had with the EFCC has nothing to do with terrorism financing, money laundering, or whatever it is that we see in the public space. But concerns are being raised about the fact that truly, if that is the case, why is his passport still sitting with the EFCC? And of course, what does that say about the seriousness of such investigation? Clearly, from the overview of a layman in the streets of Nigeria.
You see, the modus operandi of EFCC gives me goose pimple anytime issues like this come up. Why is it that investigation bordering on internet fraud takes probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and they get conviction when they are arraigned in court? EFCC shouldn't have allowed somebody like Malami to be giving us whatever information that he feels like, that he fancies, that could assail him at this time.
In other words, they should have that information.
They should have everything. They should have concluded investigation to the level that they just want to add his own testimony to whatever investigation they have. I mean, these are not rocket science. And that's why I always give this analogy. A governor in this country was given 139 charges, and the court said, go and sin no more. That same governor, in another crime, was charged with just 13. And in 2 appearances, he pleaded guilty based on the advice of his lawyer, a Queen's Counsel, equivalent of Senior Advocate of Nigeria here. And he served his time and came back to a heroic welcome in Nigeria. So what are we saying? Everybody saw what Malami was doing during Abacha's time. You recall that he bought SUVs to emirs and sheikh. How much was his salary when he was buying those vehicles? Now he still has money to contest as governor of his state. 2-3 years after he left office. Does that not speak for you? And then the FCC, this is a country where police will arrest you and start asking you, are you a criminal? When did you steal last? I mean, it's stupidity.
Now, Mr. Fanimo, interestingly, Malami did argue that a recovery
is not complete until the money hits the Federation account. That was his own argument. But the process could not, of course, be cleared because there was a duplication by, and of course he said it could not be cleared by the fact that there was a duplication by a Swiss lawyer. Isn't that on its own clearly a sophisticated corruption?
Let me tell you, there is no way.
I'm trying to use the right word for it.
The EFCC will not call Malami to come and explain Abacha loot. Since Obasanjo became
it started from there actually.
President, we have been hearing of Abacha loot that have been recovered. How much did they recover during Buhari's regime? It was a fraction of what they recovered before Buhari came into government. And for crying out loud, there is a sitting Attorney General. It is that office that should be investigated and not Malami.
In collaboration with the CBN, you will say?
Yes! They should invite Cardoso and Fagbemi. The records are there. Let them bring out the records.
Well, big time. Let me, because of our time, really, let's go to our virtual guest. Well, Mr. Shedrack, again, what's your position with this conversation about the formal AGF? Again, he's come out to say, look, whatever you saw in the media is untrue. I was not being accused of any terrorism financing. And of course, all of what you see. But the question is being raised, like I said earlier to Mr. Fanimo, why was his passport or is still with the EFCC? Why is his passport still with the EFCC? Big question.
What we see now is that the EFCC is being used as a witch-hunting tool to intimidate Abubakar Malami back into the APC. Since the man declared that I was going to be joining the ADC and was going to be contesting for governor, the whole thing seemed as one of the arrowheads of the Buhari loyalists, the camp of the former president. And as such, that today, why is EFCC not trading the claims they have against him and the challenges they have? But they're trying to give him a stop now so that his image is not bad. So that should the case decide to return back to the APC, they will say, he was never indicted for any criminal offense. He was just being brought out to be persecuted on Abacha loot. But yet, we saw him leave DSS office for 2 days. He was a man that was once said to be one of the most powerful ministers we had during the time of Buhari, who even appointed his boy to be EFCC chairman. So what are we talking about? This is just we can't hear the negotiations that went behind there, but we shall know the man's are not clean.
Mr. Shedrack, I have to bottom here. Maybe in just 30 seconds, give us your submission on the fact that the House of Rep, yes, has summoned Cardoso on the 16 trillion revenue non-remittance from the CBN. And of course, what also do you think about the situation? The former Information Minister, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, also said nobody died during the NSAS protest. 30 seconds, if you can, please, before we come back to the student roundup.
For me, they say that nobody died in the NSAS. To say that nobody died in the NSAS is a lie. Very
unfortunate, really. Well, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African news. And of course, we have been talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a political and public affairs analyst. Mr. Fanimo, thank you so very much for being here. Also, we had virtually Mr. Shedrack Udogbai, SA Youth Affairs, to former Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki. Mr. Shedrack, thank you so very much for also being here as well. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the Midday News will be up next. Please do stay with us. All right, I'm glad to have you back. It's still the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, and the Nigerian Guild of Editors are calling on the federal government to release all persons detained for peaceful expression as the world marks Human Rights Day 2025. They also want to end an end, to the intimidation and harassment of journalists. Both groups made a call at the joint news conference in Ikpeazu. The NGE General Secretary Onoha Uke and SERAP's Deputy Director Kolawole Uluwadare addressed the briefing. The news conference followed the interactive session on strategies and legal tools to protect civic space and media independence in Nigeria. SERAP and the NGE warned of rising attacks on media professionals, noting that 56 journalists were assaulted or arrested in August 2024 alone while covering demonstrations nationwide. Elsewhere in Edo State, civil society organizations took to the streets of Benin City in commemoration of Human Rights Day, engaging residents and raising awareness on the importance of protecting and upholding their fundamental rights. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Journey, has more details in this report.
In commemoration of Human Rights Day, starting from the Moses House in Benin City and handing out flyers to people walking and driving before proceeding to Selu Market to sensitize traders and shoppers on their rights. The outreach focused on this year's theme, Know Your Fundamental Rights, and at educating citizens about the freedoms and protections guaranteed under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Organizers explained the importance of being aware of one's rights, particularly in areas such as fair treatment, freedom of expression, and access to justice.
The essence today, we will say that we are out here today to also speak to the government of Edo State, particularly the Governor Monday Okpebolo, using the World Human Rights Day as a speaking point, that the level of insecurity in Nigeria is very, very bad. We are very scared now more than ever. We have heard rumors of the bandits or the terrorists already been in our bushes, and we think that the governor should wake up to his responsibility to galvanize and place high incentive on the vigilante, the one they call Edo State Security Network, so that these guys can be on salaries and they can be well equipped with good arms and ammunition, so that they can be able to comb our bushes and our environment to scare away, because we cannot say to apprehend, to scare away and chase away all those bandits and terrorists that are already traveling from the north to the southern side of Nigeria.
We are in a country where human rights is not respected at all, but it took knowledge, that takes us knowledge to this level that we are now, and that's why we are today also to sensitize our people, because it's only when you are aware of your rights you'll be able to stand for it. So the essence for this march is to call Edo people and Nigeria at large to understand that they have a right, a constitutional right, that they can at any time demand for when necessary.
We are out here today to sensitize the public about knowing their rights. As a woman, as a man, as children, as youths, we are trying to liberate our citizens from our oppressors. So that's why we are out today, to actually enlighten people on what it takes to know your rights.
At Uselu Market, flyers were handed to traders and shoppers, while interactive discussions helped clarify common misconceptions about citizens' rights. The campaign also highlighted the role of civic engagement in fostering a peaceful and inclusive society. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
And now to some business stories. The Federal Executive Council has approved the design and construction of a new Bank of Industry headquarters at Eko Atlantic City in Lagos State as part of the government's push to strengthen Nigeria's industry and financial structure. The announcement was made by the Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Senator John Omar Enor, after the FEC meeting presided over by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Abuja. Enor said the new headquarters will serve as a central hub for the BAL's expanded role in financing industrial growth, SMEs, and export-oriented manufacturing. The council also approved the purchase of 200 electric buses for the National Automotive Design and Development Council, a move aimed at boosting Nigeria's automotive sector and promoting cleaner energy solutions. And from business, we go straight to talking sports. Nigerian footballer Victor Osimhen has been named Gentleman Quarterly Turkey Sportsman of the Year. And the 26-year-old received the award at a black tie event in Istanbul. The annual prize, organized by GQ Turkey, celebrates achievers across music, film, and sports. Osimhen earned the honor after a stellar season with Galatasaray, scoring 37 goals and providing 7 assists in 41 games, helping the club clinch the league title. He has also continued his form this season, netting 11 goals in 14 matches. And from sports, we'll go straight to talking entertainment. The Lagos creative scene came alive as award-winning actor and filmmaker Wale Ojo premiered his latest project. This is not an Hollywood movie. The event drew filmmakers, culture enthusiasts, and supporters of the new wave African cinema, all gathered to witness the bold, genre-defined production. Our correspondent, Precious Agumano, brings you more details on the red carpet.
Electric at the Lagos premiere of This Is Not a Nollywood Movie, a film already generating conversation for its daring title and unconventional storytelling. Directed by celebrated actor Wale Ojo, the project challenges the boundaries of traditional Nigerian filmmaking, blending satire, social commentary, and experimental visual. Guests arrived in style as filmmakers, influencers, and film lovers shared their excitement for a movie that promises to push the conversation on what Nigerian cinema can become. Backed by a team of vibrant creative, Wale Ojo says the film aims to spotlight identity, art, and the evolution of African stories beyond stereotypes.
Man, I like the name. Yeah. This is not a Nollywood movie. I'm not expecting anything Nollywood. I'm expecting extra.
To be candid, I know with the lineup of actors here, we're about to see something great. So I'm here to have fun, see a great film, to relax, and support a friend.
Just expect that it's not a Nollywood movie first. Expect to be entertained. Expect to laugh. Expect to dance while watching. Trust me, it's a totally different movie from the usual.
They've told us already it's not a Nollywood movie. So let's see if we're going Hollywood, Bollywood, or Firewood.
I think it's going to be fantastic, you know, like obviously Boma produced it. Wale Ojo is amazing. Like Breath of Life is one of my favorite Nigerian movies ever. So like, yeah, man, this is not an Hollywood movie. I'm expecting greatness.
I'm expecting something out of the box. Like the name says, this is not the Nollywood movie. So I'm expecting something out of the norms.
From laughter to applause, the audience reaction inside the screen hall left no doubt. This is a film created to challenge norms and spark deeper reflection among viewers. As the credits roll, many describe the movie as bold, experimental, and a cinematic risk worth taking. I am Precious Agumano for Voice of the People TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Precious, for that particular reportage. Well, that is how we end the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Top of the hour, 1 p.m. Nigerian time, would be Spotlight with Precious Agumano. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight. And yes, this is a beautiful day. This is a show where we talk about culture, talk about music, talk about a lot of beautiful things. And I'm sure you are excited already because I am. And trust me, I'm still your beautiful, special lady, Precious Agmanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. So today is a beautiful day to stay inspired, grounded, and you can talk about a lot of things. Where we talk about a lot of things. So please, we get plenty gist for you. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us on what we're going to talk about today. So yes, I'm not doing this alone. Trust me, we have somebody joining us today. And joining us today is somebody that has been blessed with the voice, someone that has the passion for music. And we're talking about gospel Afro. So he's no other person than Swaggy J. Welcome to the show. Swaggy's feeling fly. So tell me how you feeling today.
Extremely copacetic, actually.
Ooh, somebody is feeling. You know that song they say, I feel good.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't follow the Gen Z people when don't know the song. Now
millennials, we're millennials.
Hey, O'Shea.
Yeah,
so tell me, how's the week been for you?
It's been good. It's been good, actually. I thank God. Thank God so
plenty
much.
Outings, Owambe.
Shows like that back to back.
If they come out, so I've been an introvert. You know, some people will tell me, no, I'm an introvert. I like staying in the house. I don't, we know.
Yeah, I can be an introvert and extrovert, actually, but extrovert, actually.
Oh, okay. So you like the outings and the rest of them. That's cool.
Exactly.
All right. So yes, it's a beautiful day because we're going to talk about a lot of things. And first of all, we're talking about actor Toby Makinde has actually, gotten married, gotten engaged, and it's actually a beautiful thing. When we're talking about all our actors, our celebrities, it's a lot of things though, because this year, 2025, come to think of it, Swaggy, it's a lot of things because our celebrities this year, they no grill.
Yeah.
It's either they are getting married,
Yeah.
or they are buying a new house,
Yeah.
or they are getting a new car,
All good
or they are
things.
fronting their babes,
Exactly.
some are fronting their guys.
Exactly.
Like I'm like saying, we never married. I be like say, God already tell them say maybe for dream because I don't know.
Yeah.
They don't tell them what they say. See this year, now this year the thing ends. Anybody will not just marry this year, be like say no one married.
Yeah.
I don't know what thing they happen. This wedding don't do too much. And as we're talking about wedding, divorce too can't do too much.
Yeah.
And everybody's scared about getting. A lot of people
so
they're
sad.
scared about getting married.
Yeah.
But come to think of it, what's your thought about divorce these days? Because I've seen a lot of people, get married in just 1 month, they are divorced. I don't know the reason. Maybe because they don't really sit down, talk about this thing or learn this. But not be how far now.
Yeah, exactly. I feel some people, they just get to find out what they've not seen. Having to settle with someone just in few months ago, you can't really tell what the person can do and what the person cannot do. So after marriage, some will hide their characters. Then after marriage, you get to see a lot of things and they feel like, oh, no, I don't think I want to continue with this. And they just helped out. So that's
it's not
divorce.
funny. Everybody now, if this one talks, and come to think about it, the way people, put their marriage outside, I feel, if you ask me, I feel marriage is something that has to be this union between you and your partner. You are supposed to be inside, not. But a lot of people now, we know, say this Gen Z, now Gen Z marriage I go call them. Because yes, everybody wants to, put their marriage outside so that they will be. Like, why? What is the use?
It's
just to pepper people and
territory, actually. Amos territory can two work together. So yeah.
But I see they talk this thing. This way where people they like to express themselves because they say flaunt your husband, flaunt your. Me, I know they against them, but I understand. But in a way, it's kind of shaky because God forbid, what if they can say God forbid, what if? Say you don't already, flaunt the woman, flaunt the man, tell the world, I want to.
Everything is happening. Yeah,
and then after 1 year, come up and say the person that you once loved, don't be the same person 1 or 2. Now can't be strong enemies where this one go waka go like this, one go waka go like this.
It's crazy.
It's a lot of things because I don't talk and before I say marriage, not be waiting person, they just chook head, just want you won't just get married. You just need to calm down. And something you need to assess.
Like,
so those,
they tell you, like the elders will tell you, calm down, just calm down. Calm down, don't worry, you get married, calm down.
But come to think of it, Toby is one of the good actors I've seen so far. Because
that's my guy.
But what are you not telling me? Celebrities this year, no grief.
No grief for anybody.
Everybody does a give.
Toby made us proud, actually. Toby made us proud. He found the right one, actually.
See, a lot of people don't talk plenty things about Toby. And trust me, some people say, this get too fine. Toby, congratulations.
He get too fine, actually. My guy, he get eyes.
He get eyes. Yeah. And a lot of people have said congratulations to him. So we're going to take some comments of what people have actually come to say. Some are saying congratulations. Some are saying, this lady is beautiful. Some are saying otherwise. Some people are saying, Toby, still take time out. You understand? Relax. Nobody say some online, will I call them online suitors? Nobody's online suitors. People where they like, the ladies where they line up. When we're on, as in don't break their heart. Online heartbreak. We don't give them. So, all right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments. So let's take some comments.
Okay.
Because relationship is not a day. It's not a day something that you can just wake up and say, I want to just get married one day and it's like that. Trust me, it requires prayers. Yeah. It requires hard work from the two partners. If this is who you want to end up spend the rest of your life with, you have to work towards that.
Exactly.
Trust me. See now. With the gele and everything. My guy is not a man. Are you seeing it?
Too big guy. That's it.
So this is beautiful. And he's all loved up. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh God. We go love.
We go love.
We the singles, we are going to love. You people cannot pressure us.
Yes, they just need to allow us breathe. Let us
the pressure is too much. You people should be calming down. Just calm down. Calm down. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Ravi here said, Abishi be Bolaji Ogunmola's sister. They look alike, beautiful skin. Come to think of it, see that picture. She looks like Bola. There's this
a lot of people say that. A lot of people say that.
But she's not Bola. Let's be sincere. I think her height and Bola's won't be the same, but maybe they kind of resemble. They have this resemblance a little. And somebody said, "Is she your sister?" They've asked her. So somebody else said, "Congratulations to him." And Rayo4123 said, "Timini, congratulations." So let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning him. And a lot of people are saying congratulations. So this year, people are dropping lots of things. Come to think of it, our Hollywood people, especially the producers, they're just dropping. They're dropping their movies back to back. Everybody's like, if you not drop it, so everybody does they do. Even people when they write song, all everybody does they drop their own. Like, I'm like, God.
It's the season actually.
This is in a dirty December.
Dirty December, yeah.
This dirty December is going to be wild.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
we're ready.
Jesus.
We're ready.
All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said, congratulations. And Olusegun said, congratulations to you guys. Your home is blessed in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. And cheers. Amen to that. And Timini, somebody said, Timini, at Jennifer's voice, you are a bad shite. Congratulations to them. So God bless their home and amen to that. I already heard the Colossus said, Chai, see this lady's skin. Damn.
Yeah.
You get that some brown skin.
Girl, yeah. Exactly.
You see her skin. It's glowing.
Exactly.
But it's really good marketing.
Yeah.
He enter market. That guy enter market.
Yeah.
What are you not saying? See fine lazy now.
Pick out the best out of the best. Best out of the best.
This is actually beautiful. And yes, congratulations to him. And yes, we're going to talk about our next story. And that happens to be to Baba and the band are actually hitting up some song.
Yeah, you get it.
And they're talking about feeling good. Do you see? A lot of things don't they happen this period, you know, with Baba. A lot of people don't they come out justice for Baba. And see, my guys see they, you know, they flex. You people are shouting, but Baba is flexing, trying to, you know, make some good music for us to listen to, you know, during this season that we are doing the dirty December. Like I've been saying, our celebrities no agree. Even if you do them bad, they are still going to come out and do good things and beautiful things. And this one is one of it. Because I can't get, like, we can't wait. Me, I can't wait for the hit song because what is this? Come on, see now. He's giving us the vibe. This is going to be 100 over 100. I cannot wait though. So come to think about music in Nigeria right now. What's if you're going to rate it like from 100 to, let's say from 0 to 100, what will you rate it as?
I will rate it 100 actually.
So why?
Afro to the world, Afro to the world. And the king is back, so yeah.
Yes, so, you can't tell the king is back. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, exactly. The king is back, so yeah, Afro to the world, 100. 100.
So, but come to think of it, this is happening to, you know, all this, you know, talks about Two-Face and his wife, Natasha. It's a lot, actually.
Yeah.
It's how people really, you know, snap out of some things that actually happen to them. But that doesn't really, he's a strong man, though.
Yeah, he's a strong man. We've known him to be a strong man, actually.
So when people don't, they shout, justice for Baba, justice. I say, wait be this. Everybody just they shout up and down. Kilo day. People should be calming down. He himself has actually come out to say, people should relax.
Should calm down, yeah. Just
like pause first,
relax.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Not be all this is when I want to fight. But well, we still wish him well if it's what he wants. After all, people they quarrel. You understand?
Exactly.
Still reconcile.
Exactly.
You know, get relationship or marriage. I've not seen a perfect marriage actually.
No one is
but
perfect.
People,
Yeah.
This is somebody you're coming to spend the rest of your life with. And trust me, she's from a different background and you are from a different background. Yeah. And both of you have grown differently. Yeah. Do you get? So you are coming together to, you know, understand yourselves and the rest of them. So we understand. We understand, yeah. So, you know, a lot of people will still enter, you know, still come out, still go another one. But it's where?
It's Nigeria.
So it's not... Life never happened to you before. So let's be sincere, actually. So D'banj and Two-Face are really doing something. They're really cooking something good, and we can't wait to listen to it because I'm already vibing to the December. I'm gonna do this dirty December. Like, do you get? What are your plans for this December? Because I have a lot of plans.
Staying outside, actually.
Okay, from.
That's the reason. Even staying outside.
You can't do past me.
You just have to stay outside, you know now.
Hey, Jesus.
Just stay outside.
Okay, that's actually beautiful.
Yeah.
And yes, a lot of people don't come out and say, so Baba don't guard. The king is back. Okay, as he said, the king is back. So yes, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say about to Baba and the band. So yes, let's take some comments. And 444 Short said, when Baba still know wetin him dey do, it hope Juju go break someday. Is well with you at 444 Short. So MC Tom Blaze said, feeling good or not, now your business. I get my own for body. Hey, see, some Nigerians will not get joy. You people don't have joy. If you are feeling bad, why you can't they carry out the con here? They your ass they feel bad. See, this Nigeria, everybody's finding a way to be happy. And yes, music is one of them.
Yeah.
People are looking for the way to smile, looking for the way to things to keep them happy. Yes, music keeps you happy if you
Number
listen to
one,
good
actually.
music. Yeah.
Music.
You see what I'm trying to talk about? Now you never see everybody they go through one or two, but now you never find waiting to make you happy. So no today, no they stress yourself. All right, Med Toki said, as soon as I don't like good news, them go always use bad news to they get una attention. Everything na stunt is well. Okay. Like Ikenna said, oh geez, I had always loved this jam. I'm feeling good. Good to see a video. All right, that's a good one. All right, let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments of what people are saying. Let's take more and more and more comments. And Small Baba said, this is legendary. Legendary. That's the word. So another person said, Black Me said, Abi make we come out mouth for him family matter. Make we focus on his music career.
Exactly.
Uncle say, Uncle saying they okay. Do you understand? You don't already come and say, Baba, no worry, I did fine. I'm good. I'm good. So yes, Nita Michael said, is Natasha aware of this release? Jesus. All right, All Lips Matter said, too Baba, too good, I beg. Yes, so you know the African queen.
The legend.
That's the one with the listen to African queen. Make I hear say you know that time. Everywhere where you go,
legend.
guys can't they use them as lines.
Yeah.
You know, one type woman now.
Yes,
If I say you do am at Swaggy, this guy I was looking, they laugh like this. You know, tell me truth, just tell me truth now. You know, do am.
I actually love the chord progression. I played the chord progression, so I love playing it. Even till now, I still play the chord. Even last night, I still played the chord.
You get what I'm trying to say. So it be like say people wait, they still they do, I'm still there.
Exactly.
All right, yes, let's take some more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and yes, somebody said, okay, all right. Somebody said, okay, this sounds like a banger already. Of course, what can you, when you're big, always. So let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. So come to think about it, music in Nigeria is going a lot of place. Like if I'm to rate it, I also rate it 100.
It's global already.
Everybody wants to drop their songs this time. Like everybody just they give us back to back. Yeah. All right, so we can't lose off track. We have a lot of songs this December, so make you just now you know the one where you want to listen to. Whether not Fuji, whether tell me. Yeah. Oh God. So let's take more comments. Somebody said, I hope I am Bengali blew that his little sax. I've missed that sound. Oh, and Steve said, if we stream him now still Natasha will collect all the money. Hey Jesus, you people are really coming for two Baba. You people shall allow this man breathe. He wants to have fresh air. And yes, somebody said, hope say them no stage that fight for PR. If fight boss, you go see show. May wanna leave a bag. May wanna leave this man. All right, Ben B said this is old song now. The audio dropped around. Okay, and somebody said, David said, ceasefire.
Ceasefire, like Baba said, just ceasefire.
May wanna allow this man may rest. I don't know why on today disturb him. Let's take one more comment. A lot of people have talked about this, and yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say. Yes, Call Me 607 said, the real official to Baba. Yes, so an official soul baby said, jamming. All right, another person said, I'm feeling good of 2010 11 una no can drop the song video. Now una they drop them. How it concern you? Go drop your own if they pay you at Cody Collins. All right, Tolami Timmy said, this song leaked that year. Yes, so Unique Ozzy said, this song is not a new song. Only true fans now go know. We know, but we love the song. That is just the thing. So if you say you want the spoil person's vibe, you just have to. But go find where you want to release your own song. Don't come they disturb too. But in day like this, they enjoy themselves. Don't tell them I say me wanna calm down. Wanna know they carry, they disturb them. Don't tell them I say me wanna ceasefire. All right. And that's it for that. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have a Swaggy J with us. And we are going to talk a lot about music. Yeah. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Yes, hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we have been talking about a lot of things. And you know, say today, I know day alone again. I'm still here with Swaggy J. Okay. And we don't talk about plenty things, plenty story, plenty things. So tell me, Swaggy J, this your name, Seth? Do you even, I just the thinker. Like, do you get it? So how did you come about this name, Swaggy J?
Okay, it's actually a long story back from secondary school. Well, I used to be a DJ back then for secondary school.
Yeah. So they do DJ for secondary school? Jesus Christ.
The principal came up and he says, DJ Swagger. So from like that, I created the name.
Even your principal then said they do swagger.
Yeah.
This school where you go, now only God. So tell me, so the people listening to you for the first time like this now, so what would you say who is Swaggy J?
Okay, Swaggy J is actually a person that has been fashioned by God to create a new sound when it comes to Afro gospel. Because I am trying to let you understand that faith can be vibey and hope can hit the dance floor. So yeah, that's what I'm here for.
Ooh, this is serious now. See, exactly. Afro gospel. So tell me, did you always have the mind that you're gonna be doing music?
Not from beginning.
Like you said, you were a DJ.
Yeah, I was a DJ. I was a footballer back then too. So, but all of a sudden, career had to kick in.
So how did it kick in? I would like to know, because this one way you don't do DJ at that age. I don't know what you don't do again.
So after the DJ thing, we started singing up and down with my friends back then, and we created a rap group. So I was with some few crews then. We sing and rap together like that, go to places. So from there, I discovered, okay, I really have passion for this. And having to go back to my primary school report card, I saw that music has always had 100. So yeah, I decided to just chase my dreams. That's it.
So you're getting music. So did you further?
Yeah, I thought that I had to study music in one of the institutes on the island. I don't
you
know
get it.
Nickname.
So tell me, like you write yours. You're also the writer.
Yeah, I'm a songwriter. I'm a producer. Yeah.
Nice. So what really inspires you in your songs?
Well, I've been doing music until 2023 that I had to discover a new sound.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to show people this sound I discovered. So we are actually going to a place. It started all the way from Save Me, and after Save Me, outside, and from outside, people are anticipating already for Go Higher. So Go Higher will drop in January. So yeah, that's it.
So I know you've, growing up from your secondary school doing music and doing the DJ. So why did you choose gospel, especially doing the Afro part? Why did you really choose gospel?
Okay.
Because a lot of people want to do, go into the secular, doing the reggae and and the rest of them.
Yeah.
But basically not gospel. So why did you choose gospel?
Yeah, I used to do the secular thing back then.
Yeah.
Then until 2023,
When
like
Jesus
I said.
captured you. Hey!
So it was just all about life and death. Yeah. So I discovered something new after the incident. So I discovered something new, and after then I started hearing sounds and listening to. Sometimes I dream and I get sounds in my head. Sometimes I just walk and I get sounds in my head. So from there, I'm trying to let people understand this new sound I discovered.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of scarce out there. So yeah, that's it.
So you were talking about a matter of life and death.
Yeah.
Could you tell us the journey?
Okay. Was just a thing with I and my manager. We go back home that day, but I was reading a book and all of a sudden, life got out of the body, and
My God.
the experience I had in the other, what's it called, other world, because I could actually see my body on the floor, but I could not penetrate, and I was
Jesus.
conscious.
Yeah.
So, but I saw Christ actually. He gave me a
Oh my
second chance.
God.
Yeah. So
Wow.
since then, I started having a lot of encounters with him. So from there, I hear music, I hear a lot of things, I hear sounds. So from there, I discovered a new sound entirely, and that's what I'm trying to introduce to people. That's why we're
Ooh.
bringing Afro gospel in another dimension you've not heard. Yeah.
So tell me, I've not really asked the question because a lot of people, during that age where you were in school doing your DJ thing, and was your family really supportive?
Yeah, 100. My dad has always been a fan of anything I want to do. Even my mom, they just say, "Oh, what about your music? You're not doing this thing again." I feel like, I know, mama, we're still in it. So yeah, they support me 100.
A lot of parents don't even like what their children are doing
Yeah.
basically because, especially entertainment. Make
Yeah.
I just talk about because parents know they like, mama know they like entertainment. She go tell you, say,
Yeah.
no, I want my picking be doctor. Maybe there's this mindset they have that you must be a doctor, you must be a nurse, you must
Yeah.
be this. But then I think there's this thing that is in their children that they want to give out to the world. And when they even do that, it's more better. Some of them might just go there just for the sake of they want to go to school.
exactly.
And when they come out, they do. They don't see music as as you're doing something achievable.
Yeah.
But it's actually beautiful that you have supportive parents. And yes, you're going to do a shout out to them, Abby.
Yeah, shout out to the Adeyemo family.
So tell me, what is this particular? Because I've heard some of your songs, and I'm like, what is this song that you've actually poured? I know you put all your passions in all your song, but what is this particular one that you say you have poured your passion, more passion into, and it gives you memories when you listen to the song?
Okay. I did Save Me back then.
Yeah.
So Save Me was all about the experiences I had, and I needed God to step in.
Yeah.
So, and after then, where I really poured my energy is outside.
Oh.
Because we have to be outside this December. We just have to be outside. We don't know how to do that. We just have to be outside. Because outside, outside is showing like is more like trying to show you that light and freedom. You have to just experience light and freedom. No matter what you've gone through, just understand that God is good and faithful. So step outside, cut out those boundaries, cut out those shackles, gain your freedom, and step into the light. That's what outside is all about.
So could we hear the song?
Yeah, sure, definitely. You want me to sing it?
Yes.
Okay. Just outside my window, life outside, life in Christ, light up like a Kindle. You feel good time, you feel good life, come on. That's it. No time from like that. So one step at a time.
At a time.
That's it. From outside, we're stepping into another one. which is Go Higher.
Yeah.
So I don't want to go higher yet. Go higher is go higher. So you understand? Don't let's do that. Manager is here before they get me arrested.
So tell me, what was your first performance like?
My first performance. I've been performing actually on stage, right?
Yes, on stage.
I've been performing actually back then with Abeg Bunny Entertainment. So that was a record label owned by YT.
Yeah.
But it was a great one. We had a lot of performances, a lot of recordings, a lot of videos. But that was the old me actually. Like I said, I discovered Afro gospel.
Nice. So as a gospel Afro musician, what would you say about a faith? How does it go in line with your music?
Faith. Yeah, like I said, outside is preaching to you that faith can actually vibe.
Yeah.
And hope can eat the dance floor. In the sense that we don't get to just have a gospel sound and all you just have to do is raise up your hand in the church and do the normal thing. But we are letting you understand that same faith and that same hope and that same belief and everything, we can bring it all into Afro. And a lot of people that really needs to be saved that listen to just pure Afro too. So they can always vibe with us. Don't let's leave them alone. Because there are some people that don't really, we carry everybody along. That's it. That's it.
All right, we'll take a short break because we've been having fun. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll still have him with us. And I'm sure you don't want to miss every part of what Swaggy J has said. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Yes, hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agmanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. And we still have Swaggy J with us. And we have been talking about a lot of things. About music, basically, and Afro gospel. See, songs we have, there are a lot of songs you need to listen to out there. Because trust me, this time around, you need to be keeping yourself happy. You need to be sound, a lot of things that keeps you going, things that pushes you to be better you. So a lot of people don't get into depression, and a lot of them, and you understand those kind of things. But then we got to be happy because that's what God wants us to be. So yes, talking about music, is there another thing you do apart from music?
Yeah, I do a few actually. I'm a model too.
Ooh, nice. So how did you come about doing modeling? Like, how has modeling been for you?
Good. I work with an agency.
Ooh.
I don't know if I'm allowed to call names, but I work with an agency.
Yeah.
And modeling is actually a good thing. It's a good thing. It frees my mind. So whenever I'm just called up to some task, it frees my mind and I feel alive. That's it.
Wow. So if you're not doing music, you're doing modeling. And if you're not doing modeling, you're doing music back.
Yeah, exactly.
So tell me, what message does your song actually put out there to people?
I put hope, I put vibe, I put life in Christ into people. So yeah, it's a kind of song you listen to, you don't just vibe alone.
Yeah.
After you vibe, the lyrics come back into your head and hit you back and feel like, oh, okay. Life in Christ, light up like a candle. That's like you're lighting up something like a fire. Blazing out. Yeah, you understand. So it comes back into your head and it hits you at your low. So it helps you to gather up yourself and say, no, we're staying outside no matter what it is. That's it.
Wow. So is there any project you're working on right now?
Yeah, I'm still on showing people outside. Like I said, outside, we're still vibing into outside based on December time, the season. We still have to stay outside. But yeah, let me tell you, look out for January. In January, we will drop in the next song, which is
we
Go
can't
Higher.
wait.
So yeah, Go Higher is coming with a lot of melodies and core, and so you don't want to miss Go Higher, because if you miss Go Higher, then it means you have to go back to start from Save Me to Outside, then from Outside to Go Higher. So you follow us on the journey into this new sound we discovered.
That's nice.
Thank you.
So a lot of people are looking at you right now and watching, and they're saying, I really want to go into gospel. I want to do gospel, Afro gospel songs. And what is your advice for them? What do they need to know?
Okay. Well, for me, I would say do Afro gospel actually, because Afro gospel, it depends actually.
Yeah.
You can express yourself, but you can't just express yourself, just keep doing things without sanctification, without hearing from God. Because if you say you do something called gospel, it means you are talking to some particular set of people, and you are called to be a messenger, more like a voice to another voice. So you hear things, then you deliver the things, but you deliver it right actually. So that's it. And we have a lot of people in space of like Gaze Baba and co helping the industry. So yeah, thank you.
Now you talk about Gaze Baba, and so are there any one that has influenced you? Maybe growing up, you listen to some particular part of kind of songs that has really influenced your music career.
Yeah.
So which of the persons?
I listen to a lot of them.
Yeah.
Great Man, Takid, Gaze Baba, like that. And I can tell you, these people really inspire me so much. And even at my low times when I feel like, are we still doing this? But when I see, no, like, no, you just have to change this. No, we just have to do this. Like, that's it. And I just want to say thank you to my fans. They've really been supportive, and they really give me life again. They once I pour out the life, they give it back to me. So yeah.
So is there anyone you would like to share the stage with once?
Gaze Baba, definitely.
You have to think about it. Wow, that's good. Definitely. So tell me why? Because of the song or the kind of song?
Not because of the song, but man is so blessed. Like not just with the songs alone, but with words, with intelligence, with everything. I just want to put Baba on a song and say like, okay, come do this song. And Lawrence Oyo too.
Ooh,
that rapping thing.
You're carrying a lot of fire.
Yeah. I just want the fire in it.
I'm telling
blaze
you.
It all up.
Wow, that's interesting. Yeah. Wow. So tell me, a lot of upcoming artists are facing kind of challenges. So has there been any challenge like you faced so far during this journey?
There are lots of challenges actually, but as a person chasing lion.
Yeah.
When you get distracted, the lion chases you back. So you can't get distracted no matter what challenge is. You just know that to get something huge, you have to give something huge. So no matter the challenges, just keep striving. Even on the days that you feel low, on the days you're tired, on the days you get exhausted, let passion drive you, because that's the thing. That's the fuel. Passion has to keep driving you.
So have you yourself faced some of these challenges, and what are they like?
Yes. I can remember back then.
Yeah.
Like there was a day I was heading out for a performance, and all of a sudden my car broke down.
Ooh.
My car broke down, and guys just had to quickly come around, and we were like, you go give us money, you go give us this, and I was like, come on, I've not even made money from this, and that really got me upset, and I was like, you sure say. I know they carry bus, or even if I carry bus, all of these things will still have to affect me, and having that mobility and all of those things, it was really, really stressful for me. But I trust God, and I know God is faithful. Yeah.
Of course. So, talking about that, basically for when talking about finances. So tell me, a lot of gospel, people have been this kind of people that want to go do their perform somewhere, sing somewhere, and do their thing somewhere, maybe basically in a church or somewhere, and they'll be like, you get to see the general overseer or they tell you, you're just doing this for God. Especially, I want to talk about Tim Godfrey, where he talked about him talking about where he has gone to, minister in churches, and they're like telling him that, see, you have come to do this thing for God. So they're giving him like honorarium of yam and the rest of fowl. Like, am I a native doctor? I'll be carrying this thing. So have you been put in such position before? And how were you able to resolve that?
Okay. In the first place, I'm not just doing this for money. No.
Okay.
I am doing this for the drive, the passion behind it. So if money comes, I'm fine. But if it does not come, I keep doing it. Because Christ has to be seen. And we're not just going to be lifting our hands up and doing the worship alone. We are bringing hope into the dance floor, faith into the dance floor. Let Jesus be seen even in the dance floor. That's it.
All right. So a lot of people would want to listen to maybe you sing, or particularly basically any of your songs.
Yeah.
Yes, so would like to hear it.
Okay. I've done outside before, but Save Me. Let me just take you back to Save Me. Okay. I need you to save me, save me. Only you can save me now. I need some forgiving, giving. Only you can give me that. I know I be sinner man. Many things they way I no understand. Now you be my backup plan. And my DNA is attached to your lifespan. Hey. So so listen to Save Me.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
So come think about it. You put all the songs down and inspiration. Do you just maybe you hear those sounds when you're sleeping and you get to? Are there sometimes when you've written all those songs and then you tell yourself, no, I don't think this is the right song. This is what I'm supposed to write. Have you been in any position you've written those songs down and you get to cancel,
definitely
and write again?
It happens. As a songwriter, you will definitely have a lot of cancels because you just want to deliver the best, actually. So I've done some songs like that, but most of the time, after I finish writing, I just feel like, come on, I think this will work, but I feel like it's not gonna work. It will work. It will not work, and all of a sudden, that same sound, I just hear it in my dreams, and anytime I hear it in my dreams, my phone is always very close to my head.
Yeah.
I just quickly record, put the recordings down, and sometimes I might be walking on the street, sometimes driving, then I get the sound, I quickly record it, then like that, we put it all together and make it one. That's it.
Nice. So has there been any time you felt like giving up on music as a career?
I don't think I ever want to give up on music because I've.
Well, has there been any time you are like said to yourself, I cannot do this again?
Yeah, exactly.
But what really keeps you going?
Especially on days when, you're not just getting the real things, especially from fans, when you're expecting things from fans and they're not really pulling up, expecting this amount of people listens and you're not getting it. You just feel like probably you're doing the wrong thing. And most of the people that support you are not just only your family people.
Yeah.
A lot of people around you too, and a lot of listeners online and offline too. So we have our bad days, we have the down times, but we just have to keep going. It's what we are made for. That's it.
Nice. So what are the people that you really that has really pushed you to be in this, to being in this place you are, and who do you want to do a shout out to people that
Okay, my first song here.
Yeah.
I had the opportunity because back then in Alawosar,
Yeah.
this man, it was the former Davido's manager. That's
yeah.
Sleaze, DJ Sleaze.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody knows DJ Sleaze. So he gave me my the privilege to have my first recordings at Dreamworks Studio. So
Nice.
I want to say a big shout out to DJ Sleaze. Thank you so much for those times, and I appreciate Buzz. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Asaki J, for sharing your life with us here on Spotlight Show. Trust me, I didn't want this song to end, but then we have to go. This is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast. And yes, please don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And yes, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikpeazu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds
to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The 2025 Future Makers Women in Tech graduation and award ceremony emphasized not just training, but community and collaboration. Graduating founders shared how detailed facilitation, dedicated mentorship, and access to partners helped shape their personal and business growth.
What we're celebrating today is the graduation of the 6th cohort of Women in Tech Enabled Business Incubator, sponsored by Standard Chartered Bank. This cohort, we have women that are running businesses, providing solutions in health, providing solutions in speech therapy, in agribiz. We also have women that are, using tech to solve financial inclusion challenges. We also had mentoring and coaching sessions. And what we're doing today is celebrating the top 5. And these top 5 have been awarded $10,000 for their businesses. The first thing that they get coming on this program is the networking and finding that they're not alone. The second thing is that their confidence is built, and then they now realize that they have agency and they can use their voice for good. And lastly, what happens is that when they're empowered, what we see is that these women, having been empowered, they go ahead to empower others and hold the hand. So as they're rising with other women.
During the fireside chats, speakers highlighted the need for stronger female networks, urging women in tech to seek clarity of purpose, be visible, share their stories, and collaborate intentionally. They summarized this mindset in the acronym CROSS: contribute to the ecosystem, rise with others, remain open-minded, embrace storytelling, and build strong bridges. The ceremony concluded with the announcement of the top 5 outstanding participants recognized for their innovation and resilience.
I would say the women are getting their voices heard. Over the years, over the last 8 to 10 years, we've seen a growing number of female techpreneurs, as we like to call them, who are making not just their mark, but they're a name for themselves in the industry. And we're seeing that it's not just tech, but they're focusing on different aspects of tech. There's agri-tech, there's health tech. And we're so excited about this, which is why as a bank, it made sense to us to support this, but not just support it for the sake of it, but sustainably so. Since 2019, we've successfully supported well over 55 women directly, but thousands through the sessions we've had in partnership with the Enterprise Development Center.
Personally, I believe this is one very detailed accelerator program I've been on. They're focused on you as an individual, they're focused on your business. It's been very enlightening from the first day to the last session.
It's been an inspiring moment here as the 2025 Women in Tech Graduation and Awards Ceremony, a space where ideas, innovation, and impact continues to unfold. As these women take a step forward to make a solution today and tomorrow, we are rest assured that the future ecosystem of Nigeria in tech is going to make a big difference and certainly become brighter. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikpeazu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Omokri, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless.
It's AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right. It's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adopikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Minded, but last, more than No Minded. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Ghana, where the government of Ghana has deported 3 Israeli nationals who arrived in the country on Wednesday in what appeared to be a tit-for-tat move over the alleged mistreatment of Ghanaian nationals at Ben Gurion International Airport in Israel. 7 Ghanaians, including 4 members of an official delegation attending a cybersecurity conference in Tel Aviv, were allegedly detained without explanation. They were released after 5 hours, while the 3 others were deported, according to Ghana, which condemned their humiliating treatment. Ghana's foreign ministry says a senior diplomat from the Israeli embassy in Ghana was summoned over the incident, and both countries have agreed to resolve the row amicably. Ghana's foreign ministry noted that the 2 countries have enjoyed decades of friendly relations, making Israel's alleged actions inconsistent with their historic ties. It's added that the Ghana expects its citizens to be treated with dignity and respect in much the same way as other governments expect Ghana to treat their nationals. Elsewhere, the alleged leader of a failed coup in Benin Republic has sought refuge in neighboring Togo. 2 Beninese government officials have told newsmen demanding his immediate extradition. A dispute between the 2 small West African nations over Colonel Pascal Tigri and his alleged accomplices would risk deepening diplomatic divisions in West Africa, which has struggled to respond in a uniform way to a spat of coup in recent years. Soldiers briefly took control of Benin State television station on Sunday morning and claimed they had deposed President Patrice Talon, but Benin's armed forces, backed by Nigerian firepower and French intelligence and logistic support, thwarted the attempt. The soldiers identified Tigri as the coup leader. His whereabouts had previously been unknown. One of the Beninese officials said Tigri and others allegedly involved in the coup attempt were hidden out of a neighborhood in the Togolese capital Lomé, known as Lomé II, that also houses the residence of the country's longtime leader, Frédéric Gnisnibé. The officials who made the disclosure to newsmen said if the Togolese government does not extradite the offenders to Benin Republic, that will be the proof that Togo was involved in the coup attempt. Moving on, a daughter of South Africa's former President Jacob Zuma has been sworn into Parliament less than a fortnight after her half-sister was forced to step down. Brimelda Zuma became one of South Africa's newest MPs on Wednesday, representing Ntonkono Wezikwe MK, the opposition party led by her father. Her half-sister Duduzile Zuma Zambudla resigned from Parliament following allegation that she had tricked 17 men into fighting for Russia as missionaries in Ukraine. Zuma Zambudla has denied these allegations. Brimelda Zuma's appointment suggests the former president intends to ensure his family is represented in Parliament. Moving on to other stories, in another development, a U.S. House committee on Wednesday approved a bill that would review for another 3 years Washington's preferential trade program in Africa. And there was no immediate mention of excluding South Africa, and the U.S. trade envoy had said what was possible. The African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, a law first enacted in 2000, to provide duty-free access to the U.S. market for eligible sub-Saharan African countries and products, expired in September, and hundreds of thousands of African jobs are estimated to depend on it. U.S. Trade Representative Jimin Singh Greer said earlier that the Trump administration was open to a one-year extension, but might exclude South Africa, which he described as a unique problem. The U.S. House Committee on Ways and Means approved the AGOA Extension Act by a vote of 37 to 3. A committee statement has said, describing the trade initiative as the cornerstone of economic relations between the U.S. and sub-Saharan African nations. Moving on, a Kenyan court has suspended a health funding agreement. The agreement signed by the government with the United States on December the 4th, worth more than $1.6 billion until it hears a data privacy case filed by a consumer protection group. The pact, signed in Washington, was the first of its kind under an overhaul of U.S. foreign and introduced during President Donald Trump's administration. Since signing the pact, other African nations, including Rwanda and Uganda, have signed similar agreements. Under these deals, countries received U.S. health funds, but are also required to increase their own domestic health spending. However, the Consumer Federation of Kenya petitioned the High Court to halt the agreement until concerns over the safety of citizens' data were addressed. In a statement, the Federation decision-making informed by Kenyan health data must be public, auditable, and jointly supervised, with consumer representatives involved in data processing, monitoring, and evaluation, and independent oversight. High Court Judge Bahati Omamue issued an order pausing the agreement, until the case is heard. Moving on, Armenia says it seeks closer green ties with Kenya in sustainable development in the country. Armenia Minister of Environment Habazum disclosed this when he met with Kenya's Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Deborah Barasa, to discuss expanding bilateral cooperation in environmental protection and forest management. Both sides also stressed the importance of knowledge exchange, implementing sustainable development programs, and strengthening international collaboration to effectively respond to global environmental changes. Minister Martin Vozian reaffirmed Albania's readiness to deepen cooperation across various sectors based on mutual interest. The meeting also addressed the organization of the 17th Conference of the Parties, COP17, to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, which Albania will host in October 2026. The minister emphasized Albania's commitment to closely work with partner countries for the effective organization of COP17 and expressed hope of high-level Kenyan participation. Away from that report, rebel forces have entered the last government-held city in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo in an offensive that has forced thousands to flee across the border into Burundi, according to residential statements. Heavy artillery and gunfire could have been heard in Uvira, with terrified residents describing the situation as chaotic. The escalation in fighting comes despite the peace deal brokered by U.S. President Donald Trump last week between DR Congo, the President Felix Tshisekedi, and Rwanda's President Paul Kagame to end the long-running conflict. The M23 rebels said it had liberated the city, while UN-backed Radio Okapi quoted residents as saying that rebel fighters were on major streets. However, South Kivu Governor Jean-Jacques Peruzzi told local media that the army and allied militia remained in control of the city, which is just 27 kilometers from Burundi's capital, Bujumbura, across Lake Tanganyika. Moving on to other stories, the government of Eastern Equatorial State in South Sudan has confirmed that 2 senior officials from South Sudan People's Defense Forces, that's the SSPDF, were killed and 6 others injured after suspected SPLMO-IO fighters ambushed a government convoy in Moti Boma in Wotu Payam of Torit County. According to a statement by the State Minister of Information and Communication, Mark Lutiu, the attack occurred at around 9:30 a.m. on December the 9th as the acting governor of Eastern Equatorial State, Akilio Mbeya, was leading a high-level delegation to meet displaced communities in Ifwutu Payam. The delegation included the technical advisor on security and governance, the Division 7 commander, the director of national security, the assistant police commissioner, and SPLMIO officers who recently joined SSPDF and other military and government officials. The statement said 6 others were wounded, adding that 2 have been evacuated to Juba for further medical treatment, while the remaining officers are being treated in Torit State Hospital. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news now. And of course, joining us to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and he is a political and public affairs commentator and analyst. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Daly.
Good afternoon once again.
Thank you so very much for being a part of this conversation. Let's jump right into it. Interestingly, South Sudan again is in the news, and of course, some very serious conversation here, particularly on the fact where six of the government convoy was ambushed, and of course, 2 officers were killed, and of course 6 injured. From your perspective, particularly on the part that South Sudan is still on that level of unrest, of insecurity, how would you describe this situation in South Sudan, and what can be done to put an end to this endless situation of consistent fighting, both between the first Vice President Riek Machar and, of course, the President Salva Kiir in South Sudan?
You see, the main crux of this matter is the struggle for the soul of Sudan. You know that sometimes when I talk, I look at the example of Eritrea and Ethiopia.
Okay.
I look at the example of Herzegovina and Slovenia. I look at South Sudan and Sudan. You see, that's why when I talk, I will tell you that, look, even if we balkanize this country into various enclaves, like Odua Republic, Biafra Republic, Arewa Republic, and many other minority republics, it's not a guarantee that there will be peace in this country. Because the drive towards independence through this balkanization of existing geographical expression, because I call these countries as geographical expression, is the rapacious inclination to hold on to power, which is a precursor to holding on to resources embedded in this country. South Sudan is rich in mineral resources, just like the DCR, where you have the M23 rebels.
Yes.
And so, the first thing that you notice is when these people attempt to break away from their mother country, they are usually urged by external forces, aided by external support from external sources, to actualize this dream. Okay. But were they matured enough, as at the time of existing the mother country, to be able to hold their own? Or they were driven primarily by greed to say, I want to own my territory. And owning your territory, not for altruistic reason, but for personal aggrandizement. That is why the deputy president and the president are at loggerheads. It's not as if on personal note they have anything to contend with, but it's still the struggle for power.
Transitional government is what they share in South Sudan.
You understand? So it's struggle for power.
Right.
And in struggle for power, there will always be. And you know one funny thing, one terrible thing about some of these nations that I mentioned is it's usually the guerrilla warfare that they contend with. And conventional warfare is better managed than a guerrilla warfare. Okay. Look at what just happened. 2 killed, several injured.
In the convoy that was carrying the acting governor going to meet displaced persons.
That's what I'm saying. You see, those guerrillas are not going to wear the conventional uniform. So and the greatest element of war is surprise. That happened, it was an ambush.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
And so, imagine you traveling on a trip from Ibadan to Lagos. If you see people loitering around the express, the tendency for you to look around and say, maybe they are farmers, if there are no built-up areas. But if there are built-up areas, this must be likely maybe workers in those factories around here. But you never know if they are armed. And in those places, they don't wear the shirt and trouser like you and I wear. They wear jalabia, they wear robes. So tucked under that rope could be AK-47. And so it's not going to end soon.
Okay.
Because the overarching target is the mineral resources embedded in that. And the people that are going to be the major beneficiary of this mineral resource, just like in the Democratic of Congo, are the external backers who buy guns for them to fight each other so that they can make maximum gain. While they are busy fighting, looking at themselves, somebody is digging the ground to extract their mineral resources.
Extracting their mineral resources. Well, again, this conversation about this consistent fight between these two warring factions, I'm talking about President Salva Kiir of South Sudan and the first Vice President Riek Machar, particularly the part that, yes, there has been a transitional government and, of course, a peace deal signed in 2008, I beg your pardon, 2018, that has not been respected. Concerns are being raised about the fact that 2026, just a few weeks from now, is going to be the election in South Sudan, even with these kind of ambushment, that a governor cannot even drive past some corridors in a state. What should be expected in the election come 2026 with this kind of security situation that we find in South Sudan presently?
The optics are very clear. There's going to be escalated violence.
Come 2026? Come election period?
Yes, there will be escalated crisis because ordinarily it's not even ideal to go into an election when there is a crisis that has not been resolved because it will escalate. What that means is if election is allowed to hold, whoever becomes the bona fide executive president, the first target for him is to rout opposition. So opposition will not want him to get to that point where he will have the state resources at his disposal to rout him. And so the contention will continue. And the likelihood, except some big brothers ram it down their throat that this election was owed, there is likelihood that the election will
ramming it around their neck is another conversation, Mr. Fani, because like you mentioned earlier, if a state is having this level of insecurity, and of course there is an election to be held in a couple of weeks or months from now, then isn't that more like a time bomb waiting to happen? Because as it stands, there are conversations about the fact that there has been peace conferences, peace deals worth millions of dollars, and the ordinary South Sudanese citizens is still not safe. Yet an election should be carried out. What does that portend for the political landscape of that country, as it were? Because right now, we're talking about the people who are having unity government in their country, still having internal rancors that has not been settled.
You see, we're still going in circles. There's a kind of platform on which you build. And you cannot build something on nothing. This is a crisis-prone environment. Ceasefire agreement has been breached. Peace deals that were signed have been breached. So what would you expect going forward?
Now, Mr. Fani, before you go further, you've been around for a while, particularly in the path of reporting. What is the risk of having a unity government like we have in South Sudan, where President Salva Kiir and First Vice President Riek Machar share almost same power in government? What's the risk of having such unity government?
You have two captains in a ship. It's headed to wreckage. That's what you get. Because each of the two gladiators who want to exercise authority over each other.
At the expense of the lives of the people in the country?
You see, you know, one funny thing about African leaders, because you are here, you are looking at the human factor in their politicking. But politicking at that level in Africa is devoid of the human factor. The human factor is considered statistics, data, not the flesh and blood in them. That's why they can afford to close their eyes and sacrifice thousands of people just for them to achieve what they want to achieve.
Now, this is really becoming something that we should not look away from. We're talking South Sudan. Let's move away from there and, of course, talk the DRC. A peace deal was signed in Washington just a couple of days ago, as brokered by Donald Trump and the UAE government. Now, as we speak, in Uvira, somewhere in the eastern part of the DRC, there are still fighting going on. What exactly is the crux of the matter, Mr. Fanimo, that you, after peace deal was signed, and Donald Trump is announcing billions and millions of dollars of agreements between these two countries, we still have the warring factors still firing shots, even at civilians as well?
At the heart of this is the $34 trillion underground resource, the resources of that country. Why is Rwanda meddling? Rwanda is to the north and Burundi is to the south. So they are contiguous countries.
Right.
Burundi is fighting, it's pushing back because of the inherent refugee situation that could overrun Burundi if allowed.
Should this fighting continue?
You understand? Rwanda is fighting, aided, they are using Rwanda as launch pad to have incursion into.
But there's been some conversation about the fact that the Rwandan government is saying that they are protecting their Tutsi people in the DRC that are being marginalized.
There are some.
Is there a possibility?
There are some Burundi nationals.
Yes.
In
DRC.
DRC.
Is there a possibility of having to fight?
I have taken time to study the conflict in that place.
Right.
And I don't want to share that sentiment.
That they are protecting their own in another sovereign country.
It's just like Nigeria telling us that they foiled the coup in Republic of Benin because of the Yoruba elements there. That's not plausible in international diplomacy.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
I've told you that Africa, as delineated, is a geographical expression. We have Nigerian nationals cut off in Cameroon. We have Nigerian national cut off in Niger. We have Nigerian national cut off in Republic of Benin. Should that be enough reason why your country should be used as launch pad, take-off point, to attack a neighboring nation that is contiguous to you, that you should share some level of affinity? In fact, the fact that there are Tutsis in DRC is enough for them to find a way to ensure that this crisis is resolved as quickly as possible so that it doesn't affect their nationals. Do you know why Russia has not gone full throttle against Ukraine? Because Russians are in Ukraine.
Okay.
And they don't want to decimate the ranks of Russians because it's a needless war if you have to kill your people to make a point.
Right.
So why would Rwanda, if not that Rwanda is being urged by external factors to pummel DRC so that they can have incursion into their resources?
Now, Mr. Fanimo, with this kind of offensive being put up by these M23 rebels, would there be any stricter consequences following the agreement signed in Washington by these two presidents of the two countries? I'm talking about Felix Tshisekedi and Paul Kagame. Would there be consequences on the path of the U.S.? I'm talking about on the path of the U.S. Would there be consequences for these nations?
U.S. is not even, at least under the current president in U.S., Donald Trump.
Right.
Donald Trump will not intervene in any country without something to take out of that country. And at the heart of his intervention, which he railroaded UAE to come into, to give a kind of cover of being altruistic, is the mineral deposit in this DRC.
So would the sentiments of some quarters be right when they say that the mediation of Donald Trump was not fully holistic, but rather it's about the natural resources?
Natural resources in DRC, everybody knows that, except if you have not been following it. In fact, in the days ahead, there is likely to be an escalation of crisis in that region. You understand?
As a result of not practically talking to the root of the situation.
Yes. You understand? So it's one thing, there could be escalated violence in that axis, and Burundi will try to push back. Rwanda would open up its flanks for the rebels to launch attack from their own end, and in a way pushing back and preserving Rwanda as a country. So it's a three-pronged approach.
All right, then. Some quarters have said, Mr. Fanimo, that one of the measures at which to really end this situation is to stop the sales of arms to these M23 rebels, even though there have been some allegations that some of these arms are being sold to these people by some foreign nationals. What do you say to consistent arm buying by these rebel groups?
The point is, the man producing arms is a merchant.
He's doing business.
He's into business and he wants to make profit. So you can't stop him from selling arms. He didn't force it on them. They approached him and he has commodity to sell. He will sell. It's now your discretion to use it for protecting your territory or to assaulting part of your territory. So you can't stop the arms dealer from doing business.
And then sanctions cannot be placed on anybody who...
The point is, it's not that regulated. It's not that regulated. In some countries, it's not regulated. You can buy arms off the shelf in some states in America.
Now, Mr. Fanimo, before I let you go and, of course, jump into another story, the city of Goma, Bukavu, now Uvira, in the eastern part of the DRC, very serious oil-rich strategic areas, have been taken over by these M23 rebels. Could we still call this protecting the Tutsi people of Rwanda, according to what some quarters have been saying from Rwanda?
It's not protection. The whole idea is Kagame trying to get a slice of the cake, urging the rebels to make further incursion. And of course, there is a dividend if the rebels takes over government in DRC. After all, Rwanda helped in taking over government. So there will be some business deal.
All right, then. Well, again, questions are being asked about the fact that families that are moving from the DRC to Burundi is of major concern. And of course, like you mentioned earlier, Burundi is also trying to manage their own situation. Yeah. But looking at the diplomatic ties between these two countries, should Burundi want to stay clear of the situation in the DRC, wouldn't that be termed as destroying diplomatic relations between these two countries? Because that's, again, is what some quarters are saying.
There's no way Burundi can stop engagement with DRC. Because the consequence of not pushing back diplomatically would ultimately impact negatively on Burundi.
Okay.
Because the influx of DRC people to Burundi would escalate if there is that serious incursion from Rwanda to DRC. Automatically, people want to run away from arm's way. And so, the closest place to get to, which is Burundi, that is contiguous to DRC, will be the next point. And can Burundi accommodate the upsurge of refugees.
That really is the situation with Burundi, and that is why it's looking more like they're trying to even do more on the part of their security. But let's move away from that story and talk about the AGOA deal, of course, AGOA extension that has been approved by House Committee in Washington. There's a conversation about the fact that they would be excluding South Africa. What does that make of the entire deal? Because you would recall South Africa is almost about the only country that uses the AGOA the AGOA agreement to sell more. So what does that portend for South Africa? Should there be an exclusion of South Africa from the AGOA?
I foresee an exclusion, except there is renewed escalation of diplomatic engagement between American government and South African government. Already, there is a kind of resentment from Trump in particular, American president, that the South African people are pushing genocide of the white supremacists. And so, if Trump or American government will not physically invade South Africa, the only plausible thing they can do is to choke them economically. And that's where they are headed.
I mean, some have said this is more like becoming a weapon to single out an African country because of a unique problem that, again, Mr. Trump is clearly talking about. But let's look at the fact that Donald Trump has said even the G20 summit, South Africa would not be invited. That's like a major statement. And looking at this AGOA agreement, Mr. Fanimo, should there be an exclusion in the first place?
It's still the prerogative of a world power. It's still within the prerogative because they have it all. They hold the knife and the yam. And so, whatever they do, the first thing they do is to... Trump has not made any pretense about his position on economic strangulation of his trading partners in favor of America. And so he had laid the foundation, and it's just for him to build on it. You recall that when he was sending people out of America, he personally welcomed South African whites, that he gave free passage without even breaching protocol in the process to come to America. Does that not tell you something? That this is the aftermath of that open invitation to whites?
Mr. Fatwa, there's also been the conversation about the fact that the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, is not thinking outside the box, particularly when it comes to how to do business with other countries. South Africa is a member of the BRICS nation, one that has made Washington, I'm talking about Donald Trump's administration now, say, we do not want to do so much with you when it comes to economy. Is there the possibility that Ramaphosa truly is not thinking outside the box by doing more business with these other nations, or is the business part of the South African economy clearly reliant on just Washington alone?
You see, the business climate in South Africa today is so fragile. And don't forget that America is going through a phase now that the Eastern Tigers, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians, are almost muzzling America. Do you know that some nations now don't trade their oil in dollars? So America is fighting a serious battle, economic battle. And so any quote and unquote, any smaller nation that joins the fray is considered as American enemy. So while you are contending with the big nations, then another smaller nation that is just coming up will want to join the fray. So it's total alienation. And when you find yourself in a minority situation, you tend to fight more than when you are left alone. Now, America is fighting to remain the superpower that it used to be.
It's following
how far it can go is what we don't know.
Well, following what you just said now, concerns are also being raised about the fact that the African countries that will start doing business using AGOA will now have to be super loyal to the U.S. interests. Should they, like you said earlier, want to do any other business with any of the other nations that America is not in good terms with, it simply means they might also be excluded from AGOA. Is that what this means?
That is exactly what we are saying. There's no way it won't happen that way. Because America considers China, for instance, the so-called supposed altruistic fight for Christians in Nigeria was predicated on business and economy on the part of America. And thank God we saw through it. That's why they are now sending their congressmen to negotiate.
All right, then, Mr. Fani-Kayode, before I let you go, in 30 seconds, former president, I'm talking about Jacob Zuma's daughter, has been sworn in as an MP in South Africa. Clearly an indication
replacing
of the half-sister.
Half-sister.
Yes. What does that portend on the part of politics and godfatherism, you want to say, in Africa?
How did she emerge? Some people assisted in her emergence. Why didn't they kick? So if they agree, then who are we to say anything? And it's just the malice across Africa. Sit-tight leaders grooming their family. Look at Lauren Gbagbo. The wife is contesting. The woman that was almost stripped naked when the military came to flush him out.
Well, the excuse they gave for the half-sister of Jacob Zuma's daughter is the fact that she was part of the people who coerced or, let me use the word, advised South Africans to join in the fight in as machineries with Russia. Shouldn't that...
She has denied that.
Allegations that she has denied anyways.
How could you even level such allegations? It's too flimsy. These are adults. For you to pick your bag and say you want to go and fight a war, a proxy war, you must have had, you must have made your decisions clear.
Well, because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. We've been talking with Mr. Dele Fadimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a political and public affairs commentator and analyst. Once again, thank you so very much.
It's always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The United States has threatened to reduce its foreign assistance to South Sudan unless Juba lifts what it said were illicit fees on humanitarian shipments. In an unusually pointed statement entitled "Time to Stop Taking Advantage of the United States," the U.S. Bureau of African Affairs accused South Sudan's government of imposing exorbitant fees on humanitarian shipments and obstructing UN peacekeeping operations. The U.S., which has carried out rapid and deep cuts to foreign aid this year, is the largest humanitarian donor to South Sudan. The country of 12 million has been ravaged by conflicts since winning independence from Sudan in 2011. And from that story, we go straight talking some African business. South Africa's manufacturing output rose 0.2% on a year in October after rising by a revised 1.0% year on year in September. Statistics agency data showed on Thursday factory production increased 1.0% month on month in October after increasing by a revised 0.3% month on month in September. Well, with that particular business story, we go straight to talking sports. Comoros have announced their final 26-man squad for the 2025 Total Energies CAF African Cup of Nations, with head coach Fani-Kayode opting for stability while introducing two significant new faces ahead of the tournament in Morocco. Cousin has retained the backbone of the side that competed in both the AFCON and 2026 World Cup qualifiers, signaling a clear commitment to continuity as Comoros attempt to establish themselves once again as one of Africa's rising teams. But the Italian tactician has also refreshed key areas of the squad. Zahid Ami and Yanis Kari, both of whom impressed at the 2025 Arab Cup with the Comoros A team, have been handed their first senior tournament selections. This inclusion marks a notable evolution in the national team's long-term project as Cousin seeks to inject youthful energy around an experienced core. The squad features established leaders such as midfielder Youssef Changama, who remains the heartbeat of Comoros' creative play, and the Vasta forward Faiz Slimani, considered one of the team's most decisive attacking weapons. The squad definitely is set for the AFCON tournament. And with that particular sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here in Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
My name is Ambassadorial. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch the dial. Even if you want to touch the dial, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Good day and welcome to Aviation Scope. I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. This edition seeks to examine how airports can boost the tourism sector as well as lead to socio-economic growth, particularly as the festive season approaches. Joining us for this conversation on the program is Michael Balogun, an expert in tourism. Michael Balogun is General Secretary, Nigeria Association of Tour Operators. Mr. Balogun, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me, and compliments of the season.
The same to you. So we are examining how airports can add value to tourism and lead to socio-economic growth. Now, for our viewers who may not fully comprehend our discussion, let's give them a breakdown of the story that we have as a background to today's topic. Now, Nigeria's newest aviation landmark, that is the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, has been widely applauded as a major catalyst for the country's tourism and socio-economic growth. The airport, recently designated as an international facility by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, stands as the first of its kind in the South-South region. Located adjacent to the state's domestic terminal, the airport features cutting-edge aviation technology, world-class passenger lounges, modern recreational spaces, and state-of-the-art shopping arcades. Tourism stakeholders say the facility represents a new era of enhanced travel connectivity and global access for the region. President of Experience Ibom and Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the National Association of Nigerian Tour Operators, NATOP, Nkerewum, Onang described the airport as a transformative enabler of cultural tourism in Nigeria. He praised Akwa Ibom State Governor Pastor Umo Eno for his strategic vision in positioning the state as a major tourism destination. Now, my question really is, how can Nigeria's airports be harnessed to drive tourism growth and showcase the country's rich cultural heritage to the world? Now to you, Mr. Balogun.
That's a very beautiful question, and I'll start by saying congratulations to His Excellency Governor Umo of Akwa Ibom State with the pronouncement of the new the Atta International Airport as designated one for an international airport by His Excellency the Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo. It shows a state that is ready, tourism ready, and it's a beautiful way to emark and showcase a state. You know, there's nothing you want to do about tourism that aviation, transportation would not be a part of. And with that new pronouncement, you know, any investor anywhere in the world will want to visit that state. I have been there a couple of times, and I think this is a big achievement to promote that state as a tourism-ready destination. Because how do you sell a state if you don't talk about aviation and all these logistics issues? And then to know Ibom Air is the official flag bearer of the state makes it a beautiful, component. And talking about airports and all the sectors as a whole, the airport is one of the greatest real estates anywhere in the world. The first 20 minutes of any arrival from any visitor shows what that state is all about, or the country. Like you step into the airport in Europe or in Dubai, already you get a feel of what that country is all about. So it's a huge issue when we talk about airports and what it does to a country's image. People can, decide on staying longer just from what they feel from the airport. Is this a welcoming place? And you remember, the airport is just like the first place you see before you even get into a country. So that represents like your little embassy and a micro destination to explore. You go to some airports, you can do a tour in the airport and take pictures, and probably want to get back on the plane and leave, because that alone is fulfilling to see what they have in the airport before you even step out to the main town.
All right, so I just want to ask, what specific strategies can authorities implement to promote tourism-related businesses and create jobs in local communities?
Now, when you go into some airports abroad, from the airport, you can tell about the cultural values, everything that has to do with the country, tourism aspect, what they have in stock for you. Right from the airport, you can start feeling that. Thankfully, in our MM2, once you step out, you can see the murals on the wall. Some of the destinations in Nigeria are on the wall. Then walking in through the arrival, you can see some of the galleries, souvenir shops, some food vendors, and that gives you a vibe of what the state is all about. For instance, like when we went to Dubai recently, right from the airport, you can feel you're in a tourist destination. Right from the airport, you see all the vendors, the logistics company, hotel vendors, small desks, offering tourism information. And that is what we need more in Nigeria, that once you step out of the plane, walking into the arrival pavilion, you should be seeing stuff to show, welcome to Lagos, you're in Nigeria, there's vendors here, there's a leaflet showing you what to do, where to go in Lagos. You have a small help desk, and with partnership with tour operators and having them have little, help desk. Somebody might want to just pick up a flyer to say, where can I go when I get to my hotel? Oh, you can have a list, a QR code is somewhere they can scan. Right from the airport, like when you go to the UK, you pick up a London tube map, or you scan a code to show you activities to do wherever you are going in London. So that is the kind of thing we need to see more in Nigeria. And luckily for us, we started seeing that. And that is the beauty of, stepping out as an international arrival to see those murals on the wall, seeing all those little artwork from here to there, seeing souvenir shops, and then you start getting that feel that you're in a state that is tourism friendly as well.
All right. So do you think there's any role technology can actually play in this, in all of that?
Oh,
do you think
yes,
there's any
a
role
lot.
technology can play in all of this?
A lot.
Okay.
That is why we're talking about QR codes. There's some places you go, maybe while waiting for your connecting flight, you have a piece of headgear, a VR headgear, that shows some of the beautiful destinations in Lagos, in Abuja, in Cross River State. Sometimes you see business travelers, probably they wanted to spend 2 days or 3 days in the country, maybe by just virtual checking out some destination. They extend their stay, extend their hotel stay, and that add up to everything they're coming to do. Instead of spending 2 days, they're not spending 5 days because they want to explore something they've picked up. And that is where the technology aspect comes there. Like, imagine you get into the airport, there are vending machines, there are, TV displays showing different destinations to visit while in Nigeria. And that's, the difference between back in the days that you have magazines scattered all over the place, they have to pick a huge volume of a catalog to go through. But now with the kind of technology we have now, you can scan a QR code and then you get a whole lot of literature, videos, and everything right on your phone.
Okay. In what ways can Nigeria's airports, I know you have actually enumerated a lot, but in what specific ways can Nigeria airports serve as gateways to the country's diverse tourism attractions? And how can they be marketed as such?
I think if I look at it from a personal experience, I think more has to do with investment, partnership with real stakeholders, like our association, the Nigerian Association of Tour Operators, partnering with the airport authorities and, helping to bring out some of these digital marketing tools. You have all these vending machines that stands LED display, and then you have different images of different destinations popping up. And then there are days you have these cultural activities, maybe 3 times a month. You have different cultural groups, maybe from the east, from the south, from the southwest. Imagine coming out of the airport and then you are welcome with a cultural dance troupe. Maybe they're your group dancing, or it's a Atilogu dancer. So all these things add attraction. And then
that sounds interesting, really.
With the level of people picking up their phone every day, doing selfie, imagine somebody coming out of the airport to meet a cultural troupe dancing, taking the videos, doing a live feed of that. It brings that warmth of embracing the culture right from the airport. And then when you talk of the other aspect of the airport, we need to retrain our immigration service, our first responders. You don't want to come into a place, people are looking hostile, angry looking. You need to train them. It doesn't cost anything to say, welcome to Nigeria, with a smile. And these are the things a lot of tourists take into consideration, like, if you go to that country, from the airport, you can feel the agitation, you can feel the hostility. So there's so many things we can put into play. Real training, retraining, cultural aspects, being attached. Imagine going to the Atta International Airport and being welcomed by a traditional group from Akwa Ibom. Maybe some dancers here, some souvenir market store just close by for you to pick while you're waiting for your car. So all these things, they're like moving parts that you need to incorporate into the success of an airport. An airport shouldn't just be seen as a pathway to get out of the airport. The airport should be seen as the first point of contact of the country or a state. So I will be expecting more from that state once I land.
Okay. I think I agree with you on that. How can stakeholders in the tourism industry collaborate? Because this actually needs the input of all and sundry within the sector. So how can collaboration be enhanced within the sector? How can stakeholders in the industry, in the tourism industry, collaborate with stakeholders or airport management, stakeholders within the aviation industry or airport management to promote Nigeria's tourism potential and enhance the overall travel experience?
I think it's more of a parley to have with the government, coming to the table, sitting down and telling them some of our own strategies and implementation plans that they can adopt. They are more of into the outbound and inbound tourist arrivals, while we are more of the progressive to see when you get out of the airport, we take it from there, your hotel accommodation, your logistics, all the places you need to visit while you're in Nigeria. So if we come to a table to sit down with the management of the airport and say, we have this kind of plans, every other week, there's a cultural group coming to showcase the beauty of the Nigerian diverse culture at the airport. The other day, it might be a food sampling for people getting out of the plane or people waiting at the departure lounge, just to have a feel of the culinary, exhibition going on in the country. Just say, oh, I've had this food while waiting for my flight at the airport. So there's so many things we need to do together. And it's a partnership. It's a win-win because we are all selling the glory of the country. So I believe if we sit down with the government, there's more for us to do. We are the real operators while they are the ones receiving people coming in, from all over the world. So it's a win-win situation if we can have that kind of, collaboration and take it from there.
All right. So do you see any key challenges facing Nigeria's airports in terms of supporting the growth of tourism? How can they be addressed through public-private partnerships?
Well, apart from the infrastructure issues, some days you get out of the airport, there's no light, the ACs are not working, maybe the baggage train is not coming out in time, people being aggressive, a lot of, when you get out of the plane, get into the arrival, the queue at the immigration, if there are things that they can put in place to speed up and make it seamless. Imagine somebody that's been on a flight for 6-8 hours, then have to stand on the queue for another 1 hour just to go through passport control. But yeah, like the MM2, you still have all those e-gates and electronic gates, which makes it very, very, beautiful to see that you can go all through the airport without having to stop with the immigration officials just to get out of the airports. And that is how it should be. Seamless movement out of the airport makes it even beautiful. And then our e-visas, thank God that one has taken place. And before, you know how long it takes to get an e-visa to Nigeria. So by the time we put all this into perspective, there should be more things to achieve at the airports, not just seeing the airport as the normal people coming in and going out. Now, most airports around the world are like the first point of tourist destinations. When you see the airports in Singapore, you see the airports in Dubai, and you'll be wondering, if this is just an airport, what would the town look like? So a whole lot goes into the airport branding, and it's an image thing for the country as well. It's a big PR to say the airport has this, not coming into the airport, and then there's no lights, and the ACs are not working, the toilets are not fixed. So it goes a long way too.
All right, we'll go on a short break now, and when we return, Aviation Scope continues. Please stay with us.
Airports are central to tourism growth, especially during the festive season, when travel numbers soar. They are the first point of contact for visitors, shaping the perception of a destination through accessibility, comfort, and efficiency. A well-run airport encourages more people to travel, supports hospitality businesses, and opens doors for cultural and recreational tourism. In Akwa Ibom, the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo is becoming a major driver of this growth. Recently designated, an international airport now has the capacity to receive passengers from outside Nigeria, instantly expanding the state's tourism reach. Its long, modern runway, improved navigational aids, and the restoration of night flight operations mean airlines can reschedule more flights and operate more flexibly during the busy holiday period. These upgrades translate to real benefits. Travelers experience smoother arrivals, shorter delays, and better connections. Local hotels, restaurants, transport operators, and small businesses, from craft sellers to tour guides, all gain from the increased inflow of visitors. Studies around the airport already shows higher economic activity in surrounding communities. As the festive season approaches, the Victor Atta International Airport is appointed to how airports of its kind across Nigeria can strengthen not just the identity of the state in which they are located, but the entire country as an organized visitor-friendly destination. The airports serve not just as transit points, but as strategic hubs that boost holiday travel, encourage tourism, and enhance the overall experience of anyone entering Nigeria.
Welcome back. You are still watching Aviation Scope on your dialing station, Voice of the People TV. And we have been looking at the value that airports within the aviation industry can actually add to tourism. And with me on the program is Mr. Michael Balogun, an aviation expert. So, Mr. Balogun, I'm going to give you a background information regarding the next set of questions I'm going to pose to you. Now, this is particularly because of the season that is approaching, the Yuletide season. So we know that airlines are facing capacity challenges, especially during peak seasons like the Yuletide period. Many carriers are intensifying acquisitions to optimize traffic, with some adding new aircraft to their fleets. Now, for instance, Air Peace is expanding its fleet with 4 additional Boeing 737-800 aircraft, while Ibom Air is awaiting the delivery of 9 Airbus A220-300s. Now, other airlines like United Nigeria Airlines are wet leasing aircraft to boost capacity. Now, despite these efforts, experts warn that capacity will remain a challenge, with growth projected to be around 3 to 4% in 2025. Factors like aircraft delivery delays, supply chain bottlenecks, and maintenance issues are contributing to the strain. To manage capacity, airlines are employing strategies like wet leasing, fleet shuffles, and schedule calls. However, these measures may not be enough to meet the demand, potentially leading to higher fares and reduced flight options. Now, my question to you, sir, is, with all this, with the scenario painted, do you think the government should provide more support to airlines to help them increase capacity?
Oh, definitely. Most definitely. I think the greatest challenge we have now in Nigeria is in the aviation sector. How many families can really afford to fly? Locally, the cost of aviation, cost of tickets has gone up tremendously. And when you think about the local flights, going to Abuja and coming back now could set you up almost 300,000 or more. Imagine a family of 5 going for the holidays in Abuja. That's going to be a million point something just for local flights. So if the government invests more in these air carriers, it's going to ease up the tension. And then, when you talk about the issue of security, how many people can really afford to fly now? So a lot of people are still going to be looking at the road, networks to connect to wherever they're going. And the challenge is this: if more state governments, like what Akwa Ibom has done, acquiring their own flag carrier, imagine if another airline comes up, maybe in Lagos, another one in Abuja, the ease will be there. And that is why sometimes we tell people it's not just about complaining about what the government can do. This is when the private stakeholders need to come into place. How many things can the government do sometimes? Even we as a country don't even have a national carrier yet. And the likes of Air Peace that, breaking the barriers now, doing international flights from Nigeria to the UK to America and all that. So a lot of these government officials, they need to step up their game. They need to start looking at bringing investors into the aviation sector. We can't keep relying on 2 or 3, airlines in a whole country of over 250 million people. So for me, like this year season, there are going to be a lot of flights locally, and now are people going to manage the high costs? So if there are more, airlines coming into this space, more aircraft being either wet leased or acquired, it will make a difference in the aviation sector in Nigeria for a while.
Okay. Do you think that the capacity challenges are going to lead, I should say, to a significant increase in airfares this season?
Oh, definitely.
Why so?
It's not going to reduce because the operational cost for people, the aviation industry players, they are going to start charging extra because of the cost of jet fuel, their overheads, the operations. So it's going to be very tight for them to even drop the price. Instead, it's going to go up more. But if they had the capacity to expand their fleet, probably yes, we might look at the reduced rates, but I don't see it happening anytime soon.
You don't see
unless
that?
the government is going to subsidize on their operations as well.
Okay. All right. Mr. Balogun, you've been wonderful. You've been brilliant on the subject of discussion on this edition of Aviation School. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been talking with Mr. Michael Balogun, an expert in tourism. He is General Secretary, Nigeria Association of Tour Operators. Once again, thank you, Balogun, for your insightful contribution. Now, this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of Aviation School. Keep a date with us again, same time next week. I am Chukwemeka Obioma. Thank you for watching.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we dive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors. ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Appeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikpeazu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Omokri, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever living. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Lagos today joined the global community to mark the International Day of Persons with Disability with a strong message on dignity, access, and inclusion. At the event organized by the Lagos State Office of Disability Affairs, participants from across the disability community highlighted the progress made so far and the challenges that still limit full participation in society.
We are also human beings like them, that what others can do, we can also do better.
Our mobility, how to deal with our challenges. People don't sometimes, like I am partially sighted. Most people don't know that there's a condition called partially sightedness.
Speakers stressed that when persons with disability are included, their skills and contributions become undeniable, their relevance becomes visible, and their success is guaranteed.
When the disabled are accepted, there will be provisions for their needs, just like every other person.
There is ability in those children if they are given the chance to participate, the chance to be around their peers, their age group, and they can also bring out that ability in them only if they allow that inclusion.
Disability is not a disease. And so, because it's not a disease, then, there's so much that can be done about it.
The state government reaffirmed its commitment to global principles such as the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability and the Sustainable Development Goals, especially those focused on equity, education, decent work, and inclusive community. They emphasize that inclusion is a right, not a privilege.
Today, I am pleased to announce that very soon, Lagos State will introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact. It's a comprehensive policy framework designed to deepen accessibility.
The government also called for stronger partnership, noting that it cannot build an inclusive society alone. It appealed to private sectors, employers, technology creators, faith-based organizations and communities to open doors, design accessible platforms, and dismantle discrimination.
Our administration and policy is about everyone. Our Themes Plus developmental agenda speaks to this. The plus is an intentional, deliberate focus on inclusivity, youth, and gender equality.
According to the state, persons with disability are innovators, creators, professionals, and visionary leaders who enrich workplaces, inspire creativity, and strengthen communities. The government announced that Lagos will soon introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact, a comprehensive framework to expand inclusive education, improve transportation support, enhance digital accessibility, deepen economy empowerment, and reinforce LASODA's regulatory power. The state commended on its agency for swift action in addressing recent discrimination incidents, insisting that accessibility must become a natural part of every system. As Lagos marks the 2025 International Day of Persons with Disability, the call is for every resident to recommit to dignity, justice, and empathy. And people build a strong society where ability is defined not mobility, vision, or hearing, but by courage, creativity, and potential. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, Join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day, from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back date when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not rating. If we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church. As part of my commitment to this work, I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Fani-Kayode, reporting for VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there and welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And today, we'll be dissecting the major story that is dominating the headline. Of course, sparking conversation across the nation. Senators clash with Tinubu over police escorts. This is quite a very serious one there. And yesterday was another drama, as regards to the Red Chamber while they were having their plenary. But of course, the president also, held a closed-door meeting and he gave instruction as regards to the withdrawal of the Nigerian police force. But let's see what would happen in the coming days as regards to this particular one. Join the conversation with experts in sciences and perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. APC corrupt, practices ticket trading and manipulation, says ADC. Of course, the African Democratic Congress has accused the All Progressive Congress of corruption, ticket trading and manipulation, across board during the primaries to determine leadership. ADC National Chairman, Senator David Mark, stated this during an inauguration of the party in Delta States. Of course, as regards to the Leadership Management Committee, he assured that such malpractices would not occur in ADC, emphasizing the party's commitment to transparency and accountability. I love the fact that every opposition party is just, saying one or two as regards to their party just to, beautify it. But we'll see what will become of ADC in the coming days as well, because already we're having one or two people already going loggerheads and trading words in the party. Some are already clamoring for zoning, how zoning should be spelled out, and some are actually saying that it is not time yet for them to talk about zoning. They need to first stabilize the party and all of that. But let's see what will happen, as regards to ADC in the coming days. Is this coalition going to stand or not? We will know very soon. Away from that particular one, federal government seeks 17.89 trillion new loans to finance 2026 budget. Another one. The federal government has actually planned this particular one, 17.89 trillion, to fund a widening budget deficit. The borrowing requirement is driven by larger fiscal deficit and weaker revenue outlook. According to the 2026 budget framework, 80% of the new loans will come from domestic creditors, while 20% will be sourced from external creditors. Experts warns that high deficit and rising debt levels poses a serious threat to the economy. Sincerely, I don't know why we're still borrowing, but of course we were told that there is no how we would escape borrowing. But just like the other situation that happened yesterday, which of course I'm still going to read about it, I'm still going to talk about it here, as regards to the president having issues, with the federal government still owing so many contractors. Now, this money are not being accounted for. And they are even saying that they don't mind when the committee is done with their investigation, they can even go as far as borrowing to pay these contractors. And that's another 4 trillion somewhere. Is it like we're just borrowing money and we're not even accounting for anything? So what happens to the main money that has been used? So we just implement stuff, we just, mention whatsoever it is that we want to mention, and that money is gone, and we just have to borrow another one because we can borrow? Well, we'll be dissecting all of this particular one as well, and of course my guest will be reacting to this ones. House of Reps summoned CBN governor over 16 trillion controversy. The House of Representatives has summoned Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Olayemi Kadoso to appear before the Public Accounts Committee over allegation of non-remittance of over 16 trillion naira in government revenues. The move follows a motion sponsored by Osun lawmaker Bamidele Salam, who urged the House to compel the CBN governor to provide explanation and present accountable measures to ensure immediate payment of outstanding debt owed to the federal government. This is one of the situations we're talking about here. And away from that particular one, I stake for security as Musa takes aim at Defense Ministry. General Christopher Musa has assumed office, of course, and is tasked with addressing nation's escalating security challenges, with over 700 abductions recorded nationwide in recent weeks. Musa faces a daunting challenge in restoring security and stability in the country. As a former chief of defense staff, Musa brings valuable experience to the role, but his new position requires a different approach, focusing on diplomacy, persuasion, and consensus building. My question any day, anytime would always be, why was he forced retired as the chief of defense staff? Because I don't know why Nigerians I'm not saying that it wouldn't work. I'm not saying that it's not going to do something new or something better. But a man who was a chief of defense staff, who was first retired, now you brought him back as minister of defense, and everyone is saying Messiah is here. But of course, I love that particular last statement. It's going to approach, the situation now, on diplomacy, persuasion, and of course, consensus building. Meaning, that persuasion is what I want to just get. I hope the persuasion is not also part of negotiation with the bandits. Because all we've been hearing is, the girls are in good conditions, as if they went to check them, in their hostel and they come back. That's from NSA now. They are in good condition. That's all we've been hearing. We spoke to them and, they listen and they release the people they took. So I don't know what is really going on, amongst these people and the federal government. But of course, all we want is that 700 people or any amount that they are that have been kidnapped so far, or that are still in there, or those particular people's den, the terrorists' den, let them be released. That's all we're saying. And we want security to be restored. We want peace to be restored. We want to trust our security outfit. We want to trust the Nigerian police force as well to do their job. And of course, all the armed forces want to have hope and believe that we are safe in this country and not sleeping one eye closed and one other one open. That's what we're saying here. And from the Osun man who actually took a plot twist 2 days ago. I love PDP, but defected to protect myself, says Adeleke. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has defended his decision to defect from the People's Democratic Party to Accord Party, citing concerns for his personal security and the stability of the state. Adeleke expressed confidence that his performance in office would earn him a second term in the 2026 governorship election, despite contesting under a less popular party. He emphasized that the election would be decided by candidates, not political parties, and that the people of Osun are wiser and understand the difference between good and bad governance. Is he trying to shade anyone there? We don't actually know. But of course, his congratulations to him. He's been handed the tickets, of course, the governorship tickets to run, and to represent a Accord Party, and of course, just like they say, to act accordingly in 2026. All right, away from that particular one, let's also talk about his counterpart, Rivers crisis. Fubara speak out. Rivers State Governor Similare Fubara has revealed that he has suffered greatly due to his inability to tell his side of the story regarding the ongoing political crisis in the state. Fubara stated that he has made efforts to meet with the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Martins Emeule, and other lawmakers, but they have been unwilling to meet without the involvement of the PDP leader, Nyesom Wike. Fubara also explained that his decision to leave the PDP for the APC was in the interest of the state, and he is committed to delivering development projects to the people. I don't understand why he actually used that statement. Of course, he already said he's his oga and he has settled. So why is he going back to say, without involving the PDP leader, Nyesom Wike? Is it not your guy again? That was the agreement you all made. So you should understand. Just like some people told you that you should have stepped down finally and not bother yourself as regards to, coming back as governor. But of course, you wanted power, so you should understand what comes with that particular seat. I am upset over 4 trillion debt owed to over 2,000 contractors, says the president. Of course, our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has expressed displeasure over the backlog of debt owed to federal contractors, estimated at around 4 trillion, and has set up a high-level committee to resolve the issue. The committee, comprising key government officials, will verify claims, reconcile records, and recommend sustainable financing options for clearing the backlog. Committee members and Minister of Finance, Budget, Economy and Planning, Minister of Works, Education, Housing, Marine and Blue Economy, along with Director General of Budget Office and Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. The President's directive says, find the money and fix the problem, with the possibility of borrowing to settle verified obligations if necessary. This is what we're talking about here. If they find the money, they should settle the problem. But in case they don't find it, they should borrow to pay. So what happens to that particular one? It is gone, right? Okay. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at BOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on BOBTV. And of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this conversation. Senators clash with Tinubu over police escort. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibefa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
All right, welcome back to the program, Minister People's Voice on VOP TV. Senate has actually raised a very serious concern there over the selective implementation of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's directive to withdraw police orderlies from very important personalities. Senators complained that while their orderlies have been withdrawn, many other VIPs still enjoy police protection. They demanded that the directive be implemented across the board to avoid being used as scapegoats. The Senate urged the president to exempt lawmakers from the order, citing international practice and security concerns. We're not being joined by Mr. Obong Thompson, a journalist and a political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
All right, we're also being joined by a seasoned reporter and, of course, a senior political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir, Mr. Dele Fanimo.
Good evening, Savior. Thanks, you know that I'm a reporter. They don't kidnap reporters, but they kidnap journalists.
Oh, they don't kidnap reporters?
No.
Well, I thank God that I don't go as far as after my house, I come here, after here. Okay, sir. You heard, let me start with you, Mr. Fanimo. You heard what our senator said. They said they don't want to be used as scapegoats first. And they said they should exempt them, the lawmakers, from this, the president should exempt them from this particular order. Meaning that they are really scared and they know that the country was never safe. Not because of this particular situation, but the country was never safe. And they know the implication of not having police orderlies. What would be your reaction as regards to this conversation, sir?
I think what is sauce for goose should also be sauce for the gander. I liken it to these our so-called clerics. When you run to them that you are being threatened, you say, look up to God. That same person within the premises of that church you went to visit him, he has 10 mobile policemen guarding him. He never looked up to God for his own safety, but they will encourage you to look up to God for your own safety. It's the same thing with these parliamentarians. When they had the full complement, excess complement of security details, they never bothered about you and I. As if they have black blood or blue blood running in their veins. As if strip them of that position, they are not ordinary like you and I. Now, it's now becoming a leveler. And they don't need to be afraid if they have done well. You don't rely on policemen all the time for your security. You rely on the people. That's why they even define democracy as government of the people, for the people, by the people. Everything should be around the people. If you have done well for your people, you need not be afraid of anything that will happen to you. Because those people will take charge of your life. In the community where I lived, I was far away in South Africa when my son called me one night and said there is a big snake inside my compound. I just told him to calm down and shut all the doors, that those who will come and kill it will come in, by all means. And I just called one of my co-landlords, and before you know it, they killed that snake, took it out. And that was, if I was not part of that community in the real sense of it, would they have answered my call? The moment these people have voted, we surrender our sovereignty to them. And once they go to Abuja, what do? They put fierce dogs, policemen, mobile policemen in front of their doors, and you never get to see them until they are coming back with their keke napep and a grinding machine after 4 years to come and woodwink you, to come and vote for them again. Now, let us all go to the town, strip of security. After all, I don't have security. I travel in the night, daytime I travel.
Anytime you travel.
I sit anywhere I like. Let them do the same thing. At least they should even be more popular than me.
Yes, for us to check your popularity.
Yes. Let them go out without security details. And if somebody as small as a 19-year-old would not slap that 65-year-old thieving legislator, you think we don't know what they are doing? It is not for their own safety alone. It is for them to be kept away from those who ask them questions and harass them. That's why they carry all these mobile policemen around. Now, how can you know, some of these legislators, they have as many as 20 policemen.
Yes.
Some will be guarding their house in Abuja. Some will be guarding their house in the village. Some in their house in Lagos.
Mr. Fanimo, this particular one, I would just have to keep the person's name out. But I assure you on this I'm saying now, that we have about 4 houses that I know of in Kaduna, that the light comes on at night, goes off, in the morning. The people that owns that particular property, they've never been there. They don't even come there. Just maybe during the Ileya or the Ileya festival and all of that. They live in Abuja. These are some of your senators.
And then those houses we're talking about,
they have security.
Not private security.
No.
Government paid security, either policemen, some even go for soldiers. And then they are now saying they want a civil defense to come and guard them.
Civil defense mentioned that they should also take permission from the
No, apart from that, what is the level of training for personal protection that was given to civil defense? The only mandate of civil defense is to protect critical government infrastructure, like oil pipelines, like NEPA installations, and all that. That's what they are meant to do. So now you want to transform them overnight. What is the staff strength in the civil defense?
Civil defense also said he wants to start.
As a matter of fact,
he said he wants to start recruiting as well.
For them to have bodyguards. They will be happy to have that job, because some of these policemen, they have even lost track of their training in the course of being the backbone of some of these politicians, because of the kind of fame, the wealth, and everything they get.
Carrying bags.
I said they have forgotten their training.
Going to the market.
Umbrella during the rainy season for wife of their principal. So how would that person fit? They are supposed to quell riots. Now they are quelling girlfriend that is coming to harass madam in the house. So how would they fit in? In fact, those ones that have even been retrieved from those hands back to the barracks and their little posts, they ought to be retrained for them to be abreast with modern day policing. Because some of them had been with these politicians for upward of 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
So they have lost touch with reality. They don't even know what policing is all about anymore. And that's the kind of thing. Out of 380,000 strong police force in this country, before they were depleted to less than that, through retirement, through ill health, through death, and all that. Do you know that half of that figure is in the hands of these people including Yahoo boys, including pastors. Who is after pastor's life that he has to carry mobile policemen all about?
Well, we never can tell. Don't forget that.
Then he must have done some shady deals.
Apostle Johnson Suleiman was attacked some time ago, some years ago, if you remember.
Look, those days when we were growing up, I can tell you that for free. Only retirees, retired headmasters are deacon, venerable, and all that. And they live within their means. Clerics were never telepastors.
But time evolves, time changes.
Time changes for who? And what are the basis for this time change? And what impact has it been on Nigerians? Other than encouraging people to do everything possible, either legally or illegally, to just bring tithe and offering back to the church or mosque. So what are we talking about? Haven't you seen pastors that have been arrested for committing crimes? Some even do money ritual. Some even use human beings as pillar of their church that have been exhumed in the past.
I've not seen one.
Then you are not in Nigeria. There was a particular church in Lagos here that they exhumed about 7 bodies, fresh bodies.
Was that a sub-mortuary or something, or a burial?
I don't know what you can call that.
Okay, let me come to you, Mr. Obok Thompson. You know, sincerely, I love the fact that just like Mr. Dele said, what is good for the good.
What is sauce for the good? Is sauce for the gander.
So now I love the fact that everybody's feeling the heat. You know, we never had any security. You know, and we were fine. Now, all we are saying is our lawmakers, join us on this particular eye. Let us live together in peace. Since they feel that we are fine and they are protecting us enough, let them also join this particular one. Now they are crying and they are shouting, oh, they don't feel safe anymore and all of that. That the government is not even following what international practice says as regards to protecting them. But of course, if you agree with me that in other climes, their legislators get to pay private securities to protect them, not the country's police.
You see, the essence of the order and directive given by the president is supposed to be something that every Nigerian should celebrate. But I'm surprised that the senators are taking it personal, not minding the fact that Nigeria does not belong to only the senators. You know, there is high level of insecurity in the land. And Tinubu government have been able to see ways and strategies to resolve this issue. One, which is to make sure that they limit the number of policemen that have been assigned to VIPs and non-state actors and so on, and politicians, and so that there can be enough hands to handle the security menace in the society. But here you have the senators having issues with that, because of their personal interests. And this is the problem Nigeria has as a challenge, that we don't think outside selfish interest. Every politician wants to satisfy him or herself. So when you talk of other crimes, you see these same senators, they travel out of the country. You see them, going on public transportation without this so-called escort and whatsoever. And they also witness their counterparts over there living in maybe a 2-3 bedroom flat, taking care of their apartment and all whatnot, and without living in excessive, wealth, which they acquire through dubious or crooked means, as the case is in Nigeria. But they still manage to live their life, have a community where they can communicate with, which they are also accountable and, show some level of transparency too. So, but in Nigeria, because of the fact that the politicians, the senators, have had too much of the fair share of Nigerian, treasury. So they don't want ordinary Nigerians to also benefit from it. Coming to the issue of the orderly that they complain about, that they are not having, if the ordinary citizen, which their primary objective is to even protect and make laws that will better protect and secure their lives and their properties, are not secured, why should they be comfortable to, to be secured, to have, a cluster of security personnel around themselves, when ordinary Nigerians has no security, no food security, no educational security, no social security, and what have you. And these are the same senators, that you see Nigerians are paying their allowances, and they want to live above the means of Nigerians. Or they want to
the fact, just like you
live
said,
above, to the detriment of Nigerians.
just like you said, sir.
Why can't they accept the president's, directive and understand that this is part of their the sacrifice they have to make, for a better security network in Nigeria? This is just a simple demand by the presidency that free up these so-called numbers of orderlies around you that you move about, that are, in the name of securing you. The most fundamental aspect of security should be preventive. It should be preventive, and being preventive does not mean you must have bodyguards or armed men around you. The major aspect would have been give to the public, just like Dr. Dela has said. The public will defend you. We have a case of a former governor in Lagos State that after he must have left government, after his first term, you see some, government agencies going after him. But it was the people that barricade the road and make sure that those security agencies don't have access to this former governor. Because this former governor, while he was in power, performed exceedingly well to the admiration of the people. So the people could rise to prevent any eventuality from happening to him.
Okay,
so the same thing that these senators would have sought after, first of all. They should understand that the security, apparatus in the country is overstretched. And so they need to release all these orderlies that have around them so that they can help to fight the insecurity in the land. And then also have a fair share of how they can also survive without these security apparatus. The same way ordinary Nigerians are surviving. They are not more Nigerian than others.
Okay. So, sir, just like you mentioned, you talked about other lawmakers in different climes, and of course, when our senators, all our lawmakers, when they leave the country and they go out of the country,
they carry their bags.
They carry their bags. They don't even go with any orderly. They don't go with any. Sometimes it's very hard before I even see them with some of their PAs, But they go alone. Maybe one other person, that's all. They feel safe over there. Yeah, because some people actually made that particular place safe.
They make sacrifice. People make the sacrifice. The lawmakers of the parliament or lawmakers over there, they make the sacrifice to have that, particular sane and safe society where they can go to and move around freely. But here they don't want to pay that sacrifice of disenfranchising themselves of this, security orderlies that move around.
And guess what? Since they actually went that way, as regards to mention the international clients, maybe we should just remind them, perhaps some of them cannot remember, that over there, lawmakers there don't make that city do or die, that they have to keep coming back to the Senate or keep coming back House of Rep members or keep coming back as House of Assembly members. When once you know you lost your vote, you go back home, continue your life. For me, the best man I've seen so far in this 2025 is the former governor of Lagos State, Raji Fashola. After being a governor for 8 years, he went in to become a minister. And afterwards, did you see him in Supreme Court 3 days ago? He's gone back to the court to continue his job. That is how it was meant to be. Not some people making politics a new do-or-die business. It is just a service.
Because they don't have second address.
Yes. It is just a service. Oh, your people called you to serve them. After then, you go back to your normal life. Fashola was seen in court and I was smiling all through in that video. I was smiling. Seeing him talking in Supreme Court as a lawyer, a senior advocate of this nation.
Yeah, that's what we used to have before the 1999, the Fourth Republic. You see a lot of politicians that were House members and local government chairman. Most of them, you'll find them back again in the classroom teaching. Some were lecturers in universities or in other trade. They go back to their trade, But the fact is that Nigeria has to have a kind of reorientation and attitude change, reorientation. Because what we are putting up now as, everything goes, is not the proper thing at all. It's not the way to go. We are heading nowhere with this kind of mindset of mentality that we are putting up in politics. Politics were supposed to be all about quality and excellent service delivery to the people electorate that elected you into government, and shouldn't be, a sit-tight position or a thing that you must, by fire, by force, you remain there. No, you are not, just like every other human being, time changes. And there are other people that might come up with superior ideas to better solve problems in the society. But because of the sit-tight mentality, you believe you know everything, or you hold the whole, district or senatorial district into ransom because you don't have further ideas to contribute to see how your district can better be governed or growth, or laws that can improve the lives of those citizens. You still remain there, thereby robbing your fellow citizens, from improved life, welfareism. So these are the problems. We have to change that attitude of thinking that, okay, without the policemen around us, we cannot survive. You forget that even before you went into that political office, you were also, you move around the street, freely without any, policemen accompanying you. So what should stop you then, by really allowing these people to go free where they are needed most? There are a lot of insecurity in the land. Allow them to go and take care of the kidnapping, banditry, terrorism around.
Okay, sir. I love the fact that we talked about them, making politics now a new job, just like Mr. Dele said. He said some of them do have a second address. That's the only address they have. That's the reason why you would see a local government.
Do or die thing.
Yes, a local government chairman would finish his tenure. Next thing is looking into representing, a particular constituency in House of Assembly. And next thing, they're thinking of going to House of Rep. From there, they want to become senators. Some senators are thinking of coming back to become governors. Governors that are done are thinking of going into Senate.
So they grab power
and
by all means.
Yes, and next thing, they are positioning themselves as ministers. Some governors. Some are positioning themselves to be picked as a vice president of the nation. And when you look at all of this trajectory, you will agree with me that it is now a do or die thing for them. And it's really painful that some of our lawmakers are really missing out some of these things. And of course, I saw the president mention yesterday, he said that, including to ministers, that they should withdraw the police escorts as well from the ministers. But of course, I would like to ask Mr. Dele, we've got to a point where we know that senators are actually crying now for their safety. With this particular one, do you think that this particular one, would affect the relationship between the legislators and the executive? Because they might actually want to say, oh, since you are not actually listening to us, we would also look for a way to stop our rubber stamp, which would actually be in our own favor. If they can stop the rubber stamp, by saying whatsoever you send in, we will not pass any bill, whatsoever you send, we will not approve it. Senators have really made themselves little god now, because I saw something, I think it was today, their plenary today or yesterday, when they were asking one of the non-career ambassador a question, they said, can you name 3 senators,
within your state?
Within your state. I think, is it Ekiti or Osun? Ekiti, right? And they said, can you name? And the person, the man could not name, the senators. And they got so angry, they were not happy. And I'm like, really? Do I have to know you? If you are really working, I will know you. But of course, I understand that they just wanted someone who understands the grassroots politics and all of that. But representing you should be about the nation and not just about Ekiti. Of course, it has 2 ways to that particular conversation. But sir, with this whole situation of, give us back our security, give us back our orderlies, affect the legislators and, the executive arm of government?
The question you first ask yourself is, are these people principled?
Sir?
Are they principled?
Which of
them?
Do
they have principles? The legislators. The main reason why they are there is to corner wealth. And so, if you know somebody will butter your bread, no matter how much insult you get from that person, you cooperate. Especially when you know that
so many tables right now.
It's coming in torrent. Imagine somebody who was a Kekena pep rider in Southern Kaduna, who finds himself in House of Reps.
Just like that.
Within 2 months, from Kekena pep, he started riding on 160 million naira SUV. So you want that person to challenge his benefactor. It's never going to happen. He will rather go back home and sulk. He will not challenge. And some of them also have bags that can be unraveled. Some of them went to APC because they know that they will enter there and their sins will be forgiven and they will go and sin no more. And then you want that person who knows that there is somebody, there's a sentry waiting for him outside of the legislative chamber to pick him up if he misbehaves. He will never misbehave. So don't expect any miracle. They will have a way of settling it. Maybe what they will do is, okay, for you that you have been carrying 10 policemen, now we are not giving you more than 3. Go and reorganize your house so that you will accommodate more than 3 or 2 for you. That's what will happen. It's not as if they will strip them completely of those security aids. But let's curb their excesses. Let them remain Nigerians like other Nigerians. Let them go. You imagine some of them will carry 2 orderlies, enter aircraft to do what? If you are so obsessed with security details, you can always call the commissioner of police of your state or the state you are visiting.
You are visiting, yes.
That look, I'm Senator so. I'm a member of House of Reps so. That will be coming to your state tomorrow. Please, could you provide me 2 security details to take me around the city? That's another matter. But they fly them. Some of them fly them abroad. In fact, sometimes when they want to enter a restricted place, and they said the security man must submit his
pistol, yes.
They will be arguing.
That I've seen that in Abuja airport. Yes.
Say I'm following Senator so.
Yeah, I'm following Oga.
For God's sake, strip him of that senator. It's not like some of them are not even as handsome as you are. So what is it?
But they have money more than me,
They happen on money. So that's why Fashola will not care if he's appointed or not.
Sincerely.
Because he has a job.
No, sincerely. See,
majority of them, they don't have a second address. How can I ask you, what's your profession? You say, I'm a politician.
I'm a politician.
Who does that? Obama was a lawyer before he became a senator.
He has gone back to his normal life.
And he has gone back to his normal life. But here, once they are out of office, within 2 years, you won't believe they ever went to Abuja before. They get broke. But there's nothing to fall on. No, nothing to fall back on. All the retinue of mistresses they have acquired will desert them. All the babalawos, afars, and imams will desert them.
Mr. Dele is really making so many revelations here on the show today. I just hope 1 or 2 senators have not really, offended you. Or maybe the senator in your Ondo state.
No, these are things that you see every day. I've reported for a long period for me to understand the way they think and the way they fall from grass to grass.
Let me bring this to you, sir. Are your senators in Ondo State doing fine?
But since I'm not in Ondo State, I may not be giving the right assessment of some of these senators. I just read one now that is going to distribute palliative. Is it palliative that we want? Is it their business to distribute palliative? Somebody who was sent to Abuja to go and make law, and now you are coming with over 100 million or 500 million naira worth of a palliative. And then those who are supposed to acquire skills to better their future, you give them Okada. Some of them will be maimed, some of them will die in the process, and you say you are helping the community. What kind of help is that? Somebody who you are supposed to gather them and train them on AI for them to have a good job. You go and distribute laptop to Wubi, Yahoo boy, and you say you are distributing palliative. What sort of misplaced priority and waste in the process? So we don't really understand what we are doing here. Legislators are supposed to make laws that will have long-term benefits.
I would never forget my encounter with some of the state governments in the West and, of course, the South. Of course, when I use the word West and South, so anybody should pick their sub right now. I might not be able to mention the name, okay? Just for...
We can help you to mention the name.
I went in for presentation when we still talked about REA, for a Rural Electrification Agency, as regards to solar. Of course, a few of us were actually, compelled to be a TP, a third-party administrator, as regards to that particular project. And we were to train 200 youth of each local government in the state. And guess what? What really surprised me, after the presentation from the NLC, TUC, now you are in the State House, after a presentation, and all your government officials would tell you, Chief of Staff, Commissioner of Power, is, that this particular project, it would work, but you have to pay
What is in it for me? It is always what is in it for me.
They use the word, they not bitfight by calling it PR. Of course, if any state government at all from the South or the West would actually reach out to me to say they want to take this up on me, then I'll open them up, because those documents are still home. It's so funny that you think this executive arm or these legislators are really watching your back, or they are for the people. We want to train your people. Now we want to earn them, products that they want. And for them to get, instrumental payment from the government, the federal government would actually see this through CBN, and the people would approve that you deduct from the source gradually. Yet, a state government still want to take percentage as PR from this particular thing.
You are wasting your time.
And they don't still want you to train their people without you giving them PR.
You are wasting your time.
But it's easy for you to get a grinding machine. It's easy for you to get bikes.
I was part of a delegation that went to Ondo State for this refinery project. There was already a $3 billion drawdown for this project. And when we went to Ondo State, we had a meeting with the government officials. You know what they were asking? They said they have to release $2 million. And then the promoters of the project said, we have even gone to Olokola. They have even allocated land. Said, we are coming from US, where corporate governance is strong. That how do we explain that we have spent $2 billion naira dollars? Said, well, no dice. And that was the end of that project. Those people took away their money.
They have to. And today you are inviting, investors to come. But of course, Mr. Obong Thompson, I'd like you to give us your final take as regards to this conversation. What does this controversy reveal about the challenges of reforming the security sector in Nigeria?
Well, it's, every reform comes with its own challenges. And, Nigeria has been soaked with so much insensitivity and illegality, such that everybody wants to continue in illegality. And, to be sincere, President Tinubu is taking the bull by the horn. And, because he's an elderly person, it doesn't, he's not actually caring about what he's going to get back from the senators or whatsoever. He's just after finding a solution to the challenges that is bedeviling the country. For such, every well-meaning Nigerian should support the president and follow suit by the instruction, and at least make that sacrifice for the sake of the country, for the sake of a well-secured Nigeria, so that we can have a country called our own. That is just the way I believe the senators, the ministers, the VIPs, the musicians that
also have the Yahoo boys.
Yeah, that takes away our armed countrymen to utilize on their personal objective. Should release these people for the purpose they were meant to.
All right, thank you so much, sir, for that final submission. Thank you so much, Mr. Dele Fanimo, for joining the program.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Obong Thompson, for joining the program. This is how far we can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. If you love the world of sport, please, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy a locker room from my colleagues here. Of course, don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely on and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Omokri, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP.
AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports,
business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight.
All right, welcome to another brilliant edition of the Locker Room Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Apeliohai reporting for football duties. So much to talk about in the exciting world of football. The Super Eagles preparing for the African Cup of Nations and their opponents already unveiling their list while we are still waiting for, will I say, I don't know, the most talked about 28-man list. It looks like it's becoming a jukebox, or will I say a puzzle that the NFF will have to crack to unveil the players who will be going to the AFCON, which is just in a matter of a week or so away. And of course, I'm not alone. I have the guys in the studio with me, Ikpeazu and Mayowa, will be joining us virtually to make sure the show is to your own delight. And of course, Ikpeazu, so much happened in the exciting world of football over last night, talking about the Champions League. It looks like Xabi Alonso lives to fight another day.
Absolutely lives to fight another day, Jerry. Good evening and good evening to our viewers. A lot's happened, right, in the Champions League. Arsenal showed strength in spite of the fact that the back four was completely new from what we expected. Declan Rice was also given an holiday for that particular one to sit that one out. I mean, it's been a long time coming. A lot of persons have been calling for him to actually take a break after the Aston Villa game. It showed that he's got tired legs. And I mean, a lot of teams, really pulled a very good pull-ups, so a very good display. Juventus, I mean, showed just why they are arguably one of the best teams in Europe. And we definitely look at the Super Eagles. We don't know what's happening at this point. I don't know if it's going to be the eve to the tournament where the 23-man list will be officially unveiled. But if the NFF is yet to actually decide that, perhaps they are obviously waiting to actually start, or release the list after the Egypt friendly, which is, for me, it's not, something that we should be happy about, because these guys should actually know their fate now, put their hearts to it. But then I hope that whatever decision they decide to take in the end is going to actually help the Super Eagles come out or give a very good showing in the AFCON. But once again, Jerry, it's good to be part of the locker room this evening.
All right, it's good to be a part of the locker room. Of course, while wait for Maiwa to be a part of the show, let's hit the ground running. And Eric Charles is in the news this time around because everyone is waiting for him. He's the most talked about man as far as the AFCON is concerned, as Nigerians await the 28-man roster. And of course, Eric Charles has come out to explain why no new players made the Eagles squad. But we hear that only 3 out of the players he named in the preliminary squad will be going to the African Cup of Nations. And the reasons he explained was that there's not much time to see these players and see what they can bring to the table, talking about adding some flair to the team and adding, getting to know what they can do and what they can give to the side. But if the information we're getting are correct, if the likes of Akin Samiro is going to be making the squad, as well as Blackburn Rovers defender, talking about Ryan Lebiosu, as well as Rafiu Durosimi, who plays for Czech Republic side Victoria Pleasant. These players have not had game time with the Eagles. So where's that information coming from? Why are the players? Why are these players different from the other players that he says that he has not really seen them?
So basically, still very much in the realm of speculation at this point.
Yeah.
If Eric Shea is saying that no new player will be part of it, and then in the same breath he's saying that we are hearing information of Akin Samiro and even a certain Emmanuel Michael, to be part of the Eagles Super Eagles setup. Even Ryan Alibiosu, because of our defensive shortfall. It begs the question: if no new player will be part of the Super Eagles, who are the players then that will be part of it? Again, on the flip side, perhaps Cheryl is saying that no new player in the sense that players who have not been a name that's not been part of the Super Eagles at all. Maybe that's what he's branding as new to him. But the likes of Akin Samiro has always been around, and the name has always been part of huge stock for the Super Eagles to be part of the setup. He was also supposed to be part of the playoff, but injury actually kept him out. Ryan Alibiosu, he's a defender. He's not been part of the Super Eagles, but this is not the first time his name is being mentioned. Of course, Durosimi is also not the first time his name is being mentioned. So maybe he's looking at it from that particular realm, saying that, yes, we talk about new player, but he has to be the ones who actually are getting the very first time their name is going to be popping up in the Super Eagles. But I think it's going to be easier for us when the final 23-man list eventually comes up. Then we'll be able to see clearly what Shell is talking about when he said no new player, part of the Super Eagles setup. But as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I know right now, if you look at the team right now, without Ryan Alibiosu, without Durosimi, without Akin Samiro, I think the Super Eagles will still go into that particular championship with a very good squad, with a very healthy squad. Yes, bearing the defensive crisis that we have, but I think we have a lot of defenders. We've looked at the right back. I think Olano and Brighton Shama have it locked down. Bruno Imechi and Zedu Sanusi have that role also locked down. And then in the heart of the defense, Kevin Bassey, Shemi Ajayi, and of course we can also look at 2 other players who will be part of it. Perhaps Wilfred Ndidi will be dropping to be part of the heart of the defense line. Then maybe a certain Rafael Ndika will have a lot of play time, and Haya Sanusi will also part of those who will show up the midfield, and of course Frank Onyeka. So maybe that's where he's looking at. Maybe, just maybe, but let's get to see the list first. Then we'll be able to really understand the realm which the coach is actually speaking. But as it stands now, right, I think it's still very much in the realm of speculation.
All right, Remo, speculation. Of course, you understand that Mayowa is now with us. Mayowa, it's great to have you join us. So much to talk about in the exciting world of football. I know you're excited. There's joy at home. Man City beating Madrid.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. My wife was so happy yesterday. I mean, Man City made that proud. Alonso under a whole lot of pressure. Probably maybe we'll get to see Alonso fired very, very soon. But I mean, it comes with the terrain. You are as good as your last game. But in any case, a whole lot of controversy with the Cameroon national team. But that aside, our own drama still continues. We don't know who is still going to be the makeup of the squad. They are still chopping and changing. I'm hoping that, at the end of the day, we don't get to see strange names make it to, the Nations Cup. But in any case, it's an amazing Thursday to be here. Thank you for having me, Jerry.
Yeah, definitely. We don't want to hear any names like Tanimo. Definitely, I'll be very upset if I see such names in that AFCON list. Yeah. I think I can make do with Paul Onachu. And I don't know, Victor Boniface, I'll be very worried. Igor sounds decent. And even the Duro Simi guy, I've gone to see some of his tapes. He's a decent player. I'm even surprised there's a certain player who plays for Southampton. Nobody has been talking about him. He's a defender, formerly a Chelsea player. I'm trying to remember his name. And nobody's talking about him. And even the other guy that came sometime, Osho.
Gabriel
Osho. I don't know. It's like they pushed him aside.
I prefer Ngenge to Osho.
No. I think at least we know where. See, but we used 24 hours to look for where Ngenge is. We still don't know.
Remo Stars, Jerry. Remo Stars.
That Remo Stars, that which team? Which team they play in the CAF Champions League?
Jerry, it doesn't matter.
Was it not there when he plundered 5 goals?
The South African side, 7-1.
7-1 aggregate. That's the player you want. See,
Jerry,
that's the player you want. That's the player you want
Liverpool,
to play in the Super
Liverpool lost to Aston Villa 7-2.
Leave Liverpool out of this.
No, we have to talk about it.
That's the player.
Liverpool lost to Aston Villa 7-2. Does it make all Liverpool defenders terrible?
Which year?
Van Dijk.
Which year?
3 seasons ago.
Which year?
3 seasons ago.
Wait, are we comparing Remo Stars situation?
No, I'm saying
Remo Stars.
Any team can lose.
Let's say Remo Stars. If Remo Stars play, calm down. If Remo Stars play Mamelodi Sundowns 10 times, they will lose 10 times successfully. True of us.
What are you even saying, Jerry?
No.
We are looking at a player.
Let's
the team might
that Remo Stars team that you saw, if they play Mamelodi Sundowns 10 times, are they going to get a win?
No, if they play Mamelodi Sundowns 10 times, the way they played, they will be beaten 11 times.
They will not even see draw. That's the team you want the defender to go to the AFCON.
Is it about the Jerry, one player, not the team now?
Because they lost does not mean all the team is bad.
Exactly.
Because they lost does not mean everybody in the team is bad. Ngenge can be the revelation of this particular Nations Cup.
Jerry, you're not being fair. See, you recall en route to 2013 Nations Cup. Godfrey Obabona was one of the most talked about defenders in the Nigerian league.
True.
He got to that Nations Cup. He wasn't even a starter, but something happened after our first game. Yobo was placed on the bench, and the guy became, the revelation of that tournament. This Ngenge might not have had it good because of, crowd of players he's been playing with. But Jerry, if you give...
Anyway, Ngenge will never be in the conversation. That's it. So let's not even waste our saliva because it's not even... Even Eritrea must have seen enough. If Ngenge was doing well, I think Eritrea will be talking about him. I don't even need to waste the precious time of locker room to be discussing an unknown player, or a ghost player. Let's talk about those who are relevant.
But that's unfair.
That's the truth.
Premier League champion.
That's the blunt
Wait, Jerry, Premier League champion is what you're calling
that's the blunt truth. If
If
Ngenge was doing well, we will not be talking about Benjamin Frederick, Ryan Alebioso and co. Yeah, he will not be looking for other players.
No, we are talking about,
If Ngenge did well at the champ.
No, we are talking about Ngenge because injury happened.
Even when Ngenge was fit, bro.
No, injury happened to the Super Eagles now. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah.
But
Ngenge is not even in the conversation. He has never been in conversation. You just brought it just as a joystick, just to be happy, just to be excited. And I think the excitement has grown thin. I'm really tired of it right now. But let's talk about relevant things because Ngenge is a ghost worker as far as I'm concerned.
He plays for Remo Stars, Nigerian League.
I just found out.
MPFL.
I just found out.
Wait, Jerry, MPFL.
And Remo Stars is languishing. They are not doing well right
NPFL
now.
champion.
In the NPFL, Remo Stars is struggling.
Liverpool is also struggling.
I think if I even hear that Nassau United defender, I can hear.
Liverpool is also struggling.
Yeah, Liverpool is
Does
struggling.
it make Van Dijk a terrible defender?
Yes, it's terrible this season. Very, very terrible. Very, very terrible.
Yes, we were talking about it yesterday when I was saying Ngenge is better than him.
That doesn't mean that Ngenge is better than him. This season. Anywhere next season, even at 34, even if at 40, Ngenge cannot even lace his boot now. Let's not even talk about it, please. It's annoying. It's annoying enough. Let's talk about the reason why the Super Eagles final 28-man list is being delayed, because it's really, really mind-boggling that today is 11, and if our time is correct, if our calendar is correct, that's 11 days to the kickoff of the AFCON. 10 days actually. And let's say 11 or 12 days before the Eagles play their first game on the 23rd.
Yeah.
So I don't know, why should we be in this situation where nobody knows who is going to be in the 28-man list is concerned? Why all the secrecy? Why the delay?
Well, Jerry, I don't know why. If I say I don't know why, it will look like I am not a Nigerian, right? But then I still don't know why, because at this point it doesn't even make any sense. The hallmark of releasing your team early is to actually help the guys prepare their mind. A lot of uncertainty will definitely unsettle the players. That's one thing for sure. But then, again, on the other side, FIFA also made this even possible by shifting the date for players' arrival to on the 15th. That made it even worse, because now the Super Eagles and the NFF will be having reasons. I mean, the Eric Shearer and the NFF will be having reasons not to actually release what use? These guys are not coming to camp, so why am I even releasing it now, right? But then it's only reasonable to do it because you want all your players, to be focused, their mind relaxed, knowing that, okay, on set days, so that they also can be able to actually start planning their own itinerary, how they'll move if they eventually make the cut. I also want to believe that, somewhere, that we don't know, that some of these players already know that they're part of the cut, and they already know, who and who will not be part of it. I just want to have that somewhere, wrapped in my mind. But looking at what, the issue is right now, and then, Eric Shearer and then the officials actually, delaying this, there's always going to be power play. It has always been so, in the Super Eagles setup. Yes, it's even easier for the government and people who run our football to actually do that power play now when we are not really spoiled for talent. They can really now influence the list. After all, most of the players we have are not even playing at the highest level, so anybody can actually stroll into the team if one or two buttons is pressed. If one person decides two chief in the glass house decides to actually activate my slot rule, someone definitely gets his pass and become part of the team. If it's about in the days where the likes of JJ and Co were part of the Super Eagles, it's going to be difficult because, top players playing at top level, you cannot really just influence that, except you are certain that, okay, by influencing this list, so this player is only going to be on the bench all through the championship. You cannot influence it otherwise. But now we are having a team that is not really, at the level that we've always known. So definitely, this power play is going to be easy for them and it's going to make sense. That's why we're having this issue. Anything outside that, trust me, I really cannot say what it is. But this is what I think it is. There's power play, and it's definitely going to play out. Either just to influence the list or to decide for the coach how he's going to be setting up his players in the championship.
All right, and of course, a source from the NFF has revealed that there's a certain situation where the senior men, the Azamen of the NFF, are all lobbying for some certain players to be included in the list. That is why the list is being delayed. Is it that those at the glass house have not learnt their lessons? Are we still making the same mistakes and expecting different results? Or these guys don't give a damn? They don't care about the feelings of the fans. They just want to maintain status quo. They don't care whose horse is God. They just want to just have their way at all costs. My one.
Well, the first thing is they don't care. If they care, they will not be running our football this week. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, the deadline for submission of list is tomorrow, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So if the deadline is tomorrow, and as at 6 p.m., as at 5 p.m. today, we don't have the list yet, it tells you a whole lot of story. The bottom line is there are some people in the glass house that are trying to press some buttons for some players to appear on that particular list. Players who are not supposed to be there. And that is the reason why, and that's one of the reasons why, we didn't even qualify for the World Cup when we had a Tanimu who was not even playing active football, being part of the national team and was a starter for the national team until we started shouting on every platform before, Tanimu disappeared quietly from the national team. The same thing is going to happen at the moment. And that's the reason why they've been delaying the list. A whole lot of other countries, that are going to this particular tournament, they've released their list. Everybody have seen who and who is making it. But as at, less than 24 hours to the deadline, we don't even know exactly who and who is playing. The problem is this, I think some people in the glass house, they have some, boys that they want to put. Probably they've greased their pocket with some money, and that's the reason for that. And if we continue to do this, there's no way we will achieve anything with our football. At the end of the day, if the team goes out and we do not perform, everybody will start pointing finger at the coach and at the players. And I just hope the fans, they can say exactly what is going on. And to be honest with you, I'm sick and tired of the set of people we have running our football. The same thing happens over and over again, and we just keep going around and around the same circle without a solution in sight. To be honest with you, I would not mind if we don't have a football team for the next 2-3 years for us to fix this mess in the glass house. Because if they are not interested, if it's not about the money, why would you be delaying the list till now? Why would you be producing a list that people who do not merit to be on the list will be on the list? What message are they trying to send? It's just so unfortunate, that we find ourselves in this situation, and I don't know exactly when this is going to end.
Yeah, when this is going to end, wait for that day. Maybe, I don't know, in my lifetime, I will get to see where things are done right as far as Nigeria is concerned, because it doesn't only stop at football. It cuts across every sector. Every sector is compromised, corruption, individual interest over national interest, institutions are a mess, and it makes it difficult to understand, because normally, if a country like South Africa has the kind of talent Nigeria has, imagine South Africa will be walking to the Nations Cup and just be taking it kick without stress. Imagine Egypt has the kind of talent Nigeria has, or Morocco. Morocco is blessed with the talent, both female and male football. Bro, when the Nations Cup wants to start, everybody will say Morocco and the rest. Nobody will even argue. When Morocco, they will win clean, clear. From the first match to the final match, it will just be easy walk in the park. That's how it should have been. But unfortunately, it looks like, anyway, you cannot be blessed all around. But what we have now is human problem. It's no longer talent problem. It's not talent. It has never been talent problem. What we've been having as a country has been human error. Would I say human error? I don't know, but God will help us. Anyway, let's talk about the situation of Stanley Nwabali. Ago insists that the injured Stanley Nwabali, talking about Aloy Ago, he's an experienced goalkeepers trainer. He's been with the Super Eagles for a long time, and he understands what it means to have a number one for the Super Eagles. But he said that despite the injury of Stanley Nwabali, he still stands a big chance of making the Super Eagles squad. And of course, if someone like Aloy Ago is talking, I think he needs to respect his own stance as regards Nwabali's injury situation.
Absolutely. When we talk about Super Eagles goalkeeping department, one name will always stand tall. After Peter Rufai, I think Felix Aloy Ago is the closest to Peter Rufai when it comes to good old days. And then you talk about Best of the Dengbe and co. He's one man who did it with Enugu Rangers, won the league, and is actually a superhero. Back in the 60s, 70s, and of course, the 80s, even in the 90s, where before he finally, left the stage. So yes, I think it's making a lot of sense. Nwabali, if he can actually make it, I don't want him to be passed to the championship. That's what I don't want. But if he insists that Nwabali should be part of it because of his experience and his presence in the camp for harmony, even if he's not going to be, in the stick for the first couple of games, I really wouldn't mind. I mean, because goalkeepers are, their department is not one place you get to see a lot of injuries. I mean, one goalkeeper can go to the championship and then make it all through without the rest even, step into the ring at any point. So yes, if that's the case, but one thing I would not want is for him to be part of the team and then you're expecting us to actually play him when we know he's not 100% fit. That's not what I want to see. A goalkeeper who is yet to actually have been tested even at club level, who is not really doing so well, is not what a team that is not in a very good shape is expecting to actually take to a major championship. That's where the problem is. Nigeria is not at the level where you say, okay, even without a very good goalkeeper, we can actually take many teams to the cleaners. The reason why the Barcelona of Pep Guardiola era actually did what they did was because that team was super good. The cohesion was awesome. They can outplay you. They can decide, your fate even in the first 15 minutes of the game, barring the fact that their goalkeeper is not even one of the top 10 at the point. I'm talking about Victor Valdes. But you just imagine a Barcelona side that is not as good as that, having a goalkeeper like Victor Valdes. Many of those games that they won, they wouldn't have even have won those games. But because they are so good that even many of the time, Victor Valdes even get barely tested. And we don't have that kind of squad that can actually really impose it, or bully teams, or kick teams off the park. We don't have that kind of squad now. We don't have even a lot of fear factor in our teams. Even our top players, many of them at some point, at this point are really trying to really get back to form. It's not the kind of Super Eagles you want to have a goalkeeper who is not fit. But then again, except it is for him to just be part of the team as, like you want to say, a moral booster, then definitely I don't have a problem. But outside that, I don't think we need Stanley Nwabali if he's not 100% fit.
All right, of course. Stanley Nwabali, according to Alarogo, he spoke to him. He said he's injured, but he was going to try as much as possible to make the cut. But he said rather that the injury is really serious, but hopefully he will be able to convince, talking about the coach and the coaching crew, that he will be available eventually for the team. Do you think it's worthy to still take him, despite the injury worries that he might not be available for the first few games?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Alarogo is part of the coaching crew, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think formally, not now, no longer. He's no longer part of the crew now.
Yeah. That the reason why I asked the question is because Alarogo is not part of the coaching crew, yet he's speaking for an injured player. These are the things that we are talking about. The first thing is this: you are injured, and apart from the fact that he has a whole lot of issue, there has been a whole lot of issue as regards his form for the national team. The form for the national team has not been that good, and there has been calls for his replacement. Now he's injured. There is no point taking an injured player that you are not guaranteed that is going to play. And according to a report, it seems the injury is serious. If it's not serious, we will not be having this conversation at the moment. So I think for me, if you are taking an unfit Nwabali to a Nations Cup, it doesn't speak well for those who will be vying for that same opportunity to be part of the Nations Cup. Yes, I'm all for healthy competition, but the moment you have an injured player that will not contribute anything to the team, and you decide to take that player to the tournament, and remember, if a player is coming back from injury, it takes a bit of time before they regain their former form. And also add that to the fact that this person that we are talking about, he has been in terrible form for the national team, at least for the national team. Even his club, they've been considering goals with reckless abandon. So, for me, I don't think he should be part of the. He'll probably be one of the people that the Godfather spoke about for him to be part of it. It doesn't make any logical sense for you to go to a Nations Cup with an injured player that will not contribute anything. There is a Maduka Okoye, there are other goalkeepers who will be, who want to take this opportunity to showcase what they can do for the national team. I think it will be better we pick any of those goalkeepers to go instead of Stanley Nwabali stealing a spot from somebody who is fully fit and can, contribute to the overall success of Nigeria at the tournament.
All right. And of course, taking a look at the Tunisian side, they're one of the opponents of the Super Eagles in the same group. And of course, they've already unveiled their roster for the AFCON. And of course, it's a star-studded side in the eyes of the Tunisians. And of course, we have Ben Said, the goalkeeper there. And for those who know the Tunisians, they always bring something to the table. And there's a Jaziri who plays in the forward line for the team. Maiwa, taking a look at the Tunisians, they are no pushover. They stopped the Super Eagles in 2019.
They are no pushover. I was hoping to see, the Sunderland star Shamsuddin at this team there. And I don't know exactly, what the issue is with him. But in any case, I mean, they will probably give us a run for our money. They've been on the steady rise. Remember the World Cup qualifier? They were one of the scintillating teams in that particular, qualifiers, and qualifying with ease in your group, and building on that momentum, has served them a whole lot. So there will be a force to reckon with. Nigeria at the moment, we don't know who will be part of our, we don't know who will be going to the Nations Cup. We are not even sure. But for Tunisia, they've been able to put their house in order. And these are the kind of things you need to put in place even before the competition starts. At the moment, the list is in the air. We don't even know the players that are going to put the players, in the proper frame of mind of the competition. And these are the issues that that we usually talk about that are not, they are not on the field issue, but they are the backroom issue that will probably at the end of the day affect our overall performance. So I mean, good one for Tunisia. I would not be surprised, if they overperform in this particular tournament. Their run in the World Cup is an indication for that. And over the years, they've been building their team consistently. They have a whole lot of, array of stars, and this is their opportunity to be able to do something fantastic at the Nations Cup.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a very keenly contested one. Of course, the Tunisians are definitely not going to be pushed aside. They have a very good league, and they have players who have self-belief in themselves, and definitely they will not be afraid of the Eagles when they eventually play each other at the AFCON.
Absolutely. If you've been following North African football, well, you know that the ways some of these countries play are quite peculiar to each other, right? You know that for Tunisia and Algeria have this similar style of play, and the similarity between both of them is that they are very physical side, amongst North African folks. And when you're playing against a side that is quite very physical, and also you know that North Africans naturally they are very technical and tactical too, it's going to come with a lot of demands. But then they might not have that high-profile names like they used to have back in the days, but you cannot wish them away. They are a side that should be respected at every given championship. And one thing about championship like that I fear very much is that when you are up against a team that is a traditional Nations Cup side without top name in their ranks, they are quite difficult to actually play, because now everybody wants to make a name for themselves. They want to come all out as a unit. They want to go all the way to make history, and they are quite difficult to actually play. Look at the way they actually played in the World Cup qualifiers. You know that they are a team, and I mean, this is not a time for showboating or individual performance. This is the time to actually look at the quality of a team. When it comes to quality of a team, Tunisia really is one team that should be really respected. I think alongside Nigeria, if Nigeria do what we are supposed to do right, we both can actually make it through the next round. But I don't think that Tunisia is a side that we should actually disrespect. They are not a side that you want to push over. We should ensure that whatever it is we want to do, our game against Tunisia should not be the game that will decide our fate. We should make sure the remaining other two teams in that tournament are well beaten, and then we can now decide whatever it is we want to do with Tunisia. Because if our fate if we keep our faith and hope that Tunisia game will definitely decide how we'll definitely go through, then of course it's going to be a very long road for us, and I don't want to see us. The North Africans are very, very tricky. They have antics. They understand game management. They are very difficult to play when they actually the ball is actually in their court. So I don't want us to be in that particular mix against the Tunisians in this one. So, but it's a good one that we're playing against one of them, early enough. So at least it's going to help us, prepare psychologically during the knockout phase if we ever come up against, any of them. But yeah, congratulations to them. I hope that we're going to have a good game.
All right, well, we're going to have a good game. And of course, talking about the man of the moment, Akin Samiro is said to be a part of the Super Eagles at the African Cup of Nations. Inter Milan are beginning to have a rethink on the clause that was put in his deal to join the Pisa on loan. There was an option to buy clause included in the contract. They are considering striking that out now that it looks like he will be going to the AFCON and getting game time, meaning that he's talking about his transfer fee will go on the high if he plays at the AFCON. So whatever clause says that you must buy him at a certain amount will no longer suffice. And I don't know how they'll be able to do that looking at the situation of Akin Samiro Maiwa.
Well, I think what will happen is I don't think Pisa will agree to him, because what Inter Milan wants to do is this: strike out that particular price tag that they put in the contract for them to be able to get higher fees. And you know, Pisa is relatively small to Inter Milan, so I don't think Pisa will agree. I think what will happen is he will see out the contract, and Inter Milan will request him back. The reason why that contract, that clauses in the contract is that if Inter Milan deems him surplus to requirement, they will, let him go off their hands. The wages and the rest of that will not be on Inter's head, and that's the reason why they put it on that. However, part of the clause also states that if Pisa is not interested, he will have to go back to Inter Milan. So definitely that's the reason why they want to strike it off. And Ake Somiro has been closing himself in glory. He has been performing excellently well for Pisa. Apart from, Pisa even looking at him, a whole lot of other clubs in the Serie A are also, taking a looking at him. So if he gets to come to Nations Cup and he does so well, I think what will happen is because Inter will want more money, and I don't think Pisa will want to agree. He goes back to Inter, then Inter probably sells him for more, or probably keep him to for their own benefit because of his performance so far. But to be honest, the guy has really done so well, and probably maybe Inter Milan will be regretting letting him go on.
Yeah, definitely. Ake Somiro, stocks is rising, and of course, definitely he has done so well for himself, and it looks like things are going to start turning around for the better for him.
Well, it's all about the business of the game, and Inter Milan is actually playing it very well. He's our player, whatever it is you want to say. Can Pisa actually afford him if Inter Milan decides to actually raise the stock? Do they have what it takes to actually bring in a player of that quality into their ranks? These are the big questions. Will Ake Somiro want to remain with Pisa? I mean, knowing that his stock has risen as a player, also another very big question. So I think Ake Somiro, for him, he's definitely want to return to Inter Milan because that's a big stage where he's going to be seen more. He's going to play Champions League football. I mean, exposure and all of that, top clubs will definitely now be coming, his salary will increase. So these are the things he'll be thinking as a player. Inter Milan as well, looking at him and say, okay, yeah, this is actually a very good business. And for Pisa will definitely want to be friendly with Inter Milan, knowing that, yes, I mean, Inter Milan will always want to do business with us. They will always want to give us, players from that they deem, surplus to requirements, because just one hostile move from Pisa is going to really cancel any future deal with them. And I mean, for clubs like Inter Milan, they will always have players of this quality who they feel is not really at their level, who they will actually want to push somewhere that is going to get a lot of game time. And that's where the likes of Pisa will always come. There are certain teams that their job is to actually to help build other teams. Naturally, that's exactly how it is across the whole league in the world. That's what you get. Many teams will always do that. I mean, likes of Brighton and co, this is what they do. And in some cases, they just get to buy. In other cases, they get these players on loan. They know that they will most likely, they are not too ambitious to actually hit the roof. They're not ambitious to actually become, contenders to actually win title. Maybe Liverpool will get there someday. But for Ake Somiro, I just hope that, as a player, this is going to be the beginning of a new era for him. And then maybe it's going to become a mainstay for the Super Eagles.
And Man United is already there anyway. For information, in case you have
how did Man United get into this?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Man United is already there already, in case he wants to know, because sometimes you have to give breaking news. Because somebody, I saw information. Somebody went to create a parody account for a media house and tried to say that Salah has been given a fresh contract of 2 years. If you don't really know, if you're not in the news, you would think, on top of his controversial situation, how come they are giving him 2 years contract on top of that? So it created a lot of buzz because some people observed it and said, wow, this is a parody account. Come on, you guys should just stop the joke. And of course, that's a joke for you, but I will take it. I will take it and remind you too. Man United is in that situation.
Well, you can remind my Owa.
They even worse.
You can remind my
We know where you are coming from. We know your root.
You're supporting Chelsea.
We know your root.
Thank you very much, my Owa.
Okay. Anyway, that's Camo. We don't know where he's coming from. I know his roots.
Man United in the house, Chelsea outside.
All right, let's talk about the UEFA Champions League. Arteta hails Madueke magic moments after he scored a double. It looks like Madueke has found a new lease of life. It looks like coming from the bench has taught him some lessons, and he's beginning to step up. And there's no reason not to look at Arsenal as a contender because they're looking good on the top of the table. They've not lost a game in the UEFA Champions League. They are hot favourites, Maiwa.
Well, I mean, 18 points out of 18 shows how good they are. They've been very fantastic in the Champions League. And no matter the bad belly you want to do, the performance in the Champions League, it's a testament to how good they've been. Yes, in the league they've messed up games that they are supposed to win, but at least in the Champions League they're doing so well. And the injury to Trossard, was a blessing to Madueke. If Trossard was not injured, Madueke would have probably come on in that particular game. And since then, he has been performing excellently well. The first goal that he scored yesterday was a screamer. Look at how, he was able to get the ball out of two players and he was able to fire that shot into the net. That shows how good he is. And he's beginning to make a case for himself that, I don't deserve to be put on the bench. And with that kind of performance, any sensible coach will probably want to put him as number one on the list. So good one for Arsenal. And also, the win also served as a confidence booster to them. They lost scandalously to Aston Villa over the weekend, a game they shouldn't have lost. In the Champions League, they are finding a loss in that. This is a confidence booster going, into the games over the weekend and probably, keep to also keep Man City at bay in terms of the EPL. So good one for Arteta and good one for Madueke.
And their goal difference is really impressive. They conceded just one goal in how many matches in the Champions League? And of course, what more to say about the hot favourites, Arsenal? They're blowing teams away, going away to Club Brugge to even get a clean sheet. We know how difficult Barcelona found Club Brugge playing against them. For Arsenal to dispatch them in such a way, and for Noni Madueke to just be strolling and getting a double, it shows that Arsenal are not playing.
Well, 2004, 2005, 2006 season, Arsenal only conceded one goal in Champions League till they got to the finals and conceded 2 goals against Barcelona. They lost that championship. Last season, Liverpool were top of the log. The first game in the knockout, they lost to PSG eventual winners. So we've seen this script before. It's not the first time we're actually seeing it. English side have this way of showing this super macho thing early. When the stakes get very high, like they always say, when John go mature, Breeze not the 4-3 again. At that point, we definitely will see that Arsenal is really Arsenal. But yes, it's impressive what they are doing now. I just hope in the end that the bug that beat Liverpool last season, when they finally got to the knockout round, will not, hit them now. We saw how they actually turned up against Aston Villa. Who knows? A team will be there some in the knockout round locking to actually play Arsenal like Aston Villa, and then we'll just get to see them in the first round of the knockout stage. Get sent packing. But this is the moment for them. Let them bask in it, and I hope that Arteta will definitely rest more of his players. I was quite impressed that Declan Rice didn't actually feature in that particular one. The backline, Miles Kelly and co had to actually have playing time. I was not too happy that Madueke didn't actually finish the game. Saka had to come in 72 minutes, I think they were about. But it's for me, I would have.
I don't think there was any need bringing in some players.
Exactly, but
the game was already won.
That's the problem.
Keep them fresh.
That's the problem
for the next game.
Arteta likes to actually use his players until they get injured before they get rest, and such character would definitely spare them in the end. The season Atletico Madrid, if you recall that season, they lost Champions League final 4-1 to Real Madrid. I think it was 2016-2017 season. That particular season was a very sad season because 2013-2014 season, because I recall that was the very first one. And that particular season, you know that Diego Simeone actually played that entire season with 16 players. And towards the tail end of the season, many of the players started suffering a hamstring and co. If you also recall, 16 minutes, I think it was only 16 minutes, Diego Costa, their striker, actually played in that final. And they were leading, but they were unable to actually keep up the pace because they were already fagged out. And Madrid actually found a way to break them, in a dire moment. And it was all goals after that first goal from Sergio Ramos. So I just hope Arteta will not get into that particular point. The season is still very long, and you just keep using these players. It's very unfair. Zubimendi is also another player that is showing signs of weakness and is getting very, very, really tired. And I just hope he finds a way to actually, make that man also get stay fresh.
Yeah, I was going to even ask you that. I was even waiting, Mariwa, that there was going to be a situation where he's explaining this Arsenal story that he will not bring Liverpool into it. Is it that they are owing you something? Because it looks like a relationship that that was good and went bad. So like a divorce that was this settled way. I was expecting such to happen. That they were going to bring us into a conversation. I was talking about Liverpool because Liverpool is not here now. They are even doing well. Yeah, come on. Yes.
But Liverpool has been performing poorly now. I mean, the current champions of the EPL, we need to talk about them. They've considered over 12 goals in the Champions League when their compatriot has only considered just one. They have plus 15. What does Liverpool have? So, I mean, I'm not surprised that talking about them. EPL champion representing England.
They're still doing well in the Champions League.
About.
Who? Liverpool. Yeah, they're 8th on the table. And they still have a chance of winning their next game.
9th.
9th position, I beg your pardon. And they're on the same point with the
want
team.
to give them 8.
With the team on 6th position. Yeah, the same point. Just 1 point below Atlanta and Man City, who are on 13 points.
So why do you want to force
just
them to
3 points above number 2 is Bayern Munich.
Why are you trying to force number 8
So
on
just calm down. Just calm down. Keep it cool. Anyway, let's talk about the situation of Real Madrid. Real Madrid are still in the good spot. Talking about they're still in the safe spot as far as the table is concerned. But Erling Haaland looks like he found the best time to make it count. And he got a decisive goal that somehow would have cost Xabi Alonso his job. But it looks like the Real Madrid hierarchy was still convinced that he's still the man for the job.
Well, Xabi Alonso yesterday, I saw the Real Madrid side, and the only thing I could just pick from that side is, I saw them playing like Alonso. I don't know if that makes sense, so I'll tell you. So, you know how Alonso likes to really just switch from one end of the field to another, right? And that's not the way Real Madrid is known to play. Sadly, that's not how. Real Madrid is a side that really likes to dominate you. And, looking at that side, playing that sort of football against, an English side, that's a traditional English way of playing. It's going to be easy to actually really contain them. And that was the thing. I was expecting the ball a lot on the feet of Vinicius Jr. to overwork either Darwin Núñez. I said Darwin Núñez. Well, I mean, it's a Liverpool thing.
Come on, see.
To overwork either.
Yeah, see, I'm sure this guy live and breathe and sleep Liverpool.
To overwork either.
You want to be Liverpool, just go and officially apply.
I can't.
Because
I can't. I would rather start following.
If you are so hot, just go.
I would rather start following cricket.
I think you should go for therapy.
I would rather start following cricket than to support Liverpool.
Maybe you should visit the therapist.
But Jerry,
to cure your
Matheus Nunes or Nico Riley. I was expecting the ball on his feet. Himself and Rodrigo a lot of the time. I mean, let those passes just get to them without you switching. And it was easy for Man City to actually contain that sort of play because I mean it's exactly what they are very more used to. Xabi Alonso was unable to actually dominate that Manchester City side, in the midfield. I mean, I was just looking at the game, imagining, a certain Rodri in the midfield. It would have been a disaster for Real Madrid because Man City will really, really impose themselves on them. And if it were to be a knockout stage, trust me, Man City would have scored a lot of goals. I think Man City actually came into that game to just, get a point, at least, to actually seal their qualifying rounds. And that's what they managed to do. They are not really into that game to actually get all of the win, but Madrid failed to actually impose themselves as the team at home, and they've really shown that they are not a team to be feared this season, sadly. And the way I see this Real Madrid, I don't think that they are definitely going to be picking up any severe way. Mbappe or not, this Real Madrid is actually not the team that should be feared.
And my one is pretty sad that this season Mbappe is scoring goals for fun. The team is looking like they are not ready to win titles.
Well, I think Alonso has not been able to impose himself on the team. He has a pattern of playing. However, I think the current players do not fit that particular pattern, and that's the reason. And Ikpeazu was very right in what he said. If Rodri had played that game yesterday, probably we'll be talking about 4 or 5 goals in that particular game. I think there was a whole lot of Man City don't have that kind of drive they usually have when there is a Rodri there. And the way Alonso has set up his side is not does not align with the players he has at the moment. And I don't think the hierarchy in Real Madrid will be patient enough for him to build a team just like he did with Bayer Leverkusen. Remember, if you're a coach of Real Madrid, if you don't deliver a severe well, they consider you a failure. And at the moment, it's not even doing well. Their rivals is ahead of them, which is Barcelona. And the dressing room seems to be fractured. He's having issues with Endrick. A whole lot of the top players are having issues with him. He can't impose himself. He's losing control of the dressing room. And the issues continue to pile up. The performance on the field of play is very terrible. They are coming on the backdrop of a defeat to a Celta Vigo side. Now they lost to a Man City side again, playing without any direction yesterday. So I think the hierarchy coming out to say they support him is just to, just to get people off his back. But I can bet it with you, if this kind of performance continues, I don't think he keeps his job. I don't think he keeps his job by, the end of December.
All right, of course, we also saw a lot of draws last night. Borussia Dortmund playing 2-2. Newcastle United, I don't know the plan. We're leading by 2-0 against Leverkusen. Leverkusen at home came back from that game and won and played 2-2, I beg your pardon. And Juventus, definitely we expected them to beat Pafos, but I think it should have been better with a better scoreline. But 2-0 is still decent. Then I don't know for Antonio Conte this season. Benfica, Jose Mourinho, showing Conte who's the boss. 2-0 it ended out there in Portugal. We have to wrap it up. Of course, Europa League will be up tonight. I don't see Manchester United in the fixtures, but it is what it is. Waiting weekend to see the football action once again. All the best. Thanks for being a part of the locker room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. At least it's better not to be in Europe than to be in Europe disgracing the EPL. Thank you for having me, Jerry.
Thank you for the party shot. And of course, Ikpeazu is also having you as well. And of course, big thanks to the guys behind the scene talking about the likes of Alex, as well as Victor, Hafiz, and of course, Hassan, not leaving out Paul. My name is Jerry Apelohai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare. governance and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikpeazu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Omokri, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening, and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television, and I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 and YouTube on the other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. I will encourage you to call in and let us hear what you think about the topics that are in discussion. On the show today, well, the number that you can call into is scrolling on their screen at the moment. So feel free to call in so that we can hear your voice, because VOP will cover you. We ensure that your voice is heard at any point in time. Now on the show today, battle for legitimacy in PDP. 29 PDP state chairmen meet with Turaki, the factional chairman. Well, US congressman tasked Nigerian government on taking IDPs back home. And no going back on withdrawal of police from VIPs. That is coming from the president. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, who are broadcasting from by Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for coming in.
It's my pleasure being here, Mr. Koro.
Thank you. We appreciate your presence as always. I'm very well, and you, sir?
I'm all right. The weather is cool.
Okay, beautiful. Now, before we get into the major discussions, former Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, has again dismissed claims of a massacre at the Lekki toll gate during the 2022 NSAS protest, insisting the narrative was driven by fake news and unverified reports amplified on social media. Mohammed said this during an interview on a TV station on Wednesday, that's yesterday, while speaking about his new book, Headlines and Sound Bites, Media Moments That Defined an Administration, talking more like his memoir, while in office during the 8 years of Muhammad Buhari's administration. Well, according to him, one of the major crises of his tenure was battling misinformation, especially during NSAS. NSAS was unfortunate, it was tragic. But there was a massacre. But that there was a massacre at the toll gate is fake news, he said. That's coming from Lai Mohammed, former Minister for Information during the Muhammad Buhari administration. Now, Barrister, what's your response to Lai Mohammed's assertion?
When people...
that there was no massacre at the toll gate in 2020.
When people... that means that man is unrepentant. I was thinking that when you are getting older, you will now have make a retrospect of all you have done in life and all that. But Lai Mohammed is unrepentant. Seriously, he is very, very unrepentant for him to say what he's saying. So, what did Sanwo-Olu own up to? You remember that Sanwo-Olu later owned up to what happened. Remember, he said yes, that he takes responsibility. He was the one that invited the military. The live bullet we saw there, what was it for? Ms. Okoro, did you remember when the mortuary filled up somewhere in Ikeja at, was it not last week?
Yeah, the university, state university teaching hospital.
That they had to, the state government had to bring out 63 million naira for burial of those people, mass burial. Over 100 and something human beings. Where did they come from? Anyway, such people, I leave them to God. Such people, when they talk, they forgot that God has a way of dealing with people. Whatever you sow, you will reap. So those people that died, they are not human beings, no massacre. No massacre. And you saw the hell of bullet that were released on those youths. No massacre. Let him continue to lie. But he should remember that there is what? God do. It's not only Jonathan White that knows how to say that. There is God do. Whatever you are doing, remember. How could you come now? What you are trying to forget?
Especially now that we are trying to have some form of closure, and healing from what happened in 2020.
And you are still lying about it. Meanwhile, all the actors of that incident, they are all feeling remorse because they knew what happened. The spirit of those youth will never leave any of them.
But is it strange that up until this moment there was no inquest, there was no inquiry
I am telling you,
on who ordered the CCTV at the toll gate
to be removed? Yes. So they were doing all those things for nothing, Abi. They deliberately removed the camera so that nobody will see what they were doing. And you think it was just for nothing. Lai Mohammed, I'm ashamed of you, seriously. I'm ashamed of you. You want your grandson to ask you again, Daddy, why are you still lying? I think that's the next question that boy will ask you. Remember the first time? He said his grandson of 7 years was asking, why did they call you Liar Mohammed? He said it. That boy will ask him again, Daddy, why are you still lying after all you did? That boy will ask him that question. Daddy, why are you still lying after all you did? That boy, that his son will ask him that question again. If he does not go to his God and ask for mercy, I'm not joking. All that happened because these are the children of the poor, the children of the Talakawas, Abi. They have no. Remember, we brought one of the arrowhead of that protest. One lady who came to our studio in the radio station. I was in the studio that day. This lady narrated what happened. That a certain honorable member came there. And the man was calling somebody on phone, and he was hearing the voice of that person. That person was calling him Baba Baba. He was telling him the situation report. All of a sudden, they started telling all the children of the known names in Lagos and others to leave that place, to leave the scene. I am not joking. They were telling them to leave that place because they have decided on what is coming. And immediately those people disappeared from the scene. The military came in. And you are telling me there was no massacre. Yes, so there was no massacre. God will answer all of you that did all those things.
But Barrister, this comment coming from Lai Mohammed at this time, how does it define the Buhari administration?
In fact, it shows that these people are unrepentant. You know, when you have, God has said, no matter how sinful you are, as long as you repent and come back to Him, He will forgive you. But when you have not repented, tell me how? How can God forgive you? Have you seen why APC is getting it wrong? All their supporters, all their members, they are still wallowing in infamy, dirty infamy. They have not even thought for what they have brought to Nigerians. All the evil they brought to Nigeria, they are not regretting it at all. They are not. Mr. Okoro, as far as APC members are concerned, the way they see Nigeria now is okay. They love it. Is it not when somebody have done wrong and agree that have done wrong, then you think of forgiveness? Is that not true?
But Barrister, the man under whose watch all of this happened, talking about Muhammad Buhari, is dead, buried, and gone forever. He didn't leave any memoir.
How can he?
So how do we get to know some of the truths, about this administration, that administration is lost forever. I mean, President Goodluck Jonathan already has a memoir. Obasanjo has his own.
Yes,
And I expect that the current president will also have his own. But Buhari, we didn't hear anything.
Gaba Mohammed wrote something, but we don't know how deep it was. We don't know how deep. They always write it with their jaundiced view of the whole situation. None of them. Then Femi Adesina, I think he wrote his own too. But all of them are
No, these are outside accounts. As Nigerians would expected that the president would have put, pen to paper. Look, this is what I passed through. These are my successes. These are my failures in office. And we have lost all of that forever.
No, if you were expecting Buhari to write a book, that means you are waiting for Godot, who will never come.
Barrister, why not?
A man who ruled Nigeria in 1984, Abi, and left office in 1985. Just a space of 1 year or so.
And he came back?
From that time till 2015. He couldn't write letter to Nigerians as to what he did in office, or what happened, or how the coup was done and all that. From that time, in 1984 to 2015, check the time, the gap and all that. He didn't write one single book. Not even to manage the so-called farm. So you're expecting him now to write a memoir in a space of 8 years. Say what thing happened. Who told you that Buhari like Turenchi?
All right, Barrister, we'll just pray that the souls of those people that were killed at Lekki Tollgate.
My prayer is that those children, wherever you are, haunt all of them. Those children, God Almighty, release the spirit of the dead to haunt those people who killed those children.
Okay, all right, Barrister, let's get into a major topic of discussion. The national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Saminu Kabiru Turaki, met with 29 state chairmen of the party where they passed a vote of confidence on his leadership. Turaki emphasized that his mission is to rebuild the party from the grassroots and reclaim Nigeria from what he described as the inept APC leadership. He highlighted that the presence and support of the state chairman affirmed the legitimacy of his national working committee. Well, Turaki also declared that the PDP is set to win the upcoming Ekiti state governorship election, presenting Dr. Oluyede Oluole as INEC recognized candidate. During the meeting, Turaki argued that the achievements recorded under PDP's 16-year rule had been reversed by the APC government. He insisted that with overwhelming support from state chairmen, the mainstream PDP faction clearly presents the authentic leadership of the party. The chairman criticized the faction loyal to Nyesom Wike, challenging them to present an INEC-recognized governorship candidate for Ekiti, reinforcing that INEC's recognition of his NWC validates his leadership claim. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu met with 8 governorship aspirants of the All Progressives Congress, APC, ahead of the Osun State primary scheduled for December 13. That is the primary election, APC primary election for the Osun State governor, which is coming up on December 13th. Emphasizing the strategic importance of winning Osun, Tinubu urged the aspirants to unite, avoid internal conflicts, and support the party's decision on a consensus candidate. He reminded them of the party's previous loss in the state due to disunity and stressed party supremacy and collective responsibility. At the end of the meeting, the APC aspirants signed a joint declaration affirming loyalty to the party and its process for selecting the Osun governorship candidate. They agreed to support whichever aspirant emerged as a consensus flag bearer and to work together to ensure APC's victory in the governorship election. Well, the statement also committed them to maintaining unity, peace and discipline within the party, recognizing Tinubu's guidance and the national leadership's role in stabilizing the political landscape in Osun State. Barrister, is Wike finally losing grip of the party he wants to give a lifeline?
It looks like
what is happening.
Mr. Okoro, did I not tell you? Hold on. Look, they say what an elder sees is sitting down. A young man that climbed Irokoti will not see it.
Barrister, who is the elder here between you and I?
You have started now.
What have I started? Anyway, you said proverb. I'll take it as a proverb.
Since you know the truth, why are you running?
Barrister, go ahead. Go ahead. What you saw sitting down.
Asking me who's the elder.
What you saw sitting down.
Is your
go
head
ahead.
bigger than my own?
Your own is bigger. Barrister, go ahead.
So what are you saying? So when I was telling you here that Wike will fall like Ntunala, you know what that thing they call Ntunala? Boom, like Ubunigo. It will fall, the sound will be so loud. Is it not coming to pass? With what happened in River State now, don't you think that Wike is losing ground?
What happened in River State? Fubara joined the APC.
Of course.
Wike is the facto party, by the way.
I said, of course, that was a master stroke. Now, with the Fubara in the APC and those lawmakers in APC, majority, Abi, will Wike trouble Fubara again? All the noise about controlling the resources and whatever is gone. It's over.
Barrister, how is it going? Wike is the de facto leader of the APC in River State.
He cannot do that again. I'm telling you.
Who is the state party chairman?
Hold on. And what happened to the authentic governor of River State now? Is it not Fubara, who is in APC? Are you going to take it away from him? No, tell me.
Barrister, is the party the problem? Is the platform the problem? The platform was never the problem because at some point both of them were in the PDP. What happened?
That one is gone now because of what happened. Yes, that one is gone. At least there's peace in River State now. Okay. I don't know how else Wike will trouble Fubara when all of them are in the same party.
Okay, let's go back to the national. Let's go back to the national level.
So that's it. Wike is neither here nor there. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
So Fubara has taken position in River State now. He's an authentic APC member.
Barrister,
Wike, we don't know where he is.
That's exactly my point. Now, do we say that, is it appropriate to say that Wike is neither here nor there?
Yes.
Or is it proper to say that Wike is both here and there? He's in the PDP, he's in the APC.
No. He's losing ground in APC now.
Barrister, if you go to River State, let's go back to River State. If you go to River State, who is the state chairman of the APC?
Who is the state chairman?
Yes.
Okocha or who?
Tony Okocha. Who is Wike's what? Man Friday. It's Wike that installed him there, that put him there.
Look.
And Fubara is in that same party.
You are not getting it. I said, now that River State is now APC.
Okay.
And when Wike is neither in APC or in PDP.
That is the problem. A lot of people are quarreling with that, neither here nor there.
Yes, because at a point now, if you trouble Rivers, APC members will ask you, come, who are you? You are not a member of our party now.
APC members, all of them that came from the PDP to the APC, we are talking about the same people.
They are losing, that's why some of them went back to APC, some went to PDP. So Wike is no longer the so-called godfather in River State.
Okay, all right. Now, Barrister, at the national level, Ekiti State Egoba is coming up. Now, the primaries conducted, Inec recognized the candidate of Taminu Turaki. So does that legitimize the Turaki leadership as the authentic leadership of the...
Because the addition was, yes, I think INEC observed their convention. Is that not true?
Their primaries.
In that state. Is that not true?
Yes.
So what else are you telling me? Look, the primary validation and recognition of any convention or any primary is the presence of INEC. That's all. The presence of INEC, that is all. If you can swear INEC to come to your primary or your convention.
Barrister, what type of game is INEC playing in all of this? The Turaki faction, the convention that produced Turaki, INEC was invited to Ibadan. They didn't attend. But that same INEC has recognized a Guba candidate from that faction. Isn't that double speak? From the same INEC?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you, that yes, because the electoral law did not say that if INEC did not recognize your national convention, therefore your state primary is invalid. We didn't see such a thing. Are you getting what I'm saying?
No, Barrister, I don't get it. INEC did not observe their convention,
I am telling you
which
now.
Invalidates it. But INEC attends the primaries conducted by that same faction that it did not validate its convention and turns around to recognize a candidate produced by that faction.
Because in that of the states, the needful was done. INEC was invited and it came. So what is the problem? No, tell me. Inec was invited and he came. Does it matter which faction that is working for who? INEC came to observe their primaries.
Exactly that is my point. Isn't INEC part of the problem? Are they not trying to compound the problem?
No, we will now know. Listen, we will now wait for INEC. Yes, because I understand where you're going, but we will now wait for INEC. When other state primaries will occur, Abi?
Okay. Conducted by who?
Don't worry. When other state primaries, there must be primaries, not the state.
Okay. Now, the question is who will conduct the primaries?
It depends on who is in the good book of INEC. Okay. It is that time we now remind them of what they are doing. Right now, I cannot say anything. Let me assume that INEC is trying to behave himself.
Okay.
But when it comes to other state primaries, and this same INEC begin to say, we will not come because it's from Turake faction. We will not come because it's from Wike faction.
Which is more like what they have done already.
I said we are waiting for them. Don't worry. They started with this Ekiti.
Okay.
Let us know whether the trend will continue or not. Are you getting what I'm saying? And let us know whether somebody will challenge it or not. These are the two places I'm waiting for them now.
Okay.
Because I don't want to assume what is not on the table.
Okay.
That's where I'm waiting. Because I know primaries must come in all the states. Is that not true? And let's see which one.
That's in 2026.
It must. I said must. That one, there's no argument about it. So let us see which one INEC will observe and which one INEC will not observe. They will now ask them why they observe that of Ekiti.
Okay, now, Barrister, we hear that both factions of the party have fixed their meeting and convention, same day, same venue. Now, Turaki says, look, Commissioner of Police of the FCT, please, we need protection.
You mean in Ekiti?
No, in Abuja.
Okay.
The Turaki faction is trying to hold their Pioneer NWC meeting. Now, the Wike faction say, look, we are conducting a national convention. Same date, same venue. Now, Turaki is calling on the Commissioner of Police of the FCT to give them protection. Like, look, because they have fixed their meeting, the Pioneer, their first meeting, you know, their debut meeting of the NWC in Wadata Plaza, and another convention, another meeting, more like a convention by the other faction is also scheduled for the same day. So we need protection. And he says, look, anybody that is coming there that is not recognized, apparently making references to Wike, is doing so at his or her own risk. Now, what do you see coming? Because constitutionally, the minister is empowered, you know, to invite the police if there's a crisis somewhere, to call in the police to come and so what do you see happening tomorrow?
It is the role the police will play on that day that will decide whether they are now taking part or they are neutral.
Okay.
Yes, it is their role that will determine. Because as a serving minister, he has the right. But that right does not include disturbing the peace of his party. As long as that party is not recognized, or that faction is not recognized, making noise will be a childish joke. All this thing that Wike is doing is like a dying faggot. That's what I see here. All he's trying to do now is like a spent force. Because the Wike we know of yesterday is no longer the Wike that we know today.
What has changed? What do you think changed?
Because his paymaster is trying very hard to distance himself from Wike.
How?
Wike have gotten a lot of baggages. And those baggages will stain Tinubu's name if he's not careful. So Tinubu is trying to distance himself from Wike.
Do you think that the president is concerned about what stained his name? Is he concerned?
No, as far as this election is concerned, it's very, very much. In fact, he's trying very hard to be a good boy.
Okay, let's digress a bit and go to the Senate, where the senators are currently screening, you know, confirmation process of the ambassadorial nominees. And Oshomole said, look, you don't need, you cannot confirm Reno Omokri. And Alin Dume says, no, confirm him. And there was more like an altercation between the two of them. At the end of the day, the Senate president gave a voice vote called for a voice vote, and the A's had it, and Reno has been confirmed. So, at the backdrop of that, do you think that the president is interested in what tarnishes his image or strengthens?
No.
I mean, if somebody like Reno, despite all the resistance from the public, he went ahead and still submitted his name for confirmation.
Because the president have already told them he wants Reno Omokri.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying?
Okay.
He already told Agbabio, you must confirm him at all costs. And that is why what happened.
That's why I'm asking you this question. Do you think that the president is concerned that Wike is turning his image?
I'm coming.
Okay.
There is a job for Omokri. Right now, do you know where they are sending him?
I don't know.
You don't know. So, by the time you see where they are sending Omokri, you now know why Tinubu choose him. Just cool your head. Maybe they are confirmed him. Now look at where they are sending him. It is where they are sending him that matters here. You will see what will happen.
So are you implying that there was a job for Wike, and more like that job is done and the president doesn't need him anymore?
Of course, now, is that not the usual thing in politics? Must you remain there forever? You were choosing for a purpose.
How far has he gone in executing that job? PDP is still trying to reinvent itself. If at this time the president turned his back at Wike and Wike makes a detour, makes a U-turn and goes to rebuild the PDP, do you think that the president will be safe in 2027?
Look, the way it is now, with the uproar of this Christian genocide, with the uproar of these killings in Nigeria and American interests, and all the noise that the democracy is dying in Nigeria, that America should come and help us and all that. With what PDP is doing now, trying to raise alarm, trying to raise hell. Look, Tinubu is trying to be careful.
Okay.
Yes.
Barrister, Tinubu is trying to be careful. Yes. Now, the president has asked the APC in Osun State to put its house in order and ensure that they win Osun 2026. Should that scare Ademola Adeleke? Should he be scared? You recall that when the president says, do you want Edo State? And they said yes. Don't worry, I'll give you Edo State. And wait again, on those state and all of that. Ondo was originally APC, so that's not an issue. So now the president has said, look, Osun APC, go and get a state for me. Adeleke, instead of porting to the APC, went to a court party. Should he be scared based on the president's charge to APC in Osun State?
Before he went to a court party, he must have weighed his options. I think Adeleke is popular with Osun people.
Okay.
That one is a fact. And so whichever party he chooses does not matter. Osun people don't want to be controlled from Abuja. Yes, that was why even Adeleke won. After they changed him in the first election, where Tinubu's cousin, Oyetola became the governor. And so the Osun people now saw what happened and how Oyetola ran Osun State. That he was more or less controlled from Lagos and all that. And they didn't want it. So their belief is that wherever the governor goes, that is Adeleke, they will go with him. It's about voting. Yes, Osun people, they are going to go with Adeleke, no matter what anybody will say in APC. They may not have it easy with Osun people, going by what they have done so far. Yes, they will not have it easy.
Barrister, they will not have it easy. Do you remember that it is an off-cycle election and attention will be in Osun State at that point? Like they normally do, 30,000 policemen. They'll send one Inec rec from one place to go and look, deliver this person. So how much of that do you think is going to impact on the Osun election? Do you think that the president will just let it be?
The President Tinubu is being careful because America is beaming their satellite in Nigeria.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying? I don't think he want to cause more ruckus for himself.
Okay.
By being too overbearing in any election. America is watching Nigeria. I hope you know that.
Yes, Akpabio told us. Akpabio told us that Trump is on our neck.
So I don't think all those things they did in Ondo, Edo, it may not be like that in Osun. That's the way I look at it. It may not be like that because if he now goes against the rule of the game Americans will not conclude that this man is unrepentant, and he wouldn't want to get that compliment. He wouldn't. That's what.
Let's leave APC and
for Adeleke to leave APC and enter Accord Party.
To leave PDP and enter Accord Party.
To leave
he must have done his
exactly,
homework.
And he did not even go to APC. You understand? Because the APC is trending now. He didn't go to the trending party and all that, so he went to Accord Party.
Okay, now, Barrister, that's interesting. You and I, we had a discussion about the altercation between Adeleke and the First Lady on Tuesday. And yesterday, Adeleke, ported to the Accord Party instead of APC. Now, a lot of people are saying, does it look like the First Lady had already known that Adeleke was going to Accord, not APC, and that was why she overreacted? Do you think it was because of that?
They know.
Is she angry that Ademola is not coming to APC?
Their party, yes. They know. From Abuja, they have their ears on the ground.
Okay.
They know where he was going. They know. You cannot be making such a move without somebody knowing now. They have their ears and their eyes in all the states, so they know what is going to happen in the next minute. Adeleke did not just decide to go to Accord Party just yesterday. It has been on the ground.
Okay, it has been in the works.
So that is an issue.
Now, Barrister, do you see the PDP putting a strong fight, putting up a strong fight in either Ekiti or Osun or even both states, given the condition of the party at this moment?
Yes.
How far do you think they can travel?
They may try, depending on the people. In fact, it is now left for them to work on the consciousness of the people. Because this election is not about money, it's about the people and whoever is bringing the money. The people may take the money and still vote their conscience this time around because of what they have seen so far. So if they can work on the minds of the Ekiti people, it will work in their favor. That's the way I look at it. PDP, since they don't have the watchers, financial watchers, they should go and work on the mindset of the people, trying to re-engineer their mind, corner their mind to their own side. That look, we are not saying you should not collect money, but collect it and vote the right party.
Barrister, what type of advice is that?
Yes, now remember what we enjoyed in our 16 years. We want to repeat it again. I mean, these are things they should be holding on to now.
And you think people will listen to them?
They must, because it is their life. They must. Look, if you package it well, they will listen to you. They don't have orators now. These are the work of orators, political orators. When they speak like this, the people will bow down. What are you telling me? If you get a political orator for PDP, they will package all their gains, all the gains the Nigerians had under their 16 years. They will package it and then return it back to the people.
Okay, more like bring somebody like Lai Mohammed for the PDP.
That one he did was just propaganda. He was not an orator. Okay. He was just taking advantage.
So between propaganda and oratory, which one does PDP need now?
They need an orator.
Okay.
This propaganda will not work. It has never worked. At least you have seen the result of propaganda now.
It works, but it doesn't last.
You have seen the result now. You have seen it.
You say it never works, but I'm asking, is it that it never works or it works temporarily, but it doesn't last?
Which one do you prefer? Is this something that will be sustained or something that will short-live?
No, that's the question I'm asking you.
So I'm telling you now that propaganda doesn't work. It works for a while when you think that you have gotten the people. But with time, the people will realize that you have played the first one on them. Like Nigerians are now seeing what APC did. Abi? All the things they told them during that Lai Mohammed, they have seen it now. They have seen it that these people lied to us. So, I mean, the shame is on them.
Okay, now, Barrister, let's move on. The United States House Appropriations Committee has reaffirmed its commitment to addressing religious persecution worldwide, highlighting Nigeria as a major concern. This followed an on-ground mission to Nigeria by U.S. congressional delegation led by Congressman Riley Moore on the directive of President Donald Trump. According to the committee, the visit is intended to guide policy recommendations on religious freedom, atrocity response, and counter-terrorism cooperation between both countries. During his visit to Benue State, Moore met with Sikh and Catholic leaders and toured internally displaced persons' camps, describing the conditions as devastating.
Good.
He shared disturbing testimonies from survivors who recounted the murder of their family members in violent attacks. More claim that more than 600,000 Christians are living in ID camps in Benue and referred to the violence as a genocidal campaign by the Fulani, calling a greater international attention and action. Well, he also met with Nigeria's National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, to discuss terrorism and Middle Belt killings and the issues which he said remain top priorities for the U.S. The visit took place amid rising diplomatic tension between following Trump's administration's resignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern linked to alleged religious freedom violations. Well, this move has sparked debates in Washington and concerns in Abuja, where the federal government denies systemic persecution of Christians and argues that insecurity affects all communities. Recent U.S.-Nigeria engagements, including Ribadu's Pentagon visit and congressional hearings, underline a deepening focus by U.S. lawmakers on Nigeria's security crisis and America's strategic involvement. Meanwhile, President Tinubu is pushing forward ranching reforms aimed at addressing head-and-farmer conflicts. He instructed Vice President Kashim Shettima to engage governors through the National Economic Council and ordered the Minister of Livestock Development to begin rehabilitating grazing areas for ranching, while Tinubu stressed that resolving these conflicts, protecting vulnerable communities, and strengthening security structures are central to restoring peace across the country. Barrister Riley Moore has reported to Congress and assessed that there are over 600,000 Christians living in IDP camps in Benue. Alone, just Benue. Well, under this picture, how do we situate his earlier comments in Nigeria that the federal government is on the right path, solving the issues of insecurity?
I thank my ancestors. They will never deceive me. They will never disappoint me. Mr. Okoro, go back to what happened on Monday here. Remember that I told this man that he had compromised if he did not go to IDP camp in Benue and Plateau. Remember?
Yes, you did.
Yes, I was hammering on it. That how can you say that they are in the right path when people are still living in IDP camp? That means you did not go there. Apparently, this man had it and he went there. Look at the result now. Mr. Okoro, is it true or false that I commented on this thing and the man had to go there and see for himself? I was particular about those people living in IDP camp in Benue and Plateau. And the man now went and he saw the true picture. Will he now come and tell me that government is on the right path? Mr. Oko, you see why it's good to talk. When we are saying things here, people think that we are just making noise. People are listening and we want them to listen. Leave me, but look at the message. Leave the messenger. Leave me, the messenger. Look at the message. I thank God the man now repented and went to that idea. As I was shouting here, I was not talking, I was shouting that Rally Moore, you have compromised if you did not go to that IDP camp. Maybe he had it and he had gone there and look at the result. Has he not changed his mouth now? Mr. Okoro, that man, have he not changed his mind now and his mouth? That is what happens when people don't want to tell the truth. You tell the truth yourself. Somebody will listen to you. How can you tell me that the right path when people are dying in IDP camp, living in squalor, while terrorists are occupying their village? I really thank my God for this particular...
No, Barrister, so talking about IDP camps, will there ever be any sincere effort, to solve this problem?
No,
as long as displaced Nigerians remain in IDP camps, while others occupy their ancestral homes.
Mr. Okoro, the attention now is...
Shouldn't that be the take-off point?
I am telling you, now that this thing has become an issue, I have been saying it. Every time I have opportunity, I will mention Benue and Plateau. True or false? Even in our other show in the radio session, anytime I have opportunity, I will mention Benue and Plateau. Because it is very, very, in fact, it's very annoying that you have a village you build, where your parents are staying, where your people are staying. All of a sudden, you are in Lagos and you are hearing that people are taking over your village. And your family members are living in IDP camp. How do you juxtapose it with all this noise that everything is okay? Everything is okay when my family members are living in IDP camp and people occupy my family house in the village. Look, it can never happen, no. It can never happen where I come from. So, now that it attracted international attention, I thank God. Somebody is now going to do the needful. Many people must return back to their villages. That's what I'm saying here. That's the only time I will tell you that somebody is doing something. They must start from that Benue and Plateau. Let these people in IDP camp, they should return back to their home.
Barrister, talking about IDP camp, there's a video that's gone viral out there. It was made by a young corps member. You know, he said he is from which of the states now? Either Adamawa or Taraba State. You know, I think yes, Taraba State. He said, but he's serving in Enugu State. Now, while serving in Enugu State, he got information that herders attacked his community, killed his father, killed his mother, and 3 siblings.
Right.
And that as he speaks, that his community has been occupied by herders. Now he's done serving. He has no place to go. He has no home.
Oh, can you imagine? Is that not enough to provoke anger on that young man? If that young man now carry gun out of anger and frustration, will anybody blame him? These are the things we are talking about, these herdsmen and what they are doing. They are talking of cattle colony or livestock minister. These Fulani herdsmen, they are not interested in all those things.
But aside from that, we had a guest here from Benue State who told us, and I asked him, this issue of occupying people's ancestral home, is it a fluke? Is it something? Is it a hoax or what? Is it real? He said, it is real. And he named communities. And he said, as a matter of fact, you know, there's their traditional ruler, they call him the Tortiv. More like the Ubi of Onitsha, the Oba of Lagos, the Oba of Benin, Tortiv. He said in his community, in Tortiv's community, that Fulani headsmen now occupy the Tortiv's home, his native home, his house in the village. In Tortiv. That is the Tortiv in Benue State. So until this, do you think that I come again with that question? How much responsibility should the government take in saying we are fighting insecurity so long as these people don't go back to their homeland?
Listen, Mr. Okoro, I am telling you, go and mark it. If government does not arrest this situation, it's a matter of time before these people will react. These people in IDP camp, these people that they are taking their home, it's a matter of time before all of them will say, look, if I want to, if heaven will fall today, let it fall today. They are going to react. I don't need to be told what will happen. You mean all those people in IDP camp, they will now begin to form family there, Abi? Where is the land that will expand them? No, tell me, where is the land that will expand them in that IDP camp? Wouldn't they marry? Wouldn't they have children? Wouldn't they aspire to move on in life? So it is that small IDP camp that all of them will now be squatting.
Okay, now, Barrister, the president is insistent on ranching as a guest heading. Is he talking to or merely responding to U.S. pressure?
He is not doing anything.
He's put the vice president in charge of ranching.
The mere suggestion of that fact means that the president is afraid of these people. What have we not done for these Fulani herdsmen just to please them? Yeah, they are not placable.
Now, arising from this pressure, he said, Vice President Shetima, ensure that herders are moved out of the grazing routes. Let them go to ranches. With the Minister of Livestock Development.
Do you think they will go?
That's my question. Do you think?
If they wanted, they will be the one requesting for it. Mr. Okoro, if they want what you are trying to do, they will be the one asking you, this is what we want. But you forcing them means that you are...
I think Mieti Allah has asked, well, okay, we can do ranching now, but the federal government needs to support us.
Do talk. So why can't the federal government support other businesses?
The federal government has been supporting other businesses.
In what way?
Yes, federal government gave aviation bailouts to airlines.
This is a federal government business. Now, what are you talking about?
Which one is federal government business? Aviation is, airlines are privately owned.
Hold on. They are using government facility, airport. It doesn't mean...
No, but that doesn't remove the fact that, look, Barrister, we have Bank of Industry, BOI, give money, loans to other businesses,
yes,
private businesses.
You assess it yourself. You assess it yourself.
So is there anything wrong in assessing...
Let them go and assess it. After all, we are giving them
Barrister,
money.
Is there anything wrong in assessing cow business? I say, okay, this is how much we want to give you to do ranching, and you're going to pay back in 5-10 years. Is there anything wrong in that?
Everything is wrong.
What is wrong?
If you are pampering them, if you are trying to placate them...
The way airlines were pampered or what?
Listen, if you are doing this just to make them bring peace. If you are doing it just to placate them as if you offended them. You know, it's when you offend somebody that want to placate him, want to please him, you want to say sorry, because that's the way it look like.
Okay, so basically you think that the North will not agree to ranching?
They will not. I said they will not, because that's
even with their son, Vice President supervising.
What did the Buhari do for 8 years? What did he do?
We are not talking of Buhari now. We are talking of President Bola Tinubu saying, Shetima, go and supervise ranching. I'll give you money to give to your people to do ranching.
It's a lie.
Why wouldn't they agree?
We are giving them money before. That money came to Ambassadorial was the chairman of that occasion. The first Mietiala meeting where we are giving money. About 1 billion.
What did you give them the money for? For ranching or what?
Exactly. For their
did they agree to ranching?
They took the money, but we never said anything. That's what I'm telling you. They took the money. Buhari mentioned that this ranching, yet nothing came out of it.
Okay, now, Barrister, let's move on. We are out of time.
So what I'm saying here is that we should stop placating the Fulani herdsmen. They are not the only one. Yeah, we should stop placating them. Yes, we should not.
Barrister, President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed in Abuja that the directive to withdraw police officers attached to VIPs and ministers is final and must be fully implemented.
Again.
Speaking at the Federal Executive Council meeting, he warned that only those with exceptional circumstances may seek clearance through the Inspector General of Police. Well, the move follows the Nigerian Police Force's plan to recall 11,566 officers from VIP security duties and deploy them to frontline policing roles to address manpower shortages nationwide. Well, Tinubu emphasized that the police were trained to protect ordinary Nigerians, especially vulnerable communities, not a select group of privileged individuals. He directed the National Security Advisor, the Minister of Police Affairs, and the IGP to strictly enforce the recall order. Well, to fill the security gap for officials who still require protection, he ordered the Minister of Interior to deploy the NSCDS, noting that the Corps is trained and armed for VIP protection and all of that. We are very familiar with this. Now, Barrister, the president is insisting, but senators and reps, are complaining of discrimination in the withdrawal of police escorts. They say, look, they have withdrawn our escorts, but ministers still have escorts and all of that. Barrister, who should be entitled to police protection?
Look, Mr. Okoro, if there is peace in the country, if there is no banditry, no terrorism, the president can say this and I will listen to him. As long as there is problem in the country, all the politically exposed persons need the protection. If they need protection, Mr. Okoro, are you listening to me? They need protection.
More than you and I? More than you and I.
I said the politically exposed person.
That's what I'm saying.
Are you a senator?
But I'm a Nigerian. That's what I'm saying.
I said
don't I need police protection?
Hold on. Look, the police that will protect them will not stop the other one from protecting Nigerians.
Okay.
The people that are looking for them, they know.
So apparently you disagree with the president on this report?
I disagree because yes, when they were in opposition, PDP was protecting them. I remember when Buhari was...
we are not talking about opposition. We are talking about people in government.
I am telling you what happened when they were in opposition. Now, why did they withdraw the security details of our...
Now, this is government withdrawing security details from government officials.
It will not solve the problem.
So why are you talking about opposition here? Has PDP complained?
Hold on. I am telling you what happened when they were in office. They didn't do this. They did not do this. That's what I'm telling you. So this thing they are doing now, there may be a target. They may be targeting some people.
Okay, you think they are targeting the opposition?
I think so. Because why Atiku? Why Atiku?
But they have not singled out anybody from the...
they will not single you out now, but you know when they are doing something, you know who
Barrister, there's a video out there. It's gone viral where Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has directed a excessive battalion-like security protection for President Tinubu's son, Sheyi. What level of protection should Sheyi have?
I don't know whether he's a state actor. I just don't know. These are the things that when people do it, I just get to
Barrister, you think he doesn't deserve protection?
Look,
we're talking about the president's family.
Please leave that thing. They are like any other person.
No, they are not.
What do you mean by they are not? What do you mean by so if they can be protected?
Can I give you one example?
What is the example?
Malia and Shasha Obama had
yes, the FBI and the CIA.
So do you have a problem with that?
Look, let me tell you, how many of them?
No, exactly. I said, what level of protection? I said, what level of protection should you have?
You won't even know that they are shadowing these children.
Okay.
You won't know.
Now,
But
people
this
have
one-
condemned the battalion like according to Wole
Exactly.
Soyinka. Now,
That's
my
the
question
problem.
is, what level of protection should Sheyi have?
You don't even need to be seen protecting these people.
But does he deserve it?
In
Does
what-
he deserve protection?
Look,
Special protection?
Listen. You see, in Nigeria, there is a problem in security.
Okay.
Now, if you are talking of protecting them, that does not warrant you carrying those battalions.
Agreed. Agreed. Now, one or two.
One or two details.
Okay, one or
is
two.
more than enough.
One or two is more than enough. Okay,
yes,
beautiful.
yes,
So,
it's more than
Barrister,
enough.
we're out of time. Let's have your concluding thoughts.
Why make it? They even clear the road for him. They cleared it.
Everybody has condemned that. Wole Soyinka has condemned
As if
that.
the governor is coming.
Okay, beautiful. Barrister, let's have your concluding
So
thoughts. We're out of
when
time.
he meant that everything should be withdrawn, he should call his son out, so that we know that you are serious. Because those people we are telling, they may not face a Sheyi Tinubu and say, your father said we should withdraw details from you. They will not tell him that. Mr. Okoro, they will not face that boy and tell him that your father said we should go, we should not protect you again. They won't tell him that. Let him do it himself. Then I'll know that he's serious.
Barrister, should I take that as a concluding thought?
Yes, my concluding thought. Yes, let him be specific.
Okay,
Instead of
this
telling
is
them
where we
withdraw
draw the
with-
curtain
let
on
him be
political
specific.
lens
Yes.
this evening. I've been speaking with Barrister Darlington Agommo, a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Thank you very much, Barrister, for coming on Political Lens. I appreciate your presence.
It's my pleasure.
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and DJs manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena, and they do stay with us on top of the hour of 7 o'clock. But from me, I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Omokri, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right. It's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Senate screening Fani-Kayode, Ambassadorial, and others for ambassadorial roles, to reps moving to reduce airfare hikes. Also, Malami discloses EFCC invite on Abacha loot, not terrorism. And in politics, PDP describes Adeleke as a victim of circumstance. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs has screened some of the ambassadorial nominees, including former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode and former Interior Minister Abdulrahman Dambazwa. The move is part of President Bola Tinubu's bid to strengthen Nigeria's diplomatic representation abroad. After brief introductions, former ministers, ambassadors, and lawmakers were asked to take a bow and leave. In defense of the continued use of the bow and go, Senate leader Okpeyemi Bamidele said it is reserved for individuals with established and verifiable records of public service. He further explained that anyone who has previously served the National Assembly automatically qualifies for the privilege, pointing out that their legislative history and public profile are already well known to lawmakers. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo, a veteran journalist and a political analyst. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Yeah. Joining us virtually is Barrister Chima Williams. He is a legal practitioner, a public affairs analyst, and a political commentator. He will get to join us during the show. So let me start with you. The Senate committee, let's start with this take a bow thing and go. Do you really think that that's what should have been done in this scenario?
You see, in some cases, it's expedient to use the bow and go thing because it will amount to a waste of time to want to screen somebody you already know, you have interacted with. It's just like playing to the gallery. That's the way I see it. For instance, Dan Bazao was the chief of army staff, and he had gone through a lot of invitation to the Senate in the past, and he has excelled. And don't forget that this guy has a PhD. He's not just a soldier, he's also an academic. So he is well respected, and somebody like that should be allowed to take a bow and go. For instance, Fani-Kayode. Fani-Kayode has been in the corridors of power for so long a time. He was aviation minister and all that. So they know, those legislators, some of them know him very well. They know what he can do. And so people like that can take a bow and go. But for other people that are just coming into the floor of the House to sell their credentials, yes, there will be need to ask them questions to be sure the credentials they are parading is real and not forged. And then they also want to test their psychomotor to be able to hazard a guess as to what should be expected from them when they get into office. So it's a mixed bag. Those who are there, who had been there before, and those who are just coming in, they can't be accorded the same treatment in the process of screening.
Okay, I'm going to, before I get to the next question, I want to ask you about Reno Omokri. Nigerians have really talked about Reno Omokri, and they were expecting a more precise screening, a more detailed screening, a more rigorous screening. That's the word, so as to ensure that he's fit for the job. There are so many things, there's so many baggage that he's coming with. So there's really a need for him to be screened intensively. But we saw that he was not screened as such. And even when Adams Oshomole tried to raise concerns, it caused commotion. So I will need you to respond to that. But before you do, you said something about those people who have really taken who have had some positions in the past and who are well known that they could be asked to take a bow and go. But what do you think? Shouldn't there be questions as regards this particular position they want to take? Yes, we know they've been in the business of governance. Yes, we know they've been ministers. Yes, we know they've been former senators. But shouldn't there be questions in regards to what they're about to go into?
You see, ambassadors are in two ways: career ambassadors and non-career ambassadors. You see, the job of an ambassador is to sell the economic, political, military, and other areas of interest of his own country to the country is going to. And so, there's some, of course, before they are finally posted out of the country, they would have some sort of induction and intensive training on comportment, on issues, the way you relate to your country of posting and all that. But essentially, it's like moving from being a middle-level officer in a corporate organization to management level. You don't just jump into management without some requisite induction and training. So I won't expect them to just put these people on that pedestal without some measure of training on how to manage, how to be empathetic, how to manage your temperament, how to manage your comportment in public, and things you can say, things you cannot say, who you should relate with, and line of communication, line of engagement, rules of engagement, and all that. So, for me, but as to the issue of Reno Omokri, to me, Reno Omokri has bags, yes. But you can't take away one fact. Reno Omokri is brilliant. Just like Fani-Kayode. These are brilliant guys. And they have demonstrated so much brilliance in the course of doing the job they were assigned to do. Reno Omokri took the shine of the president's handlers in terms of media communication in the last 6 months or so, or 1 year. You know, it was touching areas where those people should have touched. They were just in the office dishing out press releases, but the man was engaging from one town to the other in all the social media handles. If you go to X handle, you see him. If you go to Facebook, you see him. If you go to Instagram, you see him. And he was engaging the populace. And you might say that one thing that we want to say about Reno is that at some point it was against the present government, and then somehow it switched. But we have politicians who jump ship at the drop of a hat. So for me, I'm not going to hold such things against him as much as the level of his brilliance. And that's what you require in that sort of assignment. So for me, they must have seen certain qualities in him that will make them give him soft landing in the process of screening.
So does it mean that what the public actually feels doesn't count?
You see, let me tell you, and I've always said it here, and that's why I'm different when I'm analyzing. I don't go swimming with the tide. If the tide is not convenient for me, it is my opinion. Yeah, I go the other way. It's for you to either like it or not, and you just air your own opinion. You know, you see, everything we do, there's a level you get to that it will count either for you or against you. Because internet never forgets. Everything I say on set is intentional. And I say it with all honesty, such that in the next 10, 15 years, if I'm still alive, if somebody plays back everything I've said, I will have cause to defend such things. I won't say because I want the populace to like me, and I'll be going against my own conscience, and I will be distorting facts and figures. No, you will never see me doing that. And I've never done that in my life, maybe because of my background. I'm a bad combination. My mother is from Ekiti and my father is from Ondo. You know what we are known for. So I'm not going to play to the gallery. I don't seek validation. I say it the way I see it. I may be wrong. If you bring superior arguments, I will concede. But not that I want to play together because I want to please some people. No, I will never do it. And I've never done it in my life.
Okay, I'm actually not asked. I actually didn't answer that question in respect to you. I said I was still dealing on the take a bow and go for the Omokri, and you said they might have seen certain qualities.
Yes.
And I'm saying that, does that mean that they went, as irrespective of how they know the public? I think one of the persons in that list that the public there was really so much outcry about was Omokri. And I'm saying that, okay, despite the public... Because
they were not expecting him to do what he did. And he decided to do it because he feels strongly about it.
But why? What? He can't tell me today now. He can't tell me, Omokri, can't tell me that someone who used to be an enemy is now the best thing after sliced bread.
Bob Marley sang it in one of his songs. He said, your worst enemy could be your best friend, and your best friend could also be your worst enemy. It depends on the perception at any point in time. I may not like you today, but somehow, in the course of my interacting with you, most men don't like the women they marry. Most men look at your shape, your figure, your face, and what comes to the mind of the man at that moment is what Sigmund Freud in psychology said. What is in the heart of a man, you know? And Chiwezu also wrote in his book, Anatomy of Women, you know? What comes to your mind is, this woman will be sweet in bed. But along the line, when you get closer, you begin to see some qualities in that woman. Say, it's like, this woman is beyond bed. Or she looks like somebody I can marry. I can conveniently hand over my life to, and I will be safe. And that's what brings about marriage. So it's the same thing here. Reno may have seen something wrong with the present president, but somehow along the line, it might just be schooled, or he might just see certain things that will catch his fancy in the man, and he decides to say, okay, beyond what I've seen in the past, I think this man is doing something. I'm not speaking for him, but that's the heart of a man.
Okay, well, you know, this is debatable because you hear you saying something, he might have seen something that catches his fancy, that might have caught his fancy. You didn't like someone, and you were really very vocal about it. You said so many bad things about this person. You even went ahead to say that you would never work with this person. And today you're swallowing, looks like you're swallowing your
politicians
words.
Are no, there is no morality in politics in Nigeria.
Wike
said he will never touch, he will not abandon malaria to treat cancer. But today he's treating cancer. Atiku tore PDP card and said he will never return to PDP. This is his third time of leaving PDP. What makes you think about the election? If the optics are right. So these are politicians. You don't expect them to be Spartan. That's the way they are. Show me all of them, the one you can hold on to. Show me any one of them that you can say, if he says good morning, you will have to look out to be sure that it's morning.
Good morning.
Ah.
Okay, we have our virtual guest join us. Good to have you, Barrister Chima Williams.
Yeah, thank you, my sister. Great to be here once again.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we've been talking about the Senate screening on for the ambassadorial roles of that's screening some of them, and some persons like Fani-Kayode, Ambassadorial, and Omokri have been asked to take a bow and go. So before I move to my question, let me first ask you, what is your opinion about this? Do you actually think that this system of take a bow and go, it's actually the best, especially in this circumstance that we know and the public outcry that we had, especially with this ambassadorial list?
Well, I think one is not surprised, you know, at the Senate telling these characters to bow and take a bow and go. What merits they are taking a bow and going? Okay, because that take a bow and go have been so bastardized, because it's supposed to be for those that have shown character, either in public service or that have been members of the National Assembly or have served the nation in a reputable manner. But we are mincing words. We know the characters of these individuals, especially the two key mentioned names, Omokri and our brother, my learned friend, Fani-Kayode. We know that these are what Ayo Fayose called stomach infrastructure, where belly faces. Okay? Otherwise, if this were to be a sane country, nobody, Tinubu wouldn't have considered them for whatever reason, in giving them appointments. Okay? Not just because they were vocal against him. No, that's not my concern. But what characters have they portrayed? What image have they portrayed about Nigeria, within the Committee of Nations, within the Committee of, countries, even internally? Okay? So which countries are they going to be sent to? What will be the view of the global community on Nigeria, especially a government that is struggling for legitimacy? Okay? Tinubu's government is struggling with a lot of issues, and then you are compounding it by bringing this type of characters. And of course, I wouldn't have been surprised if Akpabio's led Senate, did otherwise. Okay, because whatever Mr. President presents to the Senate President, definitely it is a yes. Okay, so we are not surprised. But let us consider that Nigeria should have a modicum of integrity to be presented to the outside world. Is it the best that this administration can find in Nigeria? That should be the critical question, okay? Because I know that some of them have been, disowned even by their own communities, as not representing them, as not being the best that can come from their communities. What praying? Are we saying that a Nigeria of today is a Nigeria of anything goes? That should be the concern of every Nigerian. So as per the Senate, asking them to take a bow and go, for me, it doesn't make any difference. It's just a mockery that we have, gotten ourselves into, and we must face it and deal with it.
Okay, does the use of this shortened screening process strengthen or undermine democratic oversight of key diplomatic appointments?
Can you take it again?
I said, does the use of this shortened screening process, we've seen how short their screening process is, we've seen that they ask them to take a bow and go. Does it strengthen or undermine our democratic oversight of key diplomatic appointments?
Of course, it's very obvious. Where are we hurrying to? Where are we hurrying to? Okay, that should be the question. This is 2 years down the line of Mr. President without the Nigerian diplomatic envoy being complete, without having any diplomats. Okay, and now we are in a hurry over a couple of days to now appoint our diplomats and then give them portfolios and then ask them to take a bow and go. Now, what does it show us? Like I said, there are a lot of questions that Nigerians would have loved to ask these persons, these individuals, these nominees of Mr. President. Okay? There are questions that Nigerians would have loved to ask, but now as it is, do we have the opportunity to ask such questions? The answer is no. Nigerians have lost, that chance of asking such critical questions to now understand the character and the mien of these individuals who are going to represent and be the image of Nigeria, within whatever country that they are going to be posted to. Are these persons that we have the temperament, to handle issues that relate to Nigerian and Nigerian citizens in their countries of assignment, with dispatch, with passion, with commitment, with zeal, with interest, okay, or with patriotism, or they will just go there, to answer the name of ambassadors or whatever they may be designated to be. So the issue of strengthening democratic practices entails that oversight is not just the National Assembly that provides oversight when it comes to the issue of clearing of nominees of Mr. President. Don't forget there are security issues, security questions that could be asked, and then their personalities, have to be interrogated by citizens if we want to get the best. If we want to enshrine and enthrone democratic practices, this idea of take a bow and go, because I know that by the rules, take a bow and go is retained for certain category of persons, okay? It is not for everybody. So everything that we do in Nigeria, in most cases, we abuse it. And this take a bow and go is part of such abuse that Nigerians have come to live with.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll get back to you. Let's come back to the studios. Mr. Fani-Mo, how might the political histories of Fani-Kayode and, of course, Ambassadorial influence perceptions of their suitability as envoys?
You see, we are mixing up things in this country, and we are getting too emotional for my liking. Ambassadorial has a very Spartan military career up until he became Chief of Army Staff. And he performed creditably well, to my understanding. He was retired and he still enjoys his retirement. So this call is just a call to service, just the same way the former Chief of Army Staff, Buratai, was called back to become the ambassador of Nigeria to Republic of Benin here. So you can't fault the appointment of Ambassadorial. Now, for Fani-Kayode, there is no court of law that has convicted Fani-Kayode, either for felony or for misdemeanor. There is no court of law that has convicted him for treasonable felony or any other crime. And I am not sure that he has done anything to warrant his disqualification from being an ambassador. So his idiosyncrasies may not suffice here in the course of making ambassador. So I would rather say that it's a different ball game if people don't like the way you behave. But that has not detracted from the fact that you are qualified for the job you are told to do. So if Nigerians want Fani-Kayode to be judged by some of his utterances, his moves, like joining political parties, moving from one political party to the other, and all that, or his spar with some other political bigwigs and all that. But I don't think it's enough to disqualify him.
Okay, veteran politicians, how well can they transition from domestic politics into global diplomatic representation?
You see, it's very simple. The principles are the same, but the demeanor may differ. You understand? If you are risen to the level of a minister, Chief of Army Staff, head of MDA, or such top positions, you should understand management to some level. And the role you are playing there as ambassador is purely administrative, because you have retinue of staff that are trained for purposes like trade, like military, like commerce, like all other areas that are there to advise you and to put you through. So yours is just being the face of the country. It's just like you are going to be the president of Nigeria wherever you find yourself. And so what is required of you is your level of interaction during engagements and your ability to sell the country, to sell the government, to attract FDI and some other things that are required for the growth and development of the country. So if you have been there, if I'm made an ambassador today, I will excel.
Are you selling yourself?
No, I'm not trying to sell myself, because I've been in management for close to 20 years. So I understand the game.
Okay, and let's move to our virtual guest. Given Nigeria's current security and economic challenges, what diplomatic skills do you think are most essential in ambassadorial roles?
Well, I think number one skill that an ambassador of Nigeria of today to possess will be that of character. 1. 2, should be that of ability to engage, without flaring up and overheating up, the system. Because once you cannot take opposing views, okay, you cannot take opposing views, chances of you being a good diplomat as an image of Nigeria at this critical point in time will be called to question. Okay, so if you are going to be a good ambassador at this critical point in time, you must have the ability to sell Nigeria, to tell the truth about Nigeria and the Nigerian situation, and to stand firm without being evasive, without being insultive, without being provocative. You make your point about the beauty and the beautiful things about Nigeria. My brother in the studio, have already mentioned, if he is given an ambassadorial position, he will excel. We don't need to occupy such positions for us to sell Nigeria and then tell the world the potentialities of Nigeria and to tell the world why Nigeria is where we are today. Okay? Of course, try to explain the misgivings the world will have about Nigeria and tell the Nigerian story. So your ability to convey and convince, the country of your primary assignment as a diplomat, to win their hearts, because until you convince them, they may not be able to give that support, the FDIs and all those military and economic, social, cultural, educational supports that they may be able and willing to give. So your ability to listen and speak less, except when it is very necessary for you to speak. And when you speak intelligently and convincingly. Okay, so these are qualities and characters that I will think a Nigerian diplomat, as we are in this situation that we are in Nigeria of today to possess in order to sell the image of Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much for your submission there. We're going to move to the next conversation. The House of Representatives has asked the federal government to grant immediate tax waivers to airlines in a bid to reduce the cost of travel for millions of Nigerians. Resolution followed a heated debate in the lower chamber on the skyrocketing airfare, which has made travels increasingly unaffordable for many. Lawmakers also called for a 50% reduction in auxiliary airport charges, arguing that multiple layers of fees and levies on airline operations contribute significantly to rising ticket prices. However, the House rejected proposals to subsidize airline tickets directly, stressing that targeted tax and tariff relief would provide a more sustainable solution. The call from the House coincides with pressure from the Senate, which recently summoned the Minister of Aviation over the surge in domestic airfares, with some one-way tickets on major routes reportedly costing between 400,000 naira and 600,000 naira or more. Meanwhile, the executive chairman of United Nigeria Airlines, Obiora Okonkwo, has urged the National Assembly to intervene, highlighting that multiple taxations in the sector, sometimes including as many as 18 different levies on a single ticket, has exacerbated the cost burden being passed on to passengers. Let me come to you first, Mr. Fani-Mo. What do you, this surge in airfare, or this surge, of course, air tickets, prices of air tickets, you know, it's been a lot, and now we're seeing the House of Reps coming out to say that these tax waivers should be made. Is that the way to go? Do you think that's the way to go?
You see, for those who don't understand the aviation business, you're talking about tax reduction. Tax reduction, even if they give tax holiday to these airlines, it's not going to make much impact. You see, at the heart of skyrocketing airfare is the real components that takes money off the airlines are C-check, D-check, which is offshore. Another thing that takes money is the stringent ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization regulations, that makes it compulsory for you to do certain things at a certain time, regardless of usage of that aircraft. Let me give you an example. Every component of the aircraft you see, to the minutest part, even the tires, if you buy a brand new tire today and you fix it in an aircraft, if you don't fly that tire, at the expiration of the lifespan of that tire, you must change it. Other components, if you don't fly at all, you must change it, and it costs money. 2, crew of that aircraft must be on ground. And when it is time to go back for further training to validate their licenses, they must go regardless of if they flew or not. 3, D-check and C-check. If your aircraft is grounded for a particular period of time, when it is time for you to go back for D-check, they won't say, after all, you didn't use it, so you can still fly. No, you need to go back, and it doesn't come in naira. What would reduce this cost is for us to domesticate some of these things I've highlighted here. If we have hunger in Nigeria, we are overripe, not just ripe, to have such anger in Nigeria, where we can do C-check, D-check locally. I bet you it will reduce cost of running aviation business. Another thing again is, until recently when Dangote started refining Jet A1, the fuel used in the aviation industry, aviation fuel would have to be imported. And so it's a drain on our foreign exchange. If those things are taken care of, the tax, yes, and then finally the Nigerian factor. The Nigerian factor is they have turned aircraft to Molue. You know what they do now? These are airline operators. If there is a flight for 7:30 a.m., once they know that the booking is not up to half of that aircraft, they will move that flight to 11:30 a.m. just to attract more flyers. And if it doesn't satisfy them, that same flight that was supposed to go at 7:30 a.m. will be moved to 4:30 p.m. Eventually, you may not fly until 12 midnight on that particular day. Essentially, what they want is more passengers. Regardless, and because the regulatory authority who should sanction them will never do. That's why you saw somebody like Oshiomhole ranting and creating scene at the airport. Another thing again is those manning their software application for ticketing. Some of them, they will buy tickets and hold it for the highest buyer. In the past, I've flown Abuja, Lagos in the night with Emeka Ihejuru because I needed to fly that night. And if anything has happened, nobody would be able to trace me. I'll be declared a missing person. That's the kind of thing that is happening because I had to pay double the flight. Meanwhile, they were telling people that they have closed the counter, that there's no more tickets. And when I got into the aircraft was just only half filled. That's the kind of game they play. But because there are no consequences for infractions, and people get away with some of these things. So it's a whole lot of issues around the airline business. So it's not just tax. You see, sometimes I question how these House of Rep members emerge. That they don't care to understand, they don't care to read up before they make pronouncements because they pass utterances on the floor of the Senate or House of Reps. That sometimes you want to shudder that, where is this person coming from? It's not about tax. Tax is statutory anywhere.
But if like you said, if they actually, like you said, tax holiday, so if they waive the tax just for a period of time, just don't you think that it would alleviate?
Now, let me tell you, there was a time a mudu of Gari was sold for 1,200. Now, if you go to the market, it's about between 400 and 500 naira. Have they reduced the size of Eba in the restaurant? That's the Nigerian factor. There was a time a bag of rice was selling for 100,000, 120,000. Now, a bag of rice is about 55,000. Have they increased the quantity of rice you buy from restaurant? Is it government?
Okay, let's hear from our virtual guest, Barrister Chima. What reforms do you think can help our aviation sector, especially in terms of this reduction of prices?
I think my brother in the studio has killed it. He's given a very concise analysis that in addition to all that he had stated, is the operational environment. Okay, let's look at it this way. Most of the infrastructure related to the aviation industry are exported or imported, are imported. Most parts, like he rightly mentions, until recently, when Dangote's refinery started, refining the Jet A1, which is the aviation fuel, everything about the aviation industry, more or less, had to come externally. And let's look at it with the value of the naira as against the dollar, which is the currency of international trade, at least for now, until the changes that the world is going towards, until it happens. But dollar still remains the currency of international trade. So if you now check the costs when, valued against the naira, it will be high cost. So will tax rebates, tax reduction, tax holiday, will it be able to solve the problem? The answer is no. I agree with my brother. The answer is no.
Okay.
Now, what happens to Nigeria, reviving the Nigerian Airways? What brings down the cost of anything in any place is competition. As it is like the aviation industry or the aviation sector have been monopolized by a certain category of persons. You can imagine, like my brother rightly mentioned, and another part of it is there comes a time where the airlines, they share shifts. So this aircraft or this airline will fly only in the morning of certain days in the week. The other one will fly in the afternoon only. The other ones will not fly at all. So they share themselves. And that elementary economics teaches us that demand, also escalates price. So, and let's also look at another issue which makes the aviation sector now a booming industry. With the insecurity in Nigeria, with the bad road infrastructure in Nigeria, many flyers who could have preferred to go by roads, either in their cars, will not, dare try it. So they want to fly. And then the aviation Shylocks seizes the opportunity, whatever they can from the citizens, because they themselves are squeezed, even by the government.
Okay.
So when you reduce tax, and then all those multiple levies, will you cut them all off so that it will only be between the business will now be between the passenger and the aircraft operators, and of course the on-ground staff.
Because of time,
at the airport.
Because of time, I'll have to cut short your analysis. But before we go, I want us to quickly talk about the former Attorney General of the Federation. I'll come to you, Barrister Chima, to hear your take on this. But let me first come to Mr. Fani-Moore. You need to go and become a doctor.
You are driving me.
You need to go and become a doctor.
You are driving me to go back to school.
I'm telling you.
That will not be a problem.
Yes, because
I have to proceed to PhD.
As a doctor, yeah.
Even my virtual guest is supporting this. He say you need to become a doctor. So let's just quickly speak to this. Former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami has refuted. We know the story making the rounds that he was called, or he's in detention. He was invited for terrorism terrorism financing. But now he has refuted the story and is saying that it is just connected to Abacha loot and all of that, and he's still in detention. And his lawyers are also calling for, saying that this is illegal. What do you make of this?
How is he connected to Abacha loot that they will keep him in custody? You see, there are some lies that you don't dismiss. How is he connected to Abacha loot? Abacha loot had been repatriated right from Obasanjo regime. And office is a continuum. If anybody is going to invite anybody for Abacha loot, it should be current Attorney General Lateef Fagbemi. That should be, because there is this thing about office. I've been invited for, when I was MD of leadership in Abuja, I was invited for a crime committed by my predecessor, even when my predecessor was roaming around the street in Abuja. So what is he talking about? Let him face his charges.
Okay, let's hear from you, Barrister Chima, please. We are out of time already.
Yeah, I think Mr. Malami, my learned senior, has the right to be deemed innocent until the contrary is proven. He can claim whatever he wants to claim, and EFCC can claim whatever they want to claim. But until issues are brought before an unbiased arbiter, which will arise after the investigations of EFCC, of course, we shouldn't also forget that issues of maybe political witch hunting might also come up. But as it is, we can't believe anybody. I can't believe Malami. I can't believe EFCC.
Okay, we'll have to leave
they have to prove. Yeah, they have to prove one way or the other for us to agree with them, so that it doesn't end up being turbulence in a teacup that ends nowhere.
Okay, thank
as
you.
usual, all the rantings and noise makings will be made. At the end of the day, nothing comes out of it.
Okay.
And Nigerians won't ask questions.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Barrister Chima, for joining us all the way from Benin City. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Daily Fanimo, for being here.
Thank you for reminding me that I'm still Mr.
That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and electoral governance. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Omokri, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikpeazu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he is quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured
through the convention. End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend Mark G, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. This is where I get to all things trending and all things topical. Of course, we'll also do follow-ups to hashtags that broke previously. So it's going to be like an awesome event, an awesome affair. I can promise you that. If this is your first time, please accept a very, very warm welcome from all of the Hashtags team. And if you are already a family member, hey, let's do this thing. My name is Vivian Oguche.
Good evening once again, and welcome to Hashtag, where you get to hear, get the answers to the question what's trending, and we'll definitely be bringing you every single one of it as it unfolds today. Vivian, let's get the ball rolling.
Absolutely. Without further ado, let's get the show on the road. We're beginning with Hashtag EFCC custody. So it was mind-boggling when the news broke that a former Anambra State governor, who also used to be a minister in Nigeria, Chris Ngige, was picked up by the EFCC. Now, prior to his aide coming to make clarifications, there was chatter on and offline that he had been abducted by unknown gunmen. But his aide had to come out to say, no, he wasn't abducted, but he was arrested by the EFCC. Now, the EFCC has not really come out to say why, according to his aide. In a short while, you're going to be taking a look at the reporting or the reportage that Premium Times did on this particular one. Their reporter tried to reach the EFCC, but they're saying that the EFCC is remaining silent over this particular matter. But hey, let's go to X so you see the very first post by Daily Post on X. Thank you. Daily Trust, I beg your pardon, says, just in Ngige, EFCC, Ngige in EFCC custody, says aid. We'll go to the next one now. That will be a detailed reporting by Premium Times. And it says, EFCC detains ex-Anambra Governor Chris Ngige. That's coming from his aide. The former governor's arrest and detention by the EFCC occurred exactly 14 days after gunmen attacked his convoy along, Ndemli North local government area of Anambra State. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has detained, Chris Ngige. Premium Times learned that Mr. Ngige, who served as Nigeria's Minister of Labor and Employment from 2015 to 2023, was arrested by some EFCC operatives on Wednesday at his residence on Justice Mohammed Bello Road in Abuja. Let's continue to see what the Premium Times is saying. And it says there were speculations earlier on Wednesday that the former governor was abducted by gunmen in Nigeria's capital. However, Fred Chukwuelube, a media aide to Mr. Ngige, debunked the speculation, explaining that the EFCC picked up the former governor. Now, this is still EFCC custody, but it is now former AG F. Abubakar Malami, who is actually still in the custody of the EFCC, making it 2 days that he's been cooling his feet in the net of the anti-graft agency. So this is two Buhari boys. That's what they're calling them, two Buhari boys in EFCC custody. So the debate online is this a clamp down on Buhari boys? So let me take you back to what the Punch is saying. That's the Punch. The Punch says the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has detained a former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, SAN, after he failed to meet the bail conditions earlier granted to him. A senior EFCC official who confirmed the development on Tuesday said the former minister would remain in custody until he fulfills the requirements. Quote, "We arrested him for not meeting his bail conditions and he will remain in our custody until he meets those conditions," the official said. Another EFCC source also confirmed Malami's detention, noting that he is being investigated for multiple offenses. Let's continue to take a look at what the Punch is saying. Quote, "He is presently in our custody. He was initially granted bail but did not meet the conditions. The offenses against him are many." Gosh. And this EFCC official goes on to say, presently, we are investigating him for 18 different offenses. Some of them are money laundering, abuse of office, and terrorism financing. We cannot put a figure to the amount involved now because we keep uncovering some of the deals as we investigate. End of quote, the source said. So some people or some netizens on X are saying, is this a political witch hunt? Well, let me take you back to X so you see how this particular hashtag is panning out. It's still hashtag EFCC custody. Thank you. Shehu A. Abakar says this is preposterous. Such a shame that the EFCC is being used as the president's lapdog to intimidate and coerce his political opponents. They aren't even hiding it. Malami has been out of government for over 2 years. The moment he starts associating with ADC, they now go after him. And then he's replying to Jabir, who put up this post. If you think the anti-corruption charade is not a political witch hunt, read this. And then he tagged the press release by the office of the former Attorney General of the Federation. Let's take a look at that post. That's the next one you're going to take. That's it. So, press release. So this is the office of the former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, SAN. After his arrest, they put out this post. Says, Malami did not fail to meet bail conditions or face terrorism financing charges. EFCC revoked his bail over attendance at a political gathering in Kebbi. The office of the former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, SAN, has noted with concern misleading reports suggesting that Mr. Malami failed to meet bail conditions imposed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. For the avoidance of doubt, Abubakar Malami, SAN, did not default on any bail condition. His bail was revoked by the EFCC following his attendance at a political gathering in Kebbi State, not because he failed or refused to comply with any lawful requirement. There's a concluding part of the post. Let's take a look at it. Goes on to say Mr. Malami was initially granted bail in relation to allegations of money laundering and abuse of office. Allegations he has firmly denied and for which he has provided detailed explanations. Among the subsequent bail conditions imposed by the EFCC were restrictions barring him from granting media interviews and from participating in political activities in Kebbi State. It must be clearly stated that the condition restricting him from participating in political activities in Kebbi, his home state, constituted a violation of his fundamental human rights, including his constitutional right to peaceful association, freedom of movement, and political participation. Imposing such a condition is inconsistent with democratic principles and raises serious concerns about its intent. Between Friday and Sunday, Mr. Malami visited his home state, Kebbi, where he is a prominent political figure and ADC leader. In line with long-standing political tradition, party members received him and he addressed them. This engagement was peaceful, open, and entirely political. On Monday, after returning to Abuja at the invitation of the EFCC, his bail was revoked. It's a lengthy episode, so I didn't go the whole 9 years. But hey, you get the gist of the matter here. So since Monday, he's been cooling his feet in EFCC's net. What do you make of this? Chris Ngige and Abubakar Malami, both ministers under the Buhari administration.
I mean, it's not surprising, first, because, I mean, it's political time where you expect, politicians to start moving from one political party to the other, and also you get to see, politicians also using leverage on other political actors. And like I always say, if you're afraid of fire, you don't have to rub oil close to your body. And if these guys are entirely clean, I don't think they'll be having any conversation with the EFCC. Well, we are waiting to see the end of the investigation and perhaps prosecution of these two men.
So you're saying this is not a political witch hunt?
I'm not going to say it's entirely a political witch hunt because, like I said, if they don't have baggage, I don't think they'll be there. That's how I see it. So if they obviously have questions to answer according to the EFCC, that's why they're actually there. So let them go and answer their questions. If they come out clean, then of course it is. But then it's also, I think a lot of persons, will find it very funny or interesting because of the times, and of course because Malami a few days ago also declared for the ADC. I think there was a poster of him, being interested in 2027 election and all of that. So all of these things also definitely put a pointer to the fact that maybe this is a political witch hunt. Because I mean, if this guy is still in the APC, would this be happening? These are the questions why people will be raising those sort of.
I mean, someone pointed out the fact that Malami has been out of office for 2 years now. Nothing was said until he declared for the ADC.
Absolutely.
And part of what Malami's camp said was that he was asked not to indulge in any political activity, and they are saying that would be a fundamental, abuse of an infringement on his human rights.
100%.
Let's also talk about Chris Ngige. Exactly 14 days after his convoy was fatally attacked in, his state, Anambra.
Yeah.
Thank God he was not even in that convoy. It's when he was arrested again. So you're thinking, as well, if he doesn't have any baggage, he will not be invited?
So again, right, Ngige as a person, is one man who his political journey has been turbulent because he's really faced a lot. He was a governor. While he was governor, he didn't even enjoy peace. He's the only governor in this country that has been kidnapped from office as a sitting governor. Lots of things happened under.
That's quite a profile.
Yes, actually. So, and now he left that. He actually lost. His seat as governor when Peter Obi actually, won the case in court and all of that after about 2 years. So it's a lot for the man, and then he became a senator, and now the Ngige as a person and Malami, these guys are actually people who during the Buhari administration are very close to the president. So, and there's a lot of talks about the El-Rufais, the Ngige, the Malami. These are people who are more like in the same caucus in the Buhari administration. So if an El-Rufai is out, leading the forefront of the ADC, fighting against the president's return to power, of course, it's definitely going to mean that people like these actors are definitely people who definitely be giving him the backing or supporting him or playing the cheerleading role from behind. And of course, the fastest way to actually take out a snake is not even just to go for its head. Sometimes you just have to start chopping it from where people will not get to see it, and that's exactly what we're actually seeing playing out. But like I said again, if these guys are entirely clean, I don't think it will be easy for the politicians or the EFCC to actually come after them. They would have come through other means where it will be very evident that this guy actually this is political witch hunt. But then if someone
how about this thing about if you are in the APC, all your sins are forgiven? So would you say it's only in the opposition that you have politicians with baggage? There are none of them in the ruling APC. But I catch your drift anyway. We'll keep our fingers crossed to see how this particular one pans out. We'll move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Lai Mohammed. Former information minister is making the rounds right now because he was on a televised interview and he talked about a number of things. But chief among them is the talk about the banning of X. It was a Twitter asset when it was banned in Nigeria. It was the late PMB, Lai Mohammed's boss. I'm talking about the late President Muhammadu Buhari, who was at the helms then. Lai Mohammed was the Minister of Information. And as at that time when it was pulled down, but Lai Mohammed, after years, is coming out to clear the air to say that it wasn't President Buhari who gave the order. That it was himself who went to President Buhari to advise him to ban Twitter in Nigeria. And he said the president laughed and asked him, is it because they pulled out my post or pulled down my post? And he said, no, because of, anti-Nigerian activities. This is me paraphrasing now. So I take you to X. Reuters is going to be taking us, down memory lane. So you have, a bigger picture of what we're talking about. But first, let's see what Nigeria Story is saying about this televised interview. Thank you. Quote, I want to be embarrassed. A country like Nigeria should invest deeply into regulating social media, especially X. And now that Elon has induced monetization of rubbish, I see majority now put food on their table through it. Let's talk about this a little bit. Not too long ago, Senator Ned Nwoko had come out to say that he wanted the social media to be regulated because of what the TikTok liar has said, had said about him, being contracted by the senator to assassinate his estranged wife. The TikTok liar has come out to say that it was a lie, it was just content creation, and he apologized. So do you think this thing about regulating social media is a thing that is truly a toxic place and it should be regulated? If you could talk about that vis-a-vis Lai Mohammed's appearance, all of a sudden, he just came out of the blues and he's talking, right?
So, I mean, what I see Lai Mohammed do is to sadly, I don't know, I just hope I'm wrong, but what I see him do is him trying to actually paint a certain picture. You know, Buhari is more like an enigma in the north, right? Whoever it is that is, you know, singing his praise, even now, is obviously tilting towards a certain direction. The Buhari camp has left the APC, sadly. So if you are singing Buhari's praise now, it obviously means that you're actually tilting towards another angle.
Let me get you clearly. You're trying to say that Lai Mohammed is painting a picture of Buhari as a saint?
No. I'm not saying he's painting the picture of Buhari as a saint. I'm saying that he's actually speaking to, of course, one, to tell Nigerians that he is actually in charge. He actually did it. And then, you know, talking about Buhari in the sense that, you know, whatever it is that happened with, you know, what you're doing, right? It is not about, you know, Buhari. It's basically about me. And now I'm speaking about Buhari in this light, you know, to an average Northerner who is, you know, a grassroots or a core Buhari follower, means that, okay, this is a man who really understands or respects the figure that we all respect, right? Because, I mean, Nigerians, for all I care, even now, even after Lai Mohammed saying whatever it is he's saying, and every Nigerian will still believe it's still Buhari, so because the buck stops at the decks of the president. But now, Lai Mohammed saying this politically, what I see, you know, is Lai Mohammed tilting towards, you know, another political party, not the APC. Like the ADC? Maybe. Because Loretta Onoche, who is actually a member of the ADC, not too long ago, put up a post making comparisons between President Buhari and some other leaders. And she was saying how when she actually put up a video of his kitchen cabinet going to visit him in London when he was ill. And he said, this is President Buhari who did what needed to be done by transmitting power to his deputy or his vice, the Professor Yemi Oshibajo, when he was ill, so that is real leadership. Absolutely. So, and then people like, you know, his former president, Buhari's media spokesperson, Shehu Garba, have come out to say very beautiful things about the president. So I think I catch you. So it's about fishing, right? You know, fishing for the big ports in the north to say, hey, because the ADC is obviously very well backed by Northerners as against, you know, the PDP that we want to say a lot of Southerners still very much in the party. So that's exactly what I see Lai Mohammed do. But let's now talk about the Twitter thing and the banning. I ask people, when I hear the word, let's regulate social media, I ask, how do you want to do it? Are you going to come to my house to tell me what to say, how to say it? Is there, are you going to run a certain kind of algorithm saying certain keywords, when you put it on, it should not fly? What exactly, I mean, specifics, because it's easy for you to just say, let's regulate it. How are you going to do it? That's $1 billion question. So let's ask Australia, which is actually regulating social media right now. And guys, that is our next hashtag, regulating social media. So not too long ago, Australia dropped a bombshell. If you're below 16, some apps on social media totally off limits, right? So let me take you to X so you see this particular hashtag, regulating social media. So RT says Australia, first in world to ban social media to under 16s, goes into effect 10 December. That was yesterday. Government says it's to protect mental health and parents will not be able to give consent. Wow. There's another post. Salem News Channel says, Australia just outlawed social media for kids under 16. At Alex Marlowe says, that's a commentator, says, this could be the start of something bigger, a future where we are less addicted to our phones and more connected in real life. One more, let's take a look at it. Thank you. Amnesty Press says, Australia has introduced a social media ban for children and young people under the age of 16. A growing number of countries are also considering similar bans, but will that make the online world safe for young people? So this is not just a Nigerian thing. So maybe President Lai Mohammed was ahead of his times. This time around, Australia is saying, yeah, I mean, that's my opinion. Well, you have your opinion. I have mine. Yeah. So you can't think like this is about mental health and commentators are coming at it from different angles. So you asked the $1 billion question. Yeah. That's why I went to that hashtag. Yeah. How can social media be regulated? This is one way. True, I agree. I mean, this for kids, you get to see it. Even when you want to open social media accounts, certain they'll ask you your age because there are certain things. Even when you want to post content, say for example on YouTube, right? They'll ask you, is this content for kids? You know, because they want to be sure that you're not pushing it to the wrong audience. Because of course, every content, even movies, we have PG, parental guidance, we have not to be seen by a certain age. It is appropriate, right? But then, off the age limit thing, which I also welcome, that of course for certain age you're not supposed to, because of people can post things. You might even be asleep and your child will be on her phone or his phone watching content that is not suitable for her age. But now beyond the age thing, how do you regulate it for an adult that is over 18? How do you do it? Because this is exactly the big question. Now you're saying an outright ban. I mean, a lot of persons even live off social media. That's where their business thrive. So if you're closing it, you're closing people's business, you're closing their income, right? And a lot of persons even find solace in some certain content that they follow, inspirations and all of that. So if you say you want to regulate for adults, I'm not against you, but then give us the specifics.
Yeah, but so if that becomes a thing in Nigeria, there'll be specifics. It's a thing in Australia and also there are specifics.
For age grade.
It's a thing in Australia, so there is specifics. Now, if social media ban becomes a thing in Nigeria, it's not a thing in Nigeria. Definitely will be specifics. On social media, it's very toxic. Now, it has advantages as well as disadvantages.
They can't do it. There's no way you're going to create the specifics.
Well, North Korea actually has a social media ban, does it not?
So that's the thing.
But is that a yes or no?
No. If ban, if you say you want to ban social media, right, that's outright. But if you say you want to regulate, it means, yes, it still be functioning.
Does China regulate social media or not?
China, right?
It's a yes.
No.
So social media, people use social media in China, but there's regulation.
No,
there are boundaries you can't cross.
There are certain social media platforms that are really not in use in so many countries. That's outright ban. That's right, outright ban. And they have.
But it is not outright ban of social media.
No. Let me explain.
Yeah. I don't want to. Let's not.
Let me explain what. I just want to say something.
Okay.
For example, in countries like China and other parts of countries like North Korea, in place of WhatsApp, right, they have something else that they use because they don't want. One of the reasons why they do all of these things in those parts of it is because of their what's it called, data. Because they know that these big tech companies, take data and then run it, American government can get access to it. That's why you get to see all of this. So they create stuff like WeChat.
But there's also the control of information dissemination. So it's not just about data. It's about information.
In those parts of the world, it's majorly about data.
But it's also about information. Yeah, because I think that's the thing about North Korea and places like China. But hey, let's move on now to another hashtag, which is hashtag Reno Omokri. So Reno is trending because the Senate today screened him. Reno might just become one of the ambassadors that's been, confirmed by the Senate. Now, but we don't have a yes yet for Reno. His was actually, it actually ended or sort of degenerated into, how will I say it now, a troubled session. We saw Senator Undumi and Senator Chomale having a go at it because of Reno Omokri and all of that. So there is not a definite yes from the Senate yet about confirming Reno Omokri as an ambassador, but Fani-Kayode, as well as Ambassadorial and a couple of others have been confirmed. They were asked to bow and go. So Reno Omokri is the hashtag we're taking a look at now. And he put up this post and a video accompanying the post. Netizens, of course, are jumping on this one. So let's take a look at the post that Reno Omokri put up. Reno says, from the bottom of my heart, I sincerely thank the distinguished Senate leader, Senator Okpeyemi Bamidele, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, distinguished Senator Sani Bello, and members of the committee, especially distinguished Senators Adams Ashomale and Ali Ndume, as well as distinguished senators from my state, Ede Dafinone, Joel Onawakbo, Thomas, and Prince Ned Nwoko for taking time to screen me today. Special thanks to the SA, to the President on Senate Matters at Sen Bashiladu, CON. The Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is indeed a place of honor. And then he put up this video. Take a look, guys.
Leader, Senator Omokri, the distinguished Chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, Senator Fani-Kayode, the distinguished Deputy Chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, distinguished members of the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, and distinguished senators from my Senator Omokri, Senator John Onuwapo, and Senator Edwin Yafinano, the Special Advisor to the President on Senate Matters, Senator Bashir Elabu, CEO. My name is Omokri. I was a Special Assistant to the President on New Media. I'm an author, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Next. And the distinguished leader of the Senate.
All right, so that's the Reno Omokri, and of course, let's get the reactions from our viewers. Let's get to see what the reactions from netizens, I beg your pardon, about this particular hashtag. Of course, Deco Blacker said, "Mission accomplished," with an emoji, LOL, laugh out loud. This is what Reno Omokri sold his integrity for. This what Mr. Reno sold his integrity for what? He laughed again, laugh out loud. Let's see another one. Of course, Aliyu Issa Mohammed said, "Reno, you have truly proven yourself to be a dedicated and patriotic Nigerian since you stepped up to serve the nation at this level. You've left the obedient with nothing but empty backing, and your focus and courage speak louder than their tantrums ever could." That was a very big dig on the obedience. And Akpayemi Babatunde Esquire, I want to believe he's a lawyer, he said, "Ashiwaju has a very big heart. He rewarded one of his fiercest critics and a virtue any aspiring leader should emulate. Congratulations, Reno. I celebrate and rejoice with you, and I have no doubt in your ability and competence to represent Nigeria." We wait to see what Reno will be bringing to the table. And Adeniji Adedayo Solomon says, "Congratulations, our own and ambassador nominee. No doubt your appointment is a testament to your patriotic stand for Nigeria. We are happy and celebrate your feat, and we look forward to seeing the best of you in your office." Another. And Jerry says, "The same you who called P-Bat a druggie, you even said you would never work for this current administration. You're a very shameless man indeed." And Ayo Adebamowo said, "Truly, Artificial BAT is the politician with the biggest heart in Nigeria's history." And Big Terry said, "Hustle finally paid off." That's quite big. And let's get another reaction. All right.
All right, so we see Jerry there saying, "The same you who called P-Bat a druggie. You even said you will never work for this current administration. You're very useless." That's
huge.
That's huge. I couldn't even continue reading it, right? But then Reno put up a post not too long ago to say that what President Tinubu has done is to show him what true forgiveness is about, and all. But it looks like he might or might not scale through. I don't know. What feeling do you have about this? Or what's the feeling about this?
I think if the president wants him to scale through, he will, because the APC controls the Senate. The Senate majority leader, Kwame Bamidele, is very much, in the corner of the president. And these are the people that can actually determine the Senate president as well. I saw Senator Adams Oshomole, who was actually, glorifying and beautifying the virtue of the president as, the fact that he actually appointed someone who is one of his fiercest critics. So all of this put into a context is most likely going to be, a way to actually tell us that Renault will most likely scale through. But then, let's get to see. But I think from where I stand, from what I've seen so far, I think Renault will most likely, scale through this particular screening.
Or he just might not. Let's keep our fingers crossed to see how that one pans out. We'll move on to another hashtag that's trending like mad right now, hashtag Aliko Dangote. So the billionaire businessman just launched a 100 billion naira annual educational scholarship in Nigeria. And Bashir Ahmed was there. He put up a post and then a video. We'll take a look at that. The post first, please. So Bashir Ahmed OON says, today in Lagos, Alhaji Aliko Dangote is launching the 100 billion naira annual education scholarship program of his foundation. The program is designed to reach 155,000 students each year with an estimated annual investment of 100 billion and more than 1 trillion naira over a 10-year period. Indeed, this landmark commitment will expand educational opportunities across Nigeria. Take a listen to the video Bashir Ahmed put up.
Annual Education Support Initiative, which will actually cost us about 1 trillion naira over the next 10 years, but also to be reviewed on the 5th year. Beginning in January 2026, this initiative will
Well, so you just listened to Aliko Dangote himself talking about this huge initiative which he just launched. It's big deal, I can tell you. I don't know, Ikechukwu, would you want to come back and jump on this particular one? Because there's another video we're going to be watching in a short while. What do you make of this?
Well, this is beautiful. I mean, when it's education, I really love it. And for the billionaire who is like our own Bill Gates here to decide to put his money here, I think it's a lot. It's rewarding to see. At least this is one of the CSR that companies actually do, corporate social responsibility, to ensure that they give back to the society that is actually helping them thrive in business. And Lagos has been this hub for business. So doing it here in Lagos makes a lot of sense. I mean, this is telling Lagos State government, thank you very much for actually allowing me to do business, and also for Nigerians. I mean, Nigerians of all walks of life, live here, and they will definitely be benefiting from all of that. He can obviously go back to his hometown to do similar, but at least he's telling Lagos, this is what it is. Other people do it, not at this scale, because of course, the money is actually not the same, but this is huge. I mean, for him to actually pick education, it's a lot. Some person will pick other programs, sports, or
entertainment or something.
And so
this is not a BB Niger initiative.
This is big.
This is education.
100 billion.
And there are a number of comments online saying that he is actually a detribalized Nigerian. You're thinking whether that's true or not?
I'm not going to say because he did this detribalized. I'm saying this because I've seen people who are very tribalistic. I've also seen people who are even racist. But it does not stop them from doing their CSR, corporate social responsibility.
Do you have an example?
It's the company. No, company, obviously.
Yeah, but you don't have an example.
Of course,
yes,
I will not want to mention names. Do you want me to mention names?
Yes, please.
No, come on, I will not do that.
Then, this remains in the realm of speculation.
Okay,
then, so that's it. But there's another video that Dangote, we caught him on another video saying that he wanted with the whole of his heart to buy Arsenal. You know the league, the club, Arsenal. He said he wanted to buy it. Once upon a time when Arsenal was struggling, he actually was going to buy it. But he said he thought about it. That was when he was building his refinery. So he decided, look, if I go and buy Arsenal now, I might not have enough money to complete my refinery. He was saying this and all. So he said he shelved the buying of Arsenal so that he could complete his refinery, mega refinery, which is also located in Lagos here. Why don't you take a listen to him?
That time has passed. And the last time when we had this interview, I told you that, yes, as soon as I finish with the refinery, I'm going to try and buy Arsenal. But the issue is that, everything has gone up. And the clubs too, they are all doing very well. Arsenal is doing extremely very well. That time, Arsenal wasn't doing well.
I think, you know, I don't have that kind of excess liquidity to go and buy a club for $4 billion, so to speak, and, you know, use it as a promotional something. And, you know, I'd rather do something with the money. What I will do, I will continue to be the biggest fan of Arsenal. I watch their, you know, games every day. Anytime that they are playing, I will watch. So I will remain a major supporter.
All right, so it is no state secret that he is an Arsenal fan.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. You know, this was a couple of years ago when he actually was going to buy Arsenal. When you heard that Dangote was bidding for Arsenal, what went through your mind?
Well, at the time, a lot of us were like, okay, I mean, put your money, you know, help sponsor the league in Nigeria. You know, a lot of things came up, but one of the reasons why he actually didn't get the Arsenal thing was that from Arsenal, the other side, they were not really open to actually selling, because that was when Arsenal was actually trying to move to Emirates. You know, there's a project going on. They were not actually, you know, buying big players. They're actually promoting young players from the academy. And
they were actually struggling then.
Yes, at the point they were struggling, you know, in terms of, you know, what they were actually doing in the league. But they were constant going to Europe. I'm talking about Champions League. But if Arsenal wanted to sell at the point, indeed they would have. But the truth is, they were not really ready to actually sell out, you know, at least to fall to, you know, someone far away, somewhere in Africa.
Yeah, but if you continue to listen to that interview, Aliko Dangote was saying that if he wanted to, he would have bought Arsenal for $2 billion as against $4 billion. If you listen, maybe you should go check out that particular interview, you know, to the end. But let me bring you back to the crux of the matter. He said why he actually did not even pursue the matter was because he weighed options, that he was building a refinery in Nigeria and that he did not have that excess liquidity to invest in a club. Because he said he thought about it. Buying a club is more promotional, but building a refinery is about building the nation and all. So he decided to settle for building the refinery.
Obviously, refinery will give you long-term gain, you know, a lot. Aside the fact that, you know, your club side, yeah, you can actually have good success. You know, maybe this season, maybe next season, or 3 seasons in a row, you won't even get a lot because your club might be struggling. Top players may not even come. It depends. It's a lot of, you know, managing a football club, right? And the kind of money that you make, you know, as you know, someone running the biggest refinery in the world, I don't think can be compared to, you know, what you get as, you know, owning a football club. But I think that's actually a very smart decision from Aliko Dangote to actually do what he actually did, because now refinery, you get to do a lot of things. You can even export to other countries like he's managed to do now. That was a huge thinking, and for a man who is quite passionate about Arsenal, I think it must have taken a lot from him to actually arrive at a decision, you know, looking at both the refinery and Arsenal's project, which is, you know, going to be more profitable. Because forget whatever it is he's saying, in the end, he definitely will be looking at the end product of the both of them, right? Whether it is, you know, this one is going to cost more money to actually set up or not, or what he's going to be looking at as a businessman is which is going to give me more money. And obviously, this is what will give him more money. And of course, it's going to be more secured because now, whatever it is, this is Nigeria, the refinery is situated here, he's not going to be facing any sort of you know, government coming after him because, you know, certain Nigeria messed up. Case in point, the former owner of Chelsea, Roman Abramovich, is actually a Frenchman. It's actually a Russian. And when the Russia-Ukraine incident happened, the English government took the club away from him, and that's how exactly he lost it, you know, to someone else, right? Because he's a Russian and he's a very close friend of Vladimir Putin. So you see, these sort of things can actually happen. Maybe, you know, he owns an Arsenal, for example, and tomorrow, you know, someone say, okay, Nigeria did this, you're a very good friend of the Nigerian government. Because I want to spite the Nigerian government, I'll come after you, and you're going to lose Arsenal. And, you know, it's going to be quite painful. So this is a smart move for him. So
you were saying earlier on that he probably would have taken a look at what would probably be more profitable to him. But if you watch the complete interview, he also was thinking about human capital, right? The refinery is one of the largest employer of labor as we speak right now. So that too was foremost in his mind. Not too long ago, this same Dangote came out to say that billionaires in Nigeria, billionaires, rich people should invest in building the nation rather than buying expensive cars. That news made headlines,
Yeah.
a couple of days ago. No, not weeks, a couple of days ago. It's not old. So he also said it was about human capital.
Absolutely. The truth is, men who beat America, I think we've talked a bit about it here at some point. They're actually 5 men. You know, the steel magnate, Robert Carnegie, the financial guru, the financial guru, JP Morgan, the refinery expert, J.D. Rockefeller. We can go on and on, look at all of these men who actually built America. They set up America on a plane, and then the government, jumped on it, help, start making money from there, and then start building infrastructure and all of that. So if our billionaires starts to jump on, certain, parts of, the country economy, definitely is going to help the economy and the country jumpstart. For example, he's taking over the refinery. Let's say, for example, he is now the J.D. Rockefeller of Nigeria. Someone can actually step up the plate and say, you know what, I want to change the Nigerian financial situation, and then change whatever it is as regards finance, make Nigeria, top 10 or top 5, country when it comes to finances. For example, Switzerland. They really do not. One of the things they bank on is their banking system. They have arguably the strongest banking system in the world.
I mean, you hear how politicians go and dump monies in the Swiss bank.
Account, yeah. so we can, someone can actually jump on it and then set it up, and we have, our own JP Morgan in that person. So we can look all of these things. I think this one is actually a couple of weeks ago. Dangote was actually planning, jumping into the steel. Right. Mm-hmm. So again, that's where I would have expected someone else to actually jump in and then set that ball rolling. You pick different parts, electricity, you do this, and all of this behemoths in this particular industry will definitely set the country on the right path. Because trust me, every country that is doing so well, right, so well, are countries where you see billionaires that really start the country, and the government only just play a supervisory role.
So development basically is not a totally government thing.
No, the government just is supervisor.
The private, people as well would have to, step in to help build a nation.
That's why they say the primary job of a government is to secure life and property, because they know security belongs to you. But just leave business. Let the market force determine it. Create the enabling environment. Business will thrive.
Would you say this administration is doing well on that front, like allowing the private sector to thrive?
Well, I mean, for me, as far as I'm concerned, how you measure it is the number of companies that's come into the country and the number that's left.
Have you seen new entrants?
Well, so far so good. I've really not seen new entrants, so that's exactly why I'll be pegging it.
So you talked about Dangote investing in the steel industry in Nigeria. He's putting in fact, he has paused that initiative. Maybe because of the fight he had to really fight, to bring his refinery on board and all of that. I mean, because look at Ajaokuta Steel Company. It's moribund, but there was monies that was sunk into that particular place. Now, what Dangote is doing is also spreading his investment across Africa. It's not just Nigeria. We've seen him, invest millions of dollars in other countries. But we'll continue to see how, this pans out, right?
Sure.
Yeah, and on that note, we wrap this particular one up. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show. Bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you had fun, keep a date with Ikechukwu and I for another edition of Hashtags. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
Join us as we dive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampeyon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikpeazu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the Eco City Vision, Okpeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily. So yeah, to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us. This is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Health is wealth.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Senate clears Fani-Kayode, Omokri, Ikpeazu, former Inec chair, and others for ambassadorial positions.
Also, Tinubu seeks National Assembly's approval for 2026-2028 MTEF.
Reps ask federal government to cut aviation taxes by 50% to curb soaring airfares.
And Nigeria, Benin, foreign ministers meet amid security concerns.
Bayelsa, deputy governor collapses, rushed to hospital.
Plateau government meets a defense minister, seeks collaboration.
On the foreign scene, White House defends seizures of Venezuelan oil tanker.
Well, in business news, Nigeria's oil output rises to 1.436 million barrels per day in November and misses OPEC quota.
In sport, Super Falcons sweep one sport and retains top position in Africa.
In the world of entertainment, AGN confirms a newly elected president involved in car accident that killed a child.
Now the news and details. The Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs has approved the nomination of former Aviation Minister Fani-Kayode as ambassador. Other cleared nominees include former Interior Minister Abdulrahman Adambazwa, ex-presidential aide Reno Omokri, Senator Ita Inang, Senator Grace Bent, former Inec Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu, and former governors Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi and Victor Okezie Ikpeazu.
Mahmoud Yakubu, former Executive Secretary, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TED Fund, and former Chairman INEC.
Committee, my fellow nominees. My name is Right Honorable Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, a three-time member of the House of Representatives, member of the 5th Assembly, 6th Assembly, and the 7th Assembly, and then a two-time governor of Enugu State.
You're more than qualified. Take your bow and go.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
The screening conducted in batches of 5 saw a brief clash during Omokri's turn. Senators Mohammed Ali Ndume and Adams Oshomole disagreed over whether nominees should leave immediately or comment further. The committee chairman intervened to manage the disagreement.
Well, turning to other stories, President Bola Tinubu has asked the National Assembly to approve the 2026-2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper. Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin read Tinubu's letter in plenary, noting that the documents were approved at the Federal Executive Council meeting on the 3rd of December 2025. Tinubu said the 2026 budget will be prepared based on the fiscal assumptions in the MTEF and FSP, and urged lawmakers to act swiftly. The documents were referred to the Senate Committee on Finance, which is expected to report back on the 17th of December.
Still on the National Assembly, the House of Representatives has raised concerns over soaring domestic airfares. During plenary, the House urged the federal government to cut aviation taxes by 50% to make flights more affordable during the Yuletide. Resolution followed a motion by Obi Agwocha, who described the fares as exorbitant, placing a heavy burden on families trying to reunite for the holidays.
Distinguished colleagues, my name is Right Honorable Obi Agwocha, represent the good people of Ikpeazu, Umuahia North, and Umuahia South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a matter of urgent national importance concerning the exorbitant rise of airline ticket costs, the consequential impact on security of lives.
Thank you. Those in support of this, say aye. Those in support, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes.
Several lawmakers supported the motion, though they differed on the causes of the fare hikes.
I have the mandate of my constituents, Mr. Speaker, to support this motion, that this House should also support this motion to see the light of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Ngozi Okolie. I represent Aniocha Oshimili Federal Constituency. I'm from Delta State. Mr. Speaker, the issue of increase in air tickets is becoming very, very alarming. But also shocking is that most times when we raise motions here, the ministries deem it unnecessary to even carry out the motions we raise. Severally, we have raised motions that paired, because I believe that if our roads are fixed very well, fewer people would fly. So we should urge the Ministry of Works to fix the roads so that our travelers will have an alternative.
We must take into cognizance that to run an airline, when you're looking at the spare parts, you're looking at all the various components that go in to making an aircraft safe. Most of them are imported into this country. When you look at the manpower needed to actually maintain an aircraft, most of these things are imported. So when you put all these components together, and don't forget, if an aircraft, you buy tickets for an aircraft, and let's say the aircraft is a 100-seater, and only 5 people or 10 people buy tickets, it is expected that that plane will fly. How does the operator cover his costs?
During Yuletide periods, they always provide either free or subsidized. But what about the areas where we don't have this facility of railway line? Are we saying that with the near precarious, with due respect, which the government of the day is trying to fix, but we are not yet there? So the airliners, we should not assist them to provide succor to them during Yuletide period? It is apt. This House should support these prayers.
And away from the Green Chamber, Nigeria's Foreign Minister Yusuf Tuga has met with his Benin counterpart Olusegun Baka in Abuja. At the ECOWAS office, they discussed the recent attempted coup in Benin and rising security concerns in the region. Tuga noted that much of Nigeria's insecurity is influenced by external factors and stressed that given the close ties between the two countries, Events in one inevitably affect the other. Both ministers highlighted their strong working relationship and agreed that deeper cooperation is key for regional stability. Baka said the recent events in Benin shows that democracy remains resilient in Africa. He thanked Nigeria for its swift support and praised ECOWAS' intervention in halting the coup.
We now move on to Bayelsa State, where the Deputy Governor, Senator Lawrence Ewo-Jakpo, has been rushed to hospital after collapsing at the government house in Yenegua on Thursday afternoon. The cause of the collapse is not yet known, but sources describe his condition as serious. He was taken to the Federal Medical Center, Yenegua, for urgent medical attention. The Deputy Governor's media aide, Deborah Atasi, confirmed the incident, but declined to provide further details.
In another development, Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang has met with the newly appointed Defense Minister Christopher Musa to discuss strategies for tackling insecurity in the state. The meeting held in Abuja was confirmed by the governor's spokesperson, Gyang Bere. Mutfwang described Musa's appointment as strategic and timely, praising his experience and professionalism, and assured full cooperation from Plateau State in security efforts. He also commended Musa for his service as Chief of Defense Staff and urged him to apply his discipline and expertise in his new role. Musa thanked the governor, noting that Mutfwang was the first public official to visit him since his appointment, and pledged close collaboration to strengthen security in Plateau and nationwide.
In the meantime, the Adamawa government says it is working to restore lasting peace in Lamont local government area following renewed communal clashes on Monday, December 8th. Deputy Governor Kaletepwa Faratwa spoke to reporters after the State Security Council meeting in Yola. She said a joint task force of security agencies has been deployed to stabilize the area and protect residents. Faruta expressed condolences to families of those who died and wished a speedy recovery to the injured, noting that the state government is covering all medical treatment for victims. She added that the government continues to engage traditional rulers, youth groups, and other stakeholders to strengthen peace-building efforts.
And away from that report, a Catholic priest and survivor of the terrorist attack at St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, Ondo State, has recounted the tragic incident that left over 40 worshippers dead and more than 100 injured. Identified only as SSA for security reasons, the priest gave his testimony as the first prosecution witness before Justice Emeka Nwite at the Federal High Court in Abuja. The Department of State Services is prosecuting 5 suspected terrorists, including Idris Abdul Malik Omeza, Al-Kazim Idris, Jamil Abdul Malik, Abdul Halim Idris, and Momo Tuho Bubakar, on a 9-count amended charge. The priest said the attack occurred toward the end of the first Pentecost Sunday service, which he presided over. He described hearing a loud noise, followed by sporadic gunfire, causing chaos among worshippers. He called June 5, 2022, a day he will never forget. Justice Nwite adjourned the trial until January 13 and 14, 2026, at noon for the continuation of hearings.
Still talking legal matters, Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed a no-case submission by Saleh Maman, former Minister of Power under former President Muhammadu Buhari. The judge ruled that the EFCC had established a prima facie case against Maman, require him to respond or present a defense given the seriousness of the allegations. He emphasized, however, that Maman remains innocent until proven guilty. Maman, appointed minister in August 2019 and sacked in September 2021, faces a 12-count amended charge. The EFCC alleges he conspired with ministry officials and private companies to misappropriate 33.8 billion naira meant for the Zongeru and Manbila hydroelectric projects.
Well, switching some gears now, the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, has taken over the prosecution of Abuja-based lawyer Ahmed Abdul Rahman, and 4 others accused of cyberbullying Senator Shehu Umar. At the resumed proceedings, AJF counsel Nebulei Abwe confirmed the Ministry of Justice has taken over the case from the police. Trial Justice Rita Fili Ajumogobia granted the defendants bail of 1 million naira each, with 1 surety of the same amount, pending the conclusion of the trial.
The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has sealed the Ikeja Electric Distribution Company headquarters in Lagos for allegedly violating consumer rights. In a statement, the commission said the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission had issued a binding decision directing the distribution company to unbundle a maximum demand account into 20 non-maximum demand accounts. A maximum demand account is a system for large electricity consumers, commercial, industrial, or big residential with peak power usage that is high enough to require dedicated infrastructure like their own transformer. The FCCPC said the directive was intended to recognize the 19 residential units and the complainant service point as separate customer units and to provide the necessary metering and connection. The commission said Ikeja Electric did not carry out that decision, adding that because of this failure, the complainant has been without electricity supply for more than 2.5 years. The FCCPC said the excellent exercise followed unsuccessful attempts to resolve the issues through warnings and dialogue. The commission listed one of such attempts to include a directive to the company in April 2025 on the steps required and the timelines for compliance. Reacting to the development, Kingsley Okotie, head of corporate affairs at Ikeja Electric, disclosed in a statement that the company was still in discussions with the affected party and had not reached a resolution before its headquarters was sealed.
Well, joining us virtually to analyze these stories is Chijoke Oji. Chijoke, as usual, it's a pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Welcome aboard. So let's begin with the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs approving the nomination of former Aviation Minister Fani-Kayode as ambassadors. Others that were cleared include former Interior Minister Abdul Rahman Dembazao, ex-presidential aide Reno Omokri, Senator Ita Enang, Senator Grace Bend, and former Inec Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu. But you see, Chijoke, the one that is actually causing chatter on and offline is the approval of former presidential aide Reno Omokri. I just wanted to point that out. But what do you make of this whole exercise that played out today in the Red Chamber?
It's a complete shame. It's a shamble. It's a complete failure of the system. You know, it just simply says that these individuals are not serving the public or the people who have elected them to. It's just private interests being at play. You know, that's why the fact that the individuals, not just in the person of Reno Omokri, the person of Fani-Kayode, were also among the people who have put up heavy allegations, you know, which are yet to be substantiated or withdrawn by these individuals against the sitting president and some other eminent personalities in Nigeria. And one begins to ask what indeed is the rationale behind in certain areas where the security agencies ought to do the needful in probing these, not just remarks, but these were, you know, directly placed out information to the general public and to the world view on the various persons, and they were attesting to the credibility of their sources. What this has simply done is to tarnish, if indeed any image existed, of the Senate, because this continues to drag down these, you know, esteemed and lofty, once respectful institution in Nigeria into the mud by individuals who have chosen personal interest against serving the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I really don't know what indeed would be the way forward as an average Nigerian now to demand for equity and fairness. Because we can see now that it is no longer about credibility or the individual's personalities or even their individuality that matters. What matters is that so long as you are in the party of the leadership, be it at the state level or the federal level, your sins are forgiven, you're washed clean, and nothing holds you back. Now we can see how indeed the current leadership is going after oppositions, making sure to crack down on oppositions that they once admired and cherished and polished when they were under the same APC. Now we now hear rumors of them being branded as the sponsors of this state terrorism against the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that we now hear that the same states are sending foods and money to the same terrorists in forests under the disguise of Christmas benevolence to them. So it's a shame if the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which now has become a laughingstock, not just at home, but also internationally, would pass people of questionable character, people that those who know them back home have come out to tell the people of Nigerians what they are and what they stand for. Can anybody tell us that they do not know the track record of the person of Fani-Kayode? What indeed has been his political standpoints? One place to the other where his meals can be guaranteed. These individuals have lost any form of sanity or any form of attachment to their own, would you say, what they believe in. So it's simply a shame. And I beg to really state clearly that I'm highly disappointed with the current leadership of the Senate.
Okay, given the country's current security and economic challenges, we've seen, of course, we know we have a lot of security issues at the moment as a country. What diplomatic skills would you say are most essential in ambassadorial roles?
First of all, the image of Nigeria today has been battered so badly that anybody who is going to be representing Nigeria should be somebody of well-informed intellectual that understands the word international diplomacy. Because we need diplomacy and diplomatic engagements, especially in the finding of our solutions to the problems we now know. Now we know that these things, majority of the problems we have, are created by people in leadership. What do we now do? Is it to seek for just external help? But to diplomatically understand the ways to address them and how to relate with other nations, especially with the continued ill-fated way and manners Nigerians are treated abroad. The minute you leave the shores of Nigeria, you are not just treated as a criminal, but in most cases, you're reduced to, in fact, an individual with any form of, labeled of any form of negativity. And this has to change. It begins with how indeed the people who are coming to represent Nigerians as ambassadors, as a diplomatic relation of a country in another country, you know. So we expect that these individuals should not just be people of, of exemplary characters, but individuals who have over the years excelled in not just in diplomatic ties or in moving and advancing the nation's cause. What is Fani-Kayode and Omokri, who many have described now as the mocker, would bring to the table? Is it the same individuals who have not shown any form of practice in industries? What did they bring into the table? What are we set to achieve with deploying these individuals to be our representative abroad? It simply means that we are still putting the same square pegs in a round hole, messing up the greater opportunity to even put the things or put our dear nation forefront in any right perspective. Now we have not only messed up at home in terms of rewarding political allies with key areas that drive economy, we have now taken it international to rubbishing the entire nation with people who have become comedians online, because that is the only major favored apprenticeship or form of occupation that flies in Nigeria today. Outside politics, the only thing that now thrives is comics, where another president of a country presented. It's obvious the states to which they claim they represent were not the ones who put out these names. Because if you are insulting the people of Delta to say that the best that can come out of Delta is the Omokri, then Delta is finished. If you now bring it to Osun State, to tell the people of Osun State that the best person to bring out is Fani-Kayode, then it is completely finished. These are citadels of, intellectuals that you are now rubbishing with people who have questionable characters and have continued to display this shamelessly across board in everything they put out there, including the first to do. Except if we're now saying that this is how we want to be seen and projected international, then well and good luck to Nigerians.
All right.
But if not, this is a good time for Nigerians to wake up and say, enough is enough. This is taxpayers' money. I pay these taxes, and we will not stand and continue to watch these same individuals continue to destroy the image of our dear country that has taken the founding fathers, their blood, to put our nation's flag where it is today.
Well, Chijoke, I want to come in here, right? Before we talk about President Tinubu's request for the National Assembly to approve the 2026-2028 medium-term expenditure framework, I want to touch on something you said earlier on, just for the sake of clarification. You are clamping down hard on the National Assembly and this administration. You said this administration is rewarding allies and people who sing their praises, but that they are clamping down on opposition. And you made allusion to terrorism financing and all of that. Well, the former AGF, Abubakar Malami, has spent 2 days in the EFCC custody. And an EFCC official came out to say that they're investigating him for money laundering, and they talked about monies missing when it comes to the Abacha loot. They also talked about financing terrorism. But the latest one is the arrest of Chris Ngige, a former governor of Anambra State. He used to be in the APC with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Would you say that his arrest also will be termed clamped down on opposition?
Of course it is. He's an individual who I would say has been a benefactor of the current sitting president. I would remember in 2012, the various role the current sitting president played in his role, I think the 2012 or 2013, during his contest of the Anambra elections. And he has continued to play that role, over the years in supporting the people. But where the fallout may have occurred, we do not know. But I recall one of the altercations between Chris Ngige and James Faleki, one of the representatives of the House of Rep member who comes from Kogi, but representing one of the sections in Lagos State, where indeed Ngige in his outburst lambasted the current sitting president and forgetting the good old times. Well, I would say, based on my relationship with the current sitting president and what I know, because incidentally I was involved at a point in time and had to pull out because of the whole messy details behind it. I would say that politicians, when they have a fight, is when Nigerians get to benefit. Because we can see now that, the administration knew these individuals have been erring, but have kept quiet deliberating until they became clearly that they were oppositions. It is the same thing we're seeing with David Mark. It is the same thing we're seeing with other members of the factions that are creating the ADC and alternative opposition parties. It simply means that it is an intent to clamp down on opposition. What is happening to those who have either decamped overnight or consistently continue to decamp every day? And we know that the EFCC and other anti-corruption crusaders and organizations like ICPC are aware of the track records of these individuals. Why are they not being invited? Or is it simply conforming to what Chief Adams Oshomole, now Senator Adams Oshomole, consistently said, that once you join the APC, your sins are washed over. It means you have become clean. Then what is really happening is not something Nigerians should sit back and look as an entertainment. No, these are the lives of Nigerians that are consistently being damaged. In the sense that all this looting and jamboree and rewarding of criminality is still going to fall back on our dear states. The borrowers and the lenders of these funds are watching, and they will come if they have not already started confiscating assets of Nigerians. The same government says it is promoting the building of infrastructure. The same government is selling the infrastructures that are yet to be built or on the construction. What is the essence of the loans? We have never heard that amongst those that are within the APC members, which I can name at least 25 now, that have stolen several billions of nairas and that have held our nation captive, that are today singing praises on your mandate which shall stand. We have not heard any query on them. Is EFCC turning a blind eye on? What indeed is happening between the case between Fani-Kayode and the former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose? Has Nigerians now let it go? Has it gone to lie? Even despite the admission in court of Fani-Kayode admitting to handing over 4 billion naira in cash to Ayodele Fayose. But today, the same Muslim Fani-Kayode is the kitchen cabinet of the sitting president, and nobody is speaking up against it, and yet his sins are washed away. The accomplice or the main perpetrator of the same crime is today shouting to the entire rooftops of how he is indeed a clean and handsome man. But yet Nigerians and the impoverished people of a state which he governed for 8 years cannot speak up and demand for justice or fairness or equity while others are being tried. It is not to say that we should spare anybody who have looted funds. Across boards, there's not a single person today we have heard that has held any government appointment in the past 10 years that is not indicted in humongous, unimaginable amount of money. And one begins to query and wonder, what is happening to the entire state of Nigeria?
Okay, Chijoke, let me come in here.
So we have lost integrity as to holding these people accountable. Or is it that it is now a clear intent that these individuals are bigger than the states? Or is it to say clearly that Nigeria is a failed state, where once you appoint an individual today, in less than a day or two, he has already started stealing? Today, we are seeing the ministers flying around. Tomorrow, we will hear how many billions have gone missing. Now we are hearing they have cleared the ambassadors.
It
is only a matter of deployment. We shall hear in the course of a few weeks how many billions of dollars or millions of naira, billions of naira that has gone missing.
Okay, Chijoke, let me take you to this move by the president. President Bola Tinubu has actually asked the National Assembly to approve the 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper. Can you just a brief breakdown to what this means for us as a country?
You see, the major issue we have in our nation is our budgeting pattern and then our implementation. Each time we hear this beautiful word crafted, or medium term, 5 years expenditure plan, or this and that, what we don't ask is the implementation of this budget. How is it being done? And then where are the key priorities of this administration? This budget that is seeking to implement now, what has happened to the 2025 implementation? Because it's expected, ideally, to review the year in view before you can set to present a budget of 2026. Now, let's not forget that the current year, 2025 budget, which the presidency put forward after the padding, the back and forth, and then the supplementary budgets that were presented to the Senate, which did not even go through any form of debates. Accelerated, it was passed, and then the same budget is what we're now yet to get to understand what are the implementations thus far as regards with the so-called infrastructure being targeted to deliver. Perhaps the infrastructures being targeted to deliver are the number of the military personnel being attached to persons close to the president, which incidentally some people have come out to, openly tell Nigerians. This is what's happening. When Nigeria's budgeting pattern fails to meet expected goal, it simply means that it is a failed budget. We have been looking at some of the states' presentation for the 2026, where in some states, the recurrent expenditures are pari passu with the current expenditures. And we ask ourselves, what indeed are the intent of our Federal Republic budget, which is at the center budget, that incidentally is meant to be saving and boosting economy based on what the papers are saying by NNPC, which is now a public limited liability company, by the FIRS, which is saying to be generating several trillions of naira, by the continued loans that are being harvested like we are planting yam behind the backyard with fertilizer. What Nigerians should be asking is, this midterm budget you're setting up, what are the expected time of delivery and how do we monitor the progress? Which is the duty of the National Assembly to query. But you can be rest assured that the same National Assembly that has continued to have breakfast at the villa, have lunch within the Senate, and then dinner at the villa, will definitely pass without even knowing what indeed the intent of what the whole budget captures. I wish indeed there will be time to analyze and then take a look at these expenditures or what are the expectations. Because it is good for Nigerians to understand clearly the damages that are happening before our own very eyes under the disguise that, yes, once you elect an individual, you have no query as to how they govern or whatever they do to the resources of the entire country. No. That other nations are developing is because they have a system that works. The fact that you're on the driver's seat does not mean that you can plow the car into a river. What we're witnessing is a deliberate plunge of our resources to areas that we cannot explain and have not seen benefit to the ordinary persons, not even to the middle class citizens of Nigeria. Even the rich today are crying. Today we now have that the rich also cry.
Yeah, Chijoke, if I can come in here, truly the rich also cry. And you talked about the middle class. I mean, we don't even know if that exists anymore. There's the upper and then there is the lower. But you talked about time earlier on. This is the much we can take for now. And you've been brilliant as usual. Thank you so much for coming aboard. Yes.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have been speaking with Chijoke Orji. He is a public affairs analyst. You're still watching News Hour on VOP TV. More stories after the short break. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. Now, Vice President Kashim Shettima has inaugurated the Aliko Dangote Foundation's Education Scholarship Initiative in Lagos. Shettima called on stakeholders to recommit to building a future where every Nigerian child can reach their full potential, praising Dangote's philanthropic efforts. Aliko Dangote said the foundation's 100 billion naira annual education program will expand access to quality learning nationwide, with beneficiaries selected through a transparent, merit-based process. He also announced partnerships with NELFund, NECO, WAEC, and other agencies to ensure accountability, adding that 25% of his personal wealth is dedicated to the foundation beyond his lifetime. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa described the initiative as one of Nigeria's most comprehensive human capital programs, while UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, Lagos Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and the Oni of Ife all commended the effort. Retired Justice Sidi Baji, Emir of Lafia, and Chairman of the Foundation Steering Committee pledged full support to ensure the initiative's success.
We now move on to Edo State, where the residents of Edo State are urging government authorities to tighten security at public gatherings this December amid rising concerns over crime. With reports of theft, violent clashes, and other criminal activities, residents fear large festive events could become easy targets if adequate measures are not enforced. Correspondent Rhoda Journey tells us more.
Are calling on government authorities to regulate public gatherings this December, citing growing concerns over rising insecurity in the state. Community members warn that large events and gatherings could become targets for criminal activities if proper security measures are not enforced.
You cannot say because of insecurity that events should not be held. The government should do their best providing security. So like in other parts of the nation that the short schools is not the best. What will happen to our children are their education. So the government should do a lot of work in order to provide security for large gatherings.
Agents to make sure they keep the environment safe. What I expect the government to do and every citizen is for us to be vigilant. At this critical time, we cannot leave the issue of security in the hands of government. We should all put our hands together to make sure our environment and our society is safe for us to live in.
According to locals, recent incidents of thefts, violent clashes, and other criminal activities have heightened fears, particularly during festive periods when public gatherings are more frequent. Many residents urge both state and local authorities to step up security and ensure that events are closely monitored.
I don't think it can be entirely stopped because some gatherings are gatherings for happiness, like marriages and other celebrations, baby dedications and all of that. So I just feel that the government should put a curfew that no gathering should be above 6 p.m., 7 p.m. and it should be security tight, and it should also be a place that people can see each other, not in hidden venues too. Or you can do a closed door activities where you are very sure that nothing can happen to you and your guests in that particular place.
Authorities are yet to release an official statement, but residents insist that early intervention is necessary to prevent incidents during the busy holiday season. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Rhoda, thank you. And now the ruling house of Ijebu-Ode has rejected Fuji musician Wasiu Ayinde Marshal, popularly known as Kwam One, from participating in the ongoing Awujale selection exercise. The ruling house dismissed his lineage claim as null and void, stating that their inquiry found no evidence linking him to the Jajera royal house or the wider lineage responsible for producing the next Awujale of Ijebu land. A letter signed by Chairman Lateef Owoyemi also questioned the certification of Ayinde's form, noting that the endorser, Abayomi Odunyeye, is not recognized as a member of the Jajera royal house.
On the foreign scene, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has defended the United States seizure of an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. Leavitt said the vessel is a sanctioned shadow tanker known for carrying black market oil to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. She added that while the U.S. intends to seize the oil, the process is subject to legal procedures. Venezuela has condemned the action as international piracy, accusing the U.S. of trying to seize its oil without compensation. The move comes amid heightened tensions with President Donald Trump, criticizing Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro over alleged drug smuggling and the U.S. bolstering its military presence in the Caribbean to curb illegal drug flows.
Still on the foreign scene, police say more than 600 culturally significant artifacts have been stolen from Bristol Museum's archive in a high-value raid. Among the items taken were military memorabilia, jewelry, natural history pieces, and carved ivory, bronze, and silver figurines. Detectives have released CCTV images of 4 men seen in the Cumberland Basin area after part of the museum's British Empire and Commonwealth collection was stolen. Philip Walker, head of the culture at Bristol City Council, described the theft as devastating.
We now move on to business, where Nigeria's crude oil production climbed marginally to 1.436 million barrels per day in November, up from 1.401 million barrels per day in October. This is according to the latest Organization of Petroleum Exports and Countries monthly oil market report. Despite a modest increase, the report shows that Nigeria fell short of meeting its OPEC-assigned quota for the 4th consecutive month, the last time it met its target being July 2025. According to OPEC's data, Nigeria averaged 1.444 million barrels per day in the 3rd quarter of 2025, representing a decline from 1.481 million barrels per day in Q2 and 1.468 million barrels per day in Q1. The figures highlight the country's ongoing struggle to sustain production recovery despite new investments and government interventions in the upstream sector.
Still business, the National Bureau of Statistics says the average price of 5 kg of cooking gas increased from 6,395.82 naira recorded in September to 8,081.75 naira in October. The NBS said this in its Cooking Gas Price Watch for October, released in Abuja. The report said that the October price represented a 26.36% increase compared to what was obtained in September. It said that the average price of 5 kg of cooking gas increased on a year-on-year basis by 16.86% from 6,915.69 naira in October 2024. On state profile analysis, the report showed that Borno recorded the highest average price at 8,376.44, followed by Yobe at 8,357.98 naira and Ondo at 8,340.30 naira. It said that Bauchi recorded the lowest price at 7,051.54 naira, followed by Ebonyi, and Akwa Ibom at 7,744 naira and 7,806 naira, respectively, I should say. Analysis of the 6 zones showed that the Northwest recorded the highest average retail price at 8,188 naira for 5 kg of cooking gas, followed by the North Central at 8,153 naira. The South-South recorded the lowest average retail price at 7,956.61 naira.
In sports, Nigeria's Super Falcons have slipped 1 spot in the latest FIFA Women's rankings, moving from 36th to 37th. The team was inactive during the last international break, contributing to the drop. Despite this, they remain Africa's top-ranked side. South Africa, Ghana, Zambia, and Morocco complete the continent's top 5. Globally, Spain leads the rankings, followed by United States, Germany, England, and Sweden.
Well, in the world of entertainment, a former national president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Emeka Rollas, has confirmed a car accident involving the Guild's newly elected president, Abubakar Yakubu, on Tuesday night in Lagos. Rollas said Yakubu's vehicle suffered a brake failure, causing a collision that killed a child and injured the child's mother, who is receiving medical care. He added that Yakubu fully cooperated with law enforcement and emergency responders, and that AGN leadership has visited the family to offer condolences and support. Rollas noted that Yakubu, though physically unhurt, is deeply shaken and heartbroken by the incident.
Okay, that's still in entertainment. Burna Boy has revealed he's receiving medical treatment while on his No Sign of Weakness tour. The Grammy-winning singer shared a video on Instagram showing himself in bed with an IV drip. The disclosure comes after a viral incident at his Colorado concert, where he removed a couple from the front row for sleeping, sparking widespread debate. The fallout affected his tour schedule, leading to the cancellation of 2 key U.S. concerts.
And that wraps it up for us in News Hour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that the Senate has cleared Fani-Kayode, Omokri, Ikpeazu, the former Inec chair, others for ambassadorial positions.
Also, Tinubu seeks National Assembly approval for 2026 to 2028 MTEF.
Reps ask federal government to cut aviation taxes by 50% to curb soaring airfares.
Nigeria, Benin foreign ministers meet amid security concerns.
Bayelsa deputy governor collapses and rushed to hospital.
Plateau governor meets defense minister, seeks collaboration.
Well, on the foreign scene, White House defends seizures of Venezuelan oil tanker.
In business, Nigeria's oil output rises to 1.436 million barrels per day in November, misses OPEC quota.
In sports news, Super Falcons slip one spot but retain top position in Africa.
And in the world of entertainment, AGN confirms newly elected president involved in car accident that killed a child.
Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. On other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Thank you for watching.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts.